Situation from Harry Smith. Strong winds have also damaged homes and public structures in several districts, with some families being evacuated to safer areas. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Cape Transport Department, spokesperson Unathi Pinqose has urged those who do not need to travel to stay home as a result of the snow in the province.
That's the problem we had yesterday. People were out on an adventure, wanted to do the snowman and all those things, who had us, scrabbling to control them. We are urging those who want to experience that not to do it at the cost of their lives, and of course putting additional strain on our rescue personnel who are on the ground. But as for safety measures, we would urge them to keep a safe following distance, keep your headlamps on, and ensure that you are safe at all times. And if it's not essential for you to be on the road, rather don't.
Recapping the top story, data released by Statistics South Africa shows that unemployment rose by 0.9% from 32.7% in the first quarter to 33.6% in the second quarter of the year. I'm Mondela Mbana for SAfm News headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Well, good afternoon. John Cherokee in for Sakina today. We're going to be focusing on those unemployment numbers at the top of the show. It's horrific numbers again, almost 1%, technically 0.9% increase, 33.6%. And we can talk about all the different stats. The point is unemployment has gone up 33.6%. And we can talk about all the different stats. The point is unemployment has gone up again. So we'll have that conversation. Then there's a bit of a connection between the two stories we're going to do today. One is those illegal miners, and then we're also going to go to Westbury and get an update on the violence that's been happening in Westbury. And there's the relation of that. Remember Operation Prosper, where the army has been sent out to stop illegal mining and the gang violence? Well, both of those stories are related. Is Operation Prosper working? So we'll talk to a reporter who is at the mines, and we're also going to go to Westbury and get an update on what is happening in there. Economic news coming up. Also, there was a big city, almost a citywide power outage in Johannesburg today. Large swaths of the city without electricity on the coldest day of the year so far. So we hope. Economic news coming up. Also, there was a big city, almost a citywide power outage in Johannesburg today. Large swaths of the city without electricity on the coldest day of the year so far. So we hope to get an update from City Power and find out what's happening there. Well, welcome to the program. It's 8 minutes past 12 o'clock. John in for Sakina. Let's get into your news today.
You are listening to John Cherokee on SAfm.
Big news story of the day today. The the official unemployment rate has increased by 0.9% to 33.6% in the second quarter of 2026. That's up from 32.7% in the first quarter. That's according to Stats SA, his quarterly labour force survey released today. Statistics South Africa Deputy Director for Labour Stats, Kwena Marovula, has more.
The results of the quarterly labour force survey for the second quarter of 2026 indicate that there was an increase of 345,000 in the number of unemployed persons to 8.5 million, while the number of employed persons decreased by 16,000 to 16.7 million compared to the first quarter of 2026. These changes in employment and unemployment resulted in the official unemployment rate increasing by 0.9 of a percentage point from 32.7% in the first quarter of 2026 to 33.6% in the second quarter of 2026. In addition to the unemployment rate, other measures of labor underutilization were measured. In addition to the unemployment rate, other measures of labor underutilization were measured. The combined rate of unemployment and time-related underemployment increased by 0.7 of a percentage point to 36.6%. The combined rate of unemployment and potential labor force increased by 0.1 of a percentage point to 43.8%. The composite measure of labor underutilization, which combines time-related underemployment, unemployment, and potential labor force as a proportion of extended labor force remain unchanged at 46.3% in the second quarter of 2026. The number of persons employed in the formal sector decreased by 41,000, and those employed in households decreased by 9,000, while those in the informal sector employment increased by 34,000. The decrease in employment was mainly driven by community and social service, which decreased by 57,000 jobs.
Let's get some analysis of all of those numbers. So we're joined by Efficient Group Chief Economist Davi Rett. Davi, thank you very much for joining us. Your reaction, how serious is this deterioration?
Well, not much of a surprise here. We expected the economy to slow down, and clearly we can see it in all sort of aggregates, including the unemployment numbers. But perhaps a bit of good news, less bad news, I guess, is better put. And that is that more people are looking for a job, and that kind of increased the official unemployment rate. Remember, if you're not actively looking for a job, you're not officially unemployed. And there are more people. That could be good or bad, or it's bad in the sense that more people are forced to try to find a job, because that's an indication of the financial stress under which households find themselves today. But that's just a technical thing, is that that's a very important component of this increase in the official unemployment numbers. And then one or two other things that I'm quite concerned about. I'm particularly concerned about the mining industry, which shed a lot of jobs as well, because the mining industry is one of those industries where we can potentially create a lot of jobs. But overall, I would say this is an indication of an economy that slowed down quite significantly in the second quarter. And of course, we know that some of the reasons for that has to do with the conflict in the Middle East. And I'm quite concerned that the second quarter's economic growth rate could be well down to zero or even below zero. So it's possible that the South African economy could be in a so-called with the conflict in the Middle East. And I'm quite concerned that the second quarter's economic growth rate could be well down to zero or even below zero. So it's possible that the South African economy could be in a so-called technical recession.
Looking at the youth unemployment rate, that's 47.4% now. Why are young people struggling to get employment? 47.4% now. Why are young people struggling to get employment?
A number of reasons for that. The best way to get a good job is to get a job. People don't want to employ young people for various reasons. Obviously, the most important reason has to do with weak economic growth. But you don't want to employ young people because they don't have experience. And very importantly, also, we don't necessarily produce the kind of skills in South Africa that are needed for a modern economy. So I think we need to look at our skills development system or education system, because I don't think that our schooling system and our skills development system is always up to providing the necessary skills for a modern economy.
We do have all these youth unemployment programs. Are they not working?
Here and there, yes. But I think this is a completely different debate, and if I start talking about this, we're going to talk for a long time. But for example, if you look at the quality of South Africa's primary education, you compare it to the rest of the world, we spend a huge amount of money on primary education, but the quality is really not up there. The quality is quite often not only bad, sometimes it's the worst in the world. So we really have to overhaul our whole skill. I prefer to call it the skills development system. It's really not up there. The quality is quite often not only bad, sometimes it's the worst in the world. So we really have to overhaul our whole skill. I prefer to call it the skills development system and not an education system. But we really have to overhaul the whole thing, and we need to start where it really matters, and that's with primary education. So there's a lot that needs to happen to fix the skills development in the country.
Let's talk about provinces. Gauteng lost 22,000 jobs, the Western Cape 48,000. What's the difference with the provincial employment declines?
Well, you will find, and that of course is quite seasonal. Quite often you will find that some provinces gain during certain times of the years, and some other provinces lose by certain times of the year. But the two most important provinces in the country are Gauteng, and of course the Western Cape, and of course KZN as well. Those are the three major growth centra, of which Gauteng is the most important one, which is approximately 40% of GDP of South Africa. So, and again, again, that comes back to the point I made earlier, and that this weak employment numbers may suggest that the South African economy is actually quite, well, economic growth is quite low and maybe even in a contraction phase.
When you've based it, or you've argued there are international reasons for this, but can we do anything in South Africa to turn it around?
Well, of course, there's a lot we can do. Of course, international things like the international oil price going up, there's very little that we can do about that. But what we can do, we can make sure that local conditions are conducive and friendly for business, and that certainly is not the case. Not too long ago, the Auditor General came out with the local authorities and municipality audits, and that's horrible. I mean, you need to get the local authorities to work properly. We have to look at things like, for example, legislation. Labor legislation is a very good example. We're probably going to increase the minimum wages soon again. We can't do that in an environment with such high levels of unemployment and many other things. So I think what we need to do is make sure that your house is in order. International things will always happen, and will be on the receiving end of that. But there's a lot we can do locally and domestically to make sure that the economy remains attractive for investments locally and internationally.
Efficient Group Chief Economist Davy Roth, thank you very much. Just those numbers again. Unemployment rate's risen to 33.6%. 345,000 unemployed people were added. Employment has fallen as well. Gauteng losing 22,000 jobs. The Western Cape 48,000. 17 minutes past 12.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
All right, something that affects all of us. Home Affairs Minister Dr. Leon Schreiber says all stakeholders concerned are supposed to take part in the white paper on immigration. Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs is currently interrogating a conflict of interest in the Immigration Advisory Board involving one of the board members. Speaking to the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs, Schreiber says his department allows for robust and independent legal advice on matters of immigration.
The rules or framework or criterion in this case were not invented by the department or by the ministry. They were written into law by Parliament. I think it is clear from the discussion that there's compliance with what Parliament intended, even to the extent that the independence of these independent members is honoured and understood and is being harnessed to bring the kind of independent advice. But advice is what it is, Chair. It is not directive. It is not operational in nature. It does not run any aspect of the department's work. It certainly doesn't take decisions on legal matters. And again, that is as Parliament intended. And I think finally, Chair, to emphasize the point that it is precisely because there is a disagreement. It is precisely because the interests are not conflicted that this matter is being dealt with in court on differing sides. And again, it is up to Parliament to consider the way forward on what the law says. That is the domain of Parliament correctly. But my submission, and I think the submission in assessing the work of the board itself, can only be measured against what the law actually says and requires, and whether there is work underway to live up to that standard. I would submit that is clearly the case, Chair, and that we have indeed brought together a very broad and diverse group of people to make inputs and act as a sounding board and provide advice. And that advice is then considered, taken up or disagreed with, as the case may be, exactly again as the Immigration Act envisioned. And so you have the commitment from myself and from the team that we will continue to act on exactly the parameters that Parliament itself determined, until or unless Parliament chooses to alter those parameters. And I think that is really, for me, the core of the matter that we are dealing with here today.
Home Affairs Minister Dr. Leon Schreiber speaking to the Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs. 20 minutes past 12 o'clock now. 14 bodies of suspected illegal miners have been found in an abandoned shaft in Nkaneng near Rustenburg in the Northwest Province. The group was reportedly operating at the disused mining site. It's not clear how they died, though. Let's find out a little bit more from our reporter, Zebulon Maine. Zebulon, thank you very much for joining us. What's the latest that you've heard from the police?
Yeah, no, what's the latest is just that we just got back from Nkaneng, where police refused us to take some shots there because the land at that site is unstable, and also on the other hand, it was raining. Now we are here at Rustenburg Police Station, where a newly appointed provincial commissioner is going to give us an update with regards to what really transpired. But from some of the police members that we spoke to earlier on, they were saying that this incident happened yesterday and they couldn't allow us to take shots that side because they are saying it's an active crime scene.
We've heard reports 14 bodies were found. Is that the correct number that we're looking at now?
Yes, indeed. They were saying that it's 14, and also they are not even sure if that number can increase because they are not sure about what really there might be other illegal mine workers that might be trapped underground, but the number is 14.
And there are also some injured people have been taken to hospital.
That's what we got from the police who are on the active crime scene. But we are here to get the full story from the provincial commissioner as to what really what is it that the information that they received at that site. Those who might be injured, where are they? Is there a likelihood that they might be arrested, or what is going to happen?
What time is that going to happen, Zebulon?
Currently, I'm sure the press conference is about to start now, okay. So I'm about to attend it with my colleagues.
All right, we'll catch up with you maybe a little bit later on the show. Just one question maybe you can ask the police is, talking about Operation Prosper, the deployment of the army to stop those illegal miners. Is it having any effect? Because it just seems as if it's continuing.
Yeah, just to highlight that even the army that side they were present when we arrived that side. So I hope that will be the question that I will pose to the police with regards to that.
Okay, and have you been able to speak to any of the community?
No, we haven't spoken to any community because the time was not on our side when we get that side, and also it was also raining.
All right, we hope to catch up with you later on in the program. Then our reporter Zebulon Maine, who's in Nkaneng in Rustenburg.
Before there was the SAfm you know today, there was the English service, there was Radio South Africa, Radio South Africa, and there was a country going through extraordinary change.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael.
From the darkness of apartheid,
I have to inform honourable members,
through the states of emergency.
Earlier, it was reported an explosion had occurred at an Eskom.
Through the release of Nelson Mandela.
Comrades and fellow South Africans, I greet you all.
Through the birth of a democratic South Africa.
As we know, elections do not create change, they create only the opportunity for change.
The conversations continued, and in 1995, a new SAfm emerged. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAfm looks back at the journey that brought us here. The voices, the moments, the people, the history. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
24 minutes past 12. John in for Sakina. Good afternoon. Let's go to the Madlanga Commission now. State Advocate with IDAC, Drishanta Ramsamy, is testifying before the Madlanga Commission, says that an Inspector General of Intelligence report on crime intelligence investigations was not supposed to reach prosecutors through then Police Minister Senzo Mchunu. She says investigators were still working on the probe in January of 2025, couldn't share the findings. Ramsamy says Mchunu later arranged for a hard copy to reach prosecutors. Ramsamy, testifying before the commission, had this to say.
And that's a different matter to the Mokwele matter?
It's the same matter. It was referred to as the Khumalo matter, or we referred to it as the Khumalo matter, being myself, Advocate Hlatswayo, and Advocate Sirunya.
And this is on the 1st of September. It's a
Correct.
meeting on that. So at this point, there was no finalized charge sheet yet. And yet they have been arrested. Can you just explain what happened?
After Advocate Sirunya came on board and he was listening to us and we were explaining that there's no crime of corruption, he also picked it up when he read it. And that's how the second charge sheet, it was at this point that the second charge sheet of Section 21, conspiracy, was drafted.
What Advocate Sirunya referred to as the amended charge sheet,
Correct.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, correct.
I see. Thank you.
And on page 77, there's another entry in reference to the charge sheet. So at the bottom of the page, just before the arrow that says Mokwele's docket, it says, I can't see the first word, it says just have to beef up charge sheet in equal corruption. 77.
We just have to.
Do you see it?
Yes. Beef up charge sheet, equal corruption, Mokwele's docket.
So part of the discussion here was to beef up the Mokwele charge sheet to the corruption charge in the Mokwele charge sheet.
With regards to this conversation, it was more the investigators telling the prosecutors what evidence is there to beef up the charge sheets to prove corruption.
Okay. And then if we, because we have dealt with this aspect quite extensively on these discussions, I want to go to a different aspect that was discussed at that meeting on page 80.
Yes.
Sort of towards the end of the page, there's a reference to IGI, page 45 to 75, part 2 report.
Correct.
What is that?
Commissioner Beloy asked me a question last week about IGI, whether an IGI meeting took place. So in order for us to understand this paragraph, I need to explain the first meeting and then this. So in January, Mr. Sissoko arranged for a meeting at IGI. We had a meeting with Advocate J. Govender and another member of the IGI legal team, where they indicated, yes, they were tasked to do an investigation, but they cannot share their findings with us because of their mandate and the fact that they are regulated by a different act. And their reporting lines are very different. So, in essence, there was some words exchanged. So Advocate Govender was addressing me through the meeting. We were discussing, I asked her how many different crime intelligence matters, etc. So she did indicate that they are in the process, they are consulting with witnesses based on certain complaints. She was unable to give me any witness names. She explained safety as well as different mandates. So Mr. Perumal got agitated to a point where Advocate Govender even said to him, your cowboy tactics is not going to work on these cases. We left that meeting. It was, I did say it was a fruitless meeting because we couldn't assist them and they couldn't assist us.
Sorry, you couldn't and they couldn't assist you. What was the purpose of the meeting when you went there?
With IGI, like with other investigations that had been completed previously during the Zondo Commission period, they are able to assist because the report has been completed. But because this was still in the process of investigations, sharing of information could not take place. So, Commissioner and Chair, we left that meeting and Mr. Perumal then wanted to arrest Advocate Govender for Section 34 for not willing to assist us And there was this whole thing where I had to pull out the IGI Act and explain to him that they have their own. But that's just on a side note. But it was just to give you an explanation of how things were being done.
Can I just interject there? So this is the meeting that Mr. Sissoko also testified about that he attended.
Correct, in January 2025.
And did you obtain any documents at that stage?
No, nothing was shared with us.
And the discussion was about crime intelligence investigations, current investigations that the IGI was investigating?
Correct.
Okay.
Based on complaints that they had received.
Okay, so you leave that meeting and you did report back to Advocate Johnson saying that it was a fruitless meeting, and she says she's not surprised.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then we now in September.
So we're in September, and Mr. Perumal is explaining various things about how Advocate Schlatzwayo, Advocate Siruni, and myself are not understanding the evidence of the Mokwele docket.
That's from the Madlanga Commission. Testimony and ongoing. The State Advocate at IDAC, Drushanta Ramsamy, on the stand at the Madlanga Commission. It's an ongoing story. There'll be plenty more with Ashraf later on in the show, in the day. Time for news headlines. 29 minutes to 1 o'clock. Apologies, just a little bit late.
Thank you, John. On the news headlines, data released by Statistics South Africa shows that the country's official unemployment rose by a 0.9 percentage point from 32.7% in the first quarter to 33.6% in the second quarter of 2026. The Independent Communications Authority of South Africa says the SABC is obliged by its regulations to air party election broadcasts as required. The SABC is today appearing before Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies to update it on its readiness to cover local government elections. And IDEC State Advocate Drushanta Ramsamy has testified at the Madlanga Commission that she did not prepare the Section 28 authorization attributed to her and dated 30 May 2025. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
The Rand is trading at 16 Rand 34 cents to the dollar, 21 Rand 92 cents to the pound sterling, and 18 Rand 74 cents to the euro. Euro is $1.15 and the dollar is at 159 yen 36. In Brazil, $1 trading at 5 real 12 cents. In Russia at 80 rubles 70. In India at 95 rupees 16. And in China, a dollar changing hands at 6.174. Asian markets mostly in the green at the closing bell. Japan's Nikkei closed due to a public holiday. Hong Kong's Hang Seng gave up 1.1%. Mainland Shanghai Composite dropped 0.8%. India's markets weaker at the close of trade. JSE mainly weaker today at midday. The all-share index off 0.6%, 116,860. The industrial 25 index has fallen 1.6%. Financials down 0.8%. Top 10 resources index has increased by 0.5%. Precious metals and mining index 0.3% firmer. European markets have extended losses. Britain's FTSE 100 down 0.2%. The CAC 40 in France is off 0.3%. Germany's DAX 0.2% in the red. Commodities, gold is $4,367. Platinum $1,755 an ounce. Price of Brent crude oil is $89.76 a barrel.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
27 minutes to 1 o'clock. We're going to Westbury now. We're going to City Power first. Let's get an update on what that power issue was. City Power are urging Johannesburg residents to cut electricity use as the cold and wet weather places added pressure on the network. The utility says 2,450 outage calls remain open across its 8 service centres, despite teams working to restore the power. High demand, rain, infrastructure faults and difficult working conditions have contributed to prolonged outages across several areas. Spokesperson of City Power is Isaac Mangena. Isaac, good afternoon to you. Thank you very much. What was the problem with the big outages this morning?
Good afternoon and good afternoon to the listeners. Yes, we had several outages across the city, especially in the inner city and a little bit south of the inner city, not really south of Joburg, because of we lost one of the biggest intake substations, Delta substation, which basically supplies most of the substations in those areas, about close to 25 substations actually. And this was due to one of the overhead lines that snapped around Parktown, around Auckland, Braamfontein, and that basically took out the rest of the areas. But then the teams worked hard this morning, working with Eskom operators, and we managed to restore majority of those outages or of those people that were affected. That is from Brixton, Crosby to North Cliff, and also parts of Rembek and parts of the inner city. But we're still having a small portion which is coming from the Reach substation, which is still outstanding, and this affects the medical complex, if you can call it, around Charlotte Maxeke. There's also Nelson Mandela Children's Hospital there, and there are also some private hospitals around that area, and also Constitutional Court or Constitutional Hill area, and parts of Hillbrow, and also part of the inner city going towards the Park Station. So those are some of the areas that are off. But the main one that we are happy that we have restored is actually Crosby and Brixton, because there it was also starting to affect water pumping, because some of the Joburg water reservoirs were basically knocked out alongside some of the supply in that area.
So if it was a snapped cable, then it's not directly linked to increased electricity demand.
It could be, with the wires game. In these wires games, a lot of things happen because of the interconnectedness of the network, but also the impact of some of the faults and issues that might be happening downstream. So if you look at the area where this is happening, it's also mostly where we've got a high number of illegal connections, if I may put it that way, and other non-payments, especially around the Hillbrow area. But the teams is actually investigating further to see if this snapping was really because of some of these challenges that we normally will have on the network, or even the cold spell. But in most of the city of Johannesburg, like this morning, we woke up with about 3,500, over 3,500, close to 3,600 outage calls across the city of Johannesburg. Half of those were coming from that Delta substation issue that I'm talking about, but we had many others that are coming from Rudeport, Rembek areas, and it's mainly because of the huge demand that we have seen from yesterday when the cold grip started creeping on the city of Johannesburg, and obviously affecting the demand, especially during the evening and even during the morning. So most of those calls that were thrown over into or spilled over into today are actually over 24 hours, meaning that they would have set from yesterday when the cold inclement weather started.
Is the infrastructure equipped to cope with this kind of weather?
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Is the infrastructure equipped to cope with this kind of weather?
No, yes, indeed. The infrastructure is well equipped. All it takes is basically routine maintenance and obviously replacement of some of the old infrastructure that we're having. But we can't run away from the fact that the City Power is basically running one of the old infrastructure network within the country. Some of it as old as the discovery of the City of Gold when electricity started. That is part of some of the infrastructure that we're using. At least almost 20% of that is still over 60 to 70 years old. It does not mean that it cannot handle the demand. It just means that it's like your old car, Ford Cortina, if I can put it that way. If you're still maintaining it regularly and properly, it can still carry you for some time. But because of the issues of budgets,
to basically make sure that we replace some of those. We are not able to do that. We are sitting at over 45 billion in network in backlog of infrastructural backlog. So that's a huge money, and we're not getting even a fraction of that on annual basis from the funds that we're getting from the shareholder and even other grants. We're sitting at about 1 billion to 2 billion annually, and that is not even cutting the surface, so to speak.
Isaac, I want to talk about criminality. A couple of things. First of all, those illegal connections that you were talking about. Why isn't that being stopped? And second, how are illegal miners affecting the substations? The underground cables being cut, substations collapsing, or just being stolen?
Yeah, look, in terms of illegality that is happening on the network, that we have seen a spike or an increase in recent months and weeks. And I think partly is because, especially if I start with illegality that is happening on the network, that we have seen a spike or an increase in recent months and weeks. And I think partly is because, especially if I start with the illegal connections, it's because of the mushrooming of informal settlements within the city of Johannesburg. So City Power is bearing the brunt of the growth in terms of people that are coming to the city, whether for one reason or the other. The city is attractive in terms of employment opportunities, economic opportunities, and even other people that are coming for school. So they end up setting up informal settlements everywhere. I'm sure even yourself, you have passed one area going south, and then when you come to the north, you find an informal settlement on the side of the road. So what that does is that they will then try and find the nearest connection point of electricity, because now they want the lights to be through. So we find ourselves basically dealing with what should really be a housing problem, with us coming at the tail end where people basically connect themselves illegally. But we are doing these disconnections. We are also, recently we have started even arresting people that are selling this electricity, but because you find that there are people that basically steal our cables and then go and connect the informal settlements illegally, and then start making people pay as little as 200 rands to 5,000 rand, depending on the consumption of each household, and then they make money out of that. So we're working with the police to ensure that we deal with those. But in terms of the illegal mining or even Zamazama, so we've got about 14 kilometers of underground cables within the city of Johannesburg, moving from the North End Street going down to Braamfontein or even beyond towards Mayfair. So underground there, you find that there's a lot of people that are actually, or Zamazamas, criminals, that are actually harvesting copper cables underground. They are well resourced, well equipped, heavily armed. They've shot at our security. There's been some shootout happening underground because it's the whole town under the surface and in the tunnels in the city of Johannesburg. So we are having those kind of run-ins with these criminals all the time, and it has really been unbearable for our teams to basically do some of the work in the area. And that's why most of the time when you've got outages within inner city itself, it takes a lot of time to come back, because we are not able to do maintenance as freely as we should. We always have to get the police or even the Metro Police to escort us. These are people with other commitments in terms of dealing with lawlessness and other things, but we find ourselves basically bringing them in so that they can assist. So that is the problem that we had, and that's why we actually even wrote to the national and even provincial commissioner to assist in terms of dealing and flashing out some of these activities that are happening underground.
And just one thing, it was worrying, 2,450 outstanding outage calls. You mentioned even more at one point. Why so many calls? Why weren't people working
3.5.
overnight?
Yeah, so it's partly what I've just said now about the safety of our teams at night. It's difficult to send the teams out at night because of some of them have been shot at, others have had their cars hijacked by criminals. You also have others also stoned by the residents as they were busy working. Others have had their laptops, toolboxes and stuff basically stolen. So we have decided, make an executive decision that we should not respond
down to certain areas, especially in the inner city, in areas such as Malvern, Hillbrow, Alexandra, Lenasia, and others at night. And that has really been having huge impact on the restoration timelines in terms of the electricity work that is supposed to happen there. We find ourselves working from 6 to 6 because of those kind of issues. Yes, in some areas when we knock at JMPD and even SAPS doors to ask for escorts, they basically agree to those, and then they will then give us the cars to go and do this thing. So that's really has impact. And when we've got this kind of inclement weather, it's even worse, because now you've got, as you mentioned, last night we had about 2,400 outages. This morning when we woke up, they were sitting at 3,500 or almost 3,600 calls that we were dealing with. But we're hoping that after the repairs that we made on Delta substation, because that one on its own is carrying over close to 30 substations, the number will go down because of most of those calls coming from that outage.
Yeah. All right, we're going to have to leave it there. Joburg City Power spokesperson Isaac Mangena, thank you very much.
Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAFM has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our August. We listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAFM property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAFM woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAFM woman? SAFM 90 years, women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. Question: what does it mean to be an SAFM woman? SAFM 90 years, women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. From 1 August, SAFM.
Conversations that you connect with and react to. SAFM.
Imagine that. Jobless rate. SA's jobless rate rises to 33.6%. Can we just open our minds and see and actually acknowledge that it all happens on Cyril Ramaphosa's watch? The worst ever. What a shame on this administration of Ramaphosa.
Afternoon, John. All townships and informal settlements are dirty. Even cities are dirty. It's not Western Cape. Don't fight a man, fight a ball. Why are young policemen with no experience, lightweight, go to areas with gangsters without bulletproof from head to toe? Others died in the mines chasing the illegal immigrants. We must send policemen that are in good health, well-trained physically and mentally, with bulletproof from head to toe. Thank you, John.
Good day, John, and your team. You know, John, the unemployment rate has never declined in this country. The numbers that you are always giving, that the employment rate has risen, are just fictitious. Thank you.
Yeah, John, that rate of unemployment level is actually lamentable and deplorable at the same time. So the Labour Department must quicken the issue of monitoring these companies who are hiring the foreign nationals over the South Africans. Thanks. It's William Nkuma.
Good day. Bishop Makwana from Leboa Home Zone F. Luke Sakina.
After what I've seen today, I don't take Adam serious anymore. I mean, he lacks intelligence, man. He's not smart. Can't use him. Now he's between a rock and a hard place. He doesn't know what to do. Look, you can't submit your affidavit 12 hours before your evidence. That shows that you never taken anything serious. But yet on Thursday, he was on ETV, he was on News Africa saying, yeah, when I leave Madlanga, those commissioners will be on their knees. Then he comes and talks about lame stories of a laptop. What a nonsense.
These petty excuses for people dodging to attend to Madlanga commission, it's so irritating and disgusting. Hey, people are coming with excuses. And remember that Fediel Adams said, hey, I'm ready for Madlanga commission, but they're not calling me. Hey, I'm ready. Now when it's his time, he's coming with excuses. Let's extend the deadline of Madlanga. Let me rest my case for now. JCK Kaunda from Sina.
Good afternoon, John Herika. You are speaking to Zonkele Noke in Bromisland and the Rasakonyana Poor Municipality. With regarding to the unemployment rate that are rising up every day or every night, it's stated very clear that this government doesn't have any plan in making sure that the people of this country get job. They don't have any plan, this government of GNU. Thank you.
Some of your voice notes, thank you very much. Coming up after the break, we're going to go to Westbury, find out what's happening there.
Running a courier business is so hard these days. The petrol price, the breakdown costs, and so much more. Luckily, I'm with My Way Business Insurance. I get to save up to 20% on my petrol price, the breakdown costs, and so much more. Luckily, I'm with My Way Business Insurance. I get to save up to 20% on my insurance premiums for my vehicles and goods in transit. And just like that, I have more money for all my costs.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your vehicles and goods in transit. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 today for a quote. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply. Your vehicles and goods in transit. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 today for a quote. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained. The conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
More on sustainable development. A preparatory conference was held in Bali in Indonesia in June, where governments and civil society delegates met but could hardly reach any decisions.
Can we get back to a point you made earlier, that everybody has her own conception of how it ought to be done, perhaps because Gielgud might have done it that way. For you as an actor, how does this advance your career, perhaps?
Having a live crossing now to Ferial Hafaji, who's at a news conference called by the ANC on land reform, I believe. Tell us a little more, Ferial.
Hello, Sally. Yes.
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAfm celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation's story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm. The conversation continues.
You are listening to John Gericka on SAfm.
8 minutes to 1 o'clock. The Westbury community in Johannesburg is continuing its engagement with residents following the recent escalation of gang-related violence and shootings in the area. The focus is on the ongoing violence, safety concerns, and the impact of shootings on innocent residents, including children and teenagers. We're joined on the line by Westbury community activist Bishop Dalton Adams. Bishop, thank you very much. Tell us about that engagement. Successful? Bishop, are you there? All right, we'll try to get Bishop Dalton Adam on the line. Bishop, are you there? All right, we seem to have lost him. So we hopefully will also bring you a little bit more about those illegal miners that were killed allegedly due to a rock fall out in the Northwest Province, just outside of Rustenburg in the Northwest Province. You heard our reporter Zebulon Maine was out there for a press conference. The latest we heard, there were 14 bodies of those illegal miners, but we were finding out if more had gone up. Also, if there were other miners that were trapped underground, how many more are trapped underground, how many more were injured. Also wanted to find out about the community at Nkaneng, what they're saying about the incident as well. So hopefully we'll hear from Zebulon Maine within the next 7 minutes or so, and we'll get an update on that. Let's take a quick break, and then we'll see where we're going to.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
All right, so while we're putting all that together, the University of the Free State launched a state-of-the-art postgraduate simulation unit in Bloemfontein. The 35 million rand investment's designed to give specialist trainees realistic hands-on experience in a controlled environment before they treat patients in hospitals. The university says the facility will help improve medical training and ultimately patient care. Reporter Kamagelo Tsotetsi has the details.
For medical specialists in training, treating patients can come with high pressure and complex situations. Currently, the University of the Free State is using advanced simulation technology to recreate some of these scenarios, allowing trainees to practice procedures in a safe environment. Postgraduate Simulation Unit Head George Muller says their unit has dolls which surgeons can use to practice before performing real-life surgeries. Muller added that their unit will not only train and prepare surgeons, but also improve patient care.
House multiple mannequins or dolls, and they realistically simulate what our specialists and our surgeons would see in the provincial hospitals and actually any hospital that has a patient. So our goal is to prepare our registrars, which are specialists in training, to realistically treat and simulate conditions that they will see in a hospital to improve patient care at the end of the day.
The unit houses high-fidelity mannequins capable of simulating real-life physiological responses. This includes breathing, allowing doctors to practice procedures such as putting a patient on a ventilator before performing the procedure on a real-life patient. Head of clinical medicine at the university, Prof.
can practice how to work with a ventilator. So when you're in ICU and you're on a ventilator with your tube down your throat, you're on a ventilator. And this mannequin then allows that doctor to practice in a safe environment, to put a patient onto a ventilator, let them breathe, and then we can also correct the trainees' behavior before they go and work on the real world.
UFS Vice-Chancellor Hester Klopper described the facility as a world-class addition to the university's medical training infrastructure. They have also benchmarked the facility against leading simulation centers abroad. Klopper elaborates.
When we visited facilities abroad, it was really around the benchmarking. And at that point in time, we thought it was, it's leading facilities. And what we see here today is world-class facilities. So at any given point, we can now feel free to actually invite people from anywhere in the world. And this is really going to contribute to the development of our specialists.
The Free State Department of Health MEC, Munyadzi Mahlatsi, says the practical experience gained through simulation could translate into improved patient care when trainees enter hospitals.
They will get a feel of how it is to perform those procedures.
Could translate into improved patient care when trainees enter hospitals.
They will get a feel of how it is to perform those procedures in a simulated phase before they even go and perform those procedures on patients. And that would really enhance patient care in that when they come to perform those procedures, they would have practiced elsewhere in a lifelike situation. So it's going to be a very good outcome for us to have professionals being produced from the space.
The university says the ultimate goal is to produce highly skilled specialists who are better prepared for the realities of clinical practice. It also hopes that the facility will strengthen specialist training in the Free State while contributing to better healthcare outcomes. I'm Kamagelo Tsotetsi in Bloemfontein.
You are listening to John Gericka on SAfm.
All right, let's see if we can get a quick update of what's happening in Westbury. The community there continuing its engagement with the residents following the recent escalation of gang-related violence there. Bishop Dalton Adam is a Westbury community activist. Bishop, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Has that meeting happened and was it successful?
No, we are still busy with it. We started. Good afternoon to you and your listeners. My apology. We are still busy. I just broke away from the meeting. We are dealing with two specific issues. I said to the community that we're not going to deal with a myriad of issues because this is not a sprint. It is a marathon to rebuild, restructure, and envisage a new Westbury. And when I talk Westbury, I'm not leaving out Claremont and Nuclear and Waterval and Bosmont and all the other areas surrounding Westbury. We are still in the meeting. The two areas specifically I'm dealing with today, we're dealing with one is crime and how we engage the security cluster next week, Tuesday, because we have a lot of things that we have to speak to them about and how they get involved at a greater level for Westbury on visibility. And the other one is stability. And the other issue we're dealing with is the issue of economics. How do we change the economics in this community?
What are the solutions for that? I mean, just today we're doing stories on more unemployment. We're doing more stories on the police or the ineffectiveness of the military in the areas. What are your solutions?
You see, what's going to happen, let me give you a practical example. I know local government and how they operate and how skewedly they operate. But let's pick it up, for instance. Pick it up, uses and spends millions of rands with illegal dumping. And they have trucks and front-end loaders, we call it gandas in our communities. The people do illegal dumping, which is wrong. That culture must change very quickly in our communities. And then they come and they pick it up twice a week sometimes. And I'm going to get you the figure, millions of rands are spent. I believe that if we enforce the young people, or enforce the strategy of getting the young people to be able to do illegal dumpings and keep the place clean, you will create jobs. Secondly, the issue of CPFs and patrollers, it's important that the jobs be created in that. The issue of the factories that are closed, we have to repurpose those factories in the community. The issue that there is in a street in the economic hub, there is a whole stretch of about 18 to 24 shops closed. They must be reopened and young people must be trained to start their own jobs. So we have a strategy to begin to deal with the issue of unemployment here in Westbury, because the illicit economy that is given to the young people, that is drivers of drugs and killings and violence, must be replaced by the children getting other economies, clean economy, righteous economy into their hands.
Well, we have to leave it there. We hopefully see some resolutions out of that and some positive steps as well. Westbury community activist Bishop Dalton Adam brings us to the end of the show. Thank you very much for listening. I'm John Gericka. Thanks to the team that put it together. It's just gone 1 o'clock. Steps as well. Westbury community activist Bishop Dalton Adam brings us to the end of the show. Thank you very much for listening. I'm John Gericka. Thanks to the team that put it together. It's just gone 1 o'clock.
Thank you, John, and the team. On the top stories. Unemployment rises to 33.6% in the second quarter, and the Gauteng substation sinks as a result of 3.6% in the second quarter, and the Gauteng substation sinks as a result of illegal underground mining. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. Data released by Statistics South Africa shows that the country's official unemployment rose by a 0.9 percentage point from 32.7% in the first quarter to 33.6% in the second quarter of 2026. The data indicates that the number of unemployed persons increased by 345,000 to 8.5 million, while the number of employed persons in 2026. The data indicates that the number of unemployed persons increased by 345,000 to 8.5 million, while the number of employed persons decreased by 16,000 to 16.7 million. The largest decrease in employment was recorded in community and social service, mining, agriculture and manufacturing. The highest employment reductions were seen in the Western Cape, Gauteng and the Northwest. Deputy Director of Labour Statistics at Stats SA, Kwena Marebula, elaborates.
The number of persons employed in the formal sector decreased by 41. Number of persons employed in the formal sector decreased by 41,000, and those employed in households decreased by 9,000, while those in the informal sector employment increased by 34,000. Youth and women continue to be vulnerable in the labor market. The youth unemployment rate increased by 1.5 percentage points to 47.4%.
On election news, the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa says the SABC is obliged by its regulations to air party election broadcasts as required. The SABC is today appearing before Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies to update it on its readiness to cover local government elections. ICASA says the public broadcaster is not exempted from broadcasting election information related to political parties, unlike private broadcasting media entities cover local government elections. ICASA says the public broadcaster is not exempted from broadcasting election information related to political parties, unlike private broadcasting media entities. ICASA Sitole says the entity is responsible for allocating broadcast times for the PEBs.
The SABC has an obligation to transmit the PEBs, while the community radio stations and commercial broadcasters can elect whether they want to broadcast the PEBs and the PAs. As the same as on the other side of the political advertisement, all broadcasters can elect to broadcast the political advertisement. And then ICASA to provide duration and sequencing of PEBs.
IDEC State Advocate Rushanta Ramsamy has testified at the Madlanga Commission that she did not prepare the Section 28 authorization attributed to her and dated 30 May 2025. The authorization related to the investigation and prosecution of crime intelligence Brigadier Dineo Mukwele. Ramsamy, who is being led in evidence by Advocate Lee Seagulls Ncube, testified that the document was allegedly prepared by IDEC project manager Tsepo Tlale, describing his involvement in preparing the document as highly unusual.
But these documents are not supposed to be done by the project manager.
And that is what you did on the 3rd of June when you sent him your draft with the umbrella Section 28(1). You sent it to him and said, please work your magic.
Correct.
And you explained to us that he had to do the formatting.
Yes.
You didn't expect to get a month later 2 28(1)s that referred to Leg 1 and Leg 2.
Correct.
Police in Rustenburg have launched an inquest for
ones that referred to Leg 1 and Leg 2.
Correct.
Police in Rustenburg have launched an inquest following an incident where 14 illegal miners died. This reportedly happened as a result of a rock fall on yesterday evening at Nkaneng near Rustenburg in the northwest. Northwest Police spokesperson Adil Mayberg says 8 other people have been hospitalized, with many others possibly stuck underground.
This incident was reported at Nkaneng dumping site on the premises of Sibanye Mine. Incident was reported at Nkaneng dumping site on the premises of Sibanye Mine, where 14 illegal miners, mostly Basutus, died during a rock fall. 8 others were hospitalized, and an unknown number of illegal miners are currently possibly stuck under the ground. Police are on the scene, and the scene is still active.
City Power says illegal underground mining activity is now resulting in the sinking of one of the main substations on Gauteng's West Rand. Technicians called out to these areas have flagged the potential collapse of some substations due to the underground activities. City Power spokesperson Isaac Mangena says due to these activities, the structural integrity of the infrastructure is being compromised.
The structural integrity where these substations and even infrastructure is basically...
Spokesperson Isaac Mangena premises. Due to these activities, the structural integrity of the infrastructure is being compromised.
The structural integrity where these substations and even infrastructure is basically sitting, where most of them are on the verge of collapsing, especially if you look at Robertsville substation, which is near Vliehof along the main reef road. That substation over time has seen a lot of underground activity, which has started to sink part of the substation, meaning that any moment, if that continues, may actually collapse. Imagine if that substation goes down there. It might kill a lot of people, but also the environmental hazards that might come with the spillage of oil.
Recapping the top story, data released by Statistics South Africa shows that the country's official unemployment rose by a 0.9 percentage point from 32.7% in the first quarter to 33.6% in the second quarter of 2026. I am Ondela Mbana for SAFM News Headlines at 1:30.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
Before there was the SAFM You Know Today, there was the English service, there was Radio South Africa, Radio South Africa, and there was a country going through extraordinary change.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael.
From the darkness of apartheid
I have to inform honourable members.
through the states of emergency.
Earlier, it was reported
going through extraordinary change.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael.
From the darkness of apartheid
I have to inform honourable members.
through the states of emergency.
Earlier, it was reported an explosion had occurred at an ESCOM.
Through the release of Nelson Mandela.
Comrades and fellow South Africans, I greet you all.
Through the birth of a democratic South Africa.
As we know, elections do not create change, they create only the opportunity for change.
The conversations continued, and in 1995, a new SAFM emerged. Conversations continued, and in 1995, a new SAFM emerged. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAFM looks back at the journey. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAFM looks back at the journey that brought us here. The voices, the moments, the people, the history. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM, the conversation continues. Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAFM Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAFM Connect, Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAFM Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co at sabc-plus.com. SAFM Connect, more conversations, more access. There's much more coming. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
It is the late, great Mambusi Mhlongo coming through with Black Coffee on this one. Izizwe is the name of this particular album. And funny, when we played it, Kathy Mhlahlani's producer, we were ngokolaring earlier on Friday, and was telling us about a project that Oskido released, remixing Busi Mhlongo's last album. And bringing out a house project. And he had, from what Lebu tells me, Oskido had worked with Busi Mhlongo on that album, the remix iteration of it. But this one is Black Coffee. So I don't know if it forms part and parcel of the work from that album, or perhaps it's a completely separate project, because Black Coffee does hold the catalog for a lot of the artists that were signed under Gallo. And he is reworking a lot of their stuff and remixing and re-releasing it. How are you doing? God, it's cold. Woo, it's cold. If you live on social media, I couldn't decide whether I asked my team to unearth the Auntie Joanna Makhalamele clip, Gabata darlings, Uti Kutsi Didi, or we unearth the very, very famous one by Muyiseni Ndlozi. Woo! It is cold. Yeah, band. I wonder how cold it is where you are. There were notices from SA Weather that it was going to snow in certain parts of Gauteng, in the southern and what they termed central Gauteng. I know that this morning some friends of mine who had meetings in Braam, in the CBD areas of Johannesburg, did note the beginnings of what looked like snowflakes, but obviously not snowfall, as has been experienced in the Eastern Cape, as well as in other parts of KZN. Do let us know what the weather is like where you are. If you can tag us on social media at Bridget Masinga and at SAFM, or of course if you can drop us a WhatsApp on 0614104107. Let us know where you are, how much snow you're experiencing, or are you experiencing just cold weather, cold wet weather, as a result of the fact that it is in fact snowing in large parts of the country. Let's take a quick pause and then we come back with Sibahle Mota.
Text me when you get home. Share your location. Don't walk alone. These are the words South African women hear every day. Not because they're careless, but because violence has taught them to live this way. Imagine if the first lesson we taught our daughters was confidence, not caution. Hope instead of fear. This Women's Month, let's build a South Africa where every woman can live, work, and thrive in safety. Together, we can end gender-based violence and femicide. Brought to you by the GBVF Response Fund, in proud partnership with the SABC.
Morning, neighbour. Oh, your new solar panels are looking good.
Thanks. Best investment ever. My electricity bill has dropped.
Nice. But have you registered your solar system with Eskom?
Register? Why? I'm already saving money.
Because when your system makes more electricity than you use, you could earn credits.
Wait, I could be earning something back?
Yes. If your rooftop solar is connected to Eskom's grid, register it. It's safer, and you could earn extra credits for your surplus electricity.
Sure. Looks like I've been missing out. If you have a rooftop solar that's connected to Eskom's grid, register your system today. You could earn credits where applicable, enjoy a safer connection, and get even more value from your solar investment. Visit www.eskom.co.za or call 08600 375 66. T's and C's apply. Eskom, redefining for a better future.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Utitimela nkomo namunhla darlings.
Kuyabata.
Utitimela nkomo namunhla darlings.
Hey, it's cold indeed. 0614104107. Where are you in the country? Which city or little dorpy are you at? Is it snowing there? Is it under rain cover? And are you feeling the cold? Let us know. We're doing a weather checkout, or rather a weather check-in throughout the course of the show. And are you feeling the cold? Let us know. We're doing a weather checkout, or rather a weather check-in throughout the course of the show on our WhatsApp 061-410-4107. Sibahle Mota, how is it holding up in Pretoria this morning? How are you doing?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and to the listeners. I mean, it's gloomy, but you know how it is. There's always drama here.
Absolutely. Speaking of the drama, in true Madlanga style, this morning we encountered some challenges with the witness that was supposed to take to the stand, one Fidel Adams. Walk us through what happened today.
So, before the proceedings actually started, Jeremy Michaels, who's the spokesperson for the commission, sent out a statement just informing us that Adams will not be testifying, but he will be at the commission because he's been subpoenaed. And the reason why he would not be testifying is because he only submitted a statement very late yesterday, and this was not enough time or insufficient time for the commission and the evidence leaders to go through it and prepare. And when he, came before the commissioners as well as the evidence leaders, he simply stated or claimed that he had an issue with his laptop, which was malfunctioning. And mind you, he's actually been, in communication with the commission since last year, October. And Justice Mbuyiseni Madlanga, who was not happy with his response, ultimately saying to him he's wasting the commission's time because it can't be that he's had an issue with his laptop for like 18 months and until today, why did he not get that looked into? And what essentially Justice Mbuyiseni Madlanga was saying is that, I was just wasting the laptop for like 18 months and until today, why did he not get that looked into? And what essentially Justice Mbuyiseni Madlanga was saying is that, I was just wasting the commission's time and not only the commission, but the people he even serves in parliament. So that was the excuse from Fidel Adams, the fact that his laptop was just malfunctioning. That's the reason why he could not communicate sufficiently with the Madlanga Commission.
A lot of broadcasters this morning, in fact, saying it's quite the teacher, the dog ate my homework kind of excuse, given the fact that this notification was sent out to him back in October of 2025. And the fact that he says that he only really laid sight on it 3 months ago because of this problematic laptop just doesn't sound like a viable reason at all.
Not at all. And I mean, also taking into consideration that Fidel Adams is somebody that you don't miss on social media, right? This is somebody who always has running commentary to say regarding the Madlanga Commission. And it's quite surprising that he would, just use that as an excuse if we don't even know if it's true, to say that his laptop has been malfunctioning. But I see a lot of people on social media as well who do work in Parliament say that apparently these guys, when they do have problems with their laptop, it's something that Parliament can really fix easily. And they also have access to their emails on the phone. And at times they even receive a tablet. So, I mean, it just shows that he was just not willing. And I think what he had planned is the fact that he would not be giving testimony today, but would rather wait or opt for another day to come and present his testimony before the Madlanga Commission. So maybe that's a strategy on his part to sort of also show his might. But I mean, the day will come where he has to present his testimony before the Madlanga Commission and the commissioners.
And, of course, we saw coming back to the commission also this morning, Sibahle, is Advocate Ramsamy, and today returning to give further clarity on some of the matters that were already presented to the commission.
Yes, definitely. And I think the one that has stood out in the first part of the morning is the fact that, Police Minister Senzo Mkhunu's name has again come up, where it's alleged that he arranged for a confidential Inspector General of Intelligence report to be delivered to a senior investigator, Dylan Perumal, in the Eastern Cape. And mind you, this was a report that the IDEC and Drushant and other investigators had not seen. And what we understand is that, for anybody to have access to that report, it required some approval from a senior authority again. I mean, the allegations of political interference in these law enforcement agencies is seemingly again rearing its head, and obviously the police minister also being implicated. But I think what would also be interesting with her testimony is after the lunch break, where she would speak extensively about this Medicare 24 tender, which, she said she would speak about. So I think it would be very, very interesting to hear what she says about that investigation rather pertaining to that matter.
Because there was also the issue of the Makweli matter, right, where Advocate Ramsamy pointed out that the matter was enrolled in her name, even though she was on leave at the time.
No, definitely. And she makes mention of the Section 28.1 authorization, right? It was attributed to her, even though, it was allegedly prepared by an IDEC project, right? It was attributed to her, even though, it was allegedly prepared by an IDEC project manager by the name of Tepo Tlale. And she said it was quite particular, and unheard of, because a project manager shouldn't be involved in preparing documents that are of that nature. Again, I think her testimony is raising issues around the processes and the steps that the IDEC was seemingly taking into the arrest of these crime intelligence officials. And what we are hearing from her testimony is that, Advocate Andrea Johnson, the former IDEC head, was that the IDEC was seemingly taking into the arrest of these crime intelligence officials. And what we are hearing from her testimony is that, Advocate Andrea Johnson, the former IDEC head, wanted anything and everything to stick. There were questions as to if this Section 27 actually contains sufficient evidence for investigations and subsequent prosecutions. And she was questioned about that, but she was adamant that, the appointment of Brigadier Mukweli would result in state capture of the institution. And she was making all these very strange, attributes regarding that. And obviously, this is why they seemingly operated outside their mandate and operated in sort of unlawful territory. So this is what we are hearing from Drew Ramsamy during her testimony today.
Smahle Mota, let's leave it there for this afternoon. SABC News reporter coming to us from a very cozy Bridget Mabandla. Mota, let's leave it there for this afternoon. SABC News reporter coming to us from a very cozy Bridget Mabandla Justice College, of course, there. Tracking Day 150 College, of course, there. Tracking Day 156 of the Madlanga Commission. 061 410 4107 is our WhatsApp line. You can also find us on social media at SAfmRadio and at Bridget Masinga. We're doing a weather check, and how is the weather where you are at today? Large parts of the Eastern Cape and some parts of KwaZulu-Natal. Lesotho as well, under snow cover and significant snow cover. Got a message on Twitter from at Rockto. He says, Makanda, South Africa, checking in with a beautiful picturesque snow right there, playing with his dog out in the snow, living their best life. And then, of course, some folks taking some videos. Dimtle says, took these videos on my way back from Komani to Johannesburg. That side of the Eastern Cape is white, so beautiful, and it really is looking absolutely incredible. We are going to catch up now with Jarrett Lochenberg, who's the managing director of the Artists Gallery, and Harren Tomlinson, who's a change maker and actually, also a disabled persons using a wheelchair, living with rheumatoid arthritis, and that's for stages, pages, screens, and more.
Stages, pages, screens, and more on The Full Circle.
So looking at the time, we are just going to do a brief introduction into our conversation today, and then we'll come back on the other side of the headline news. The internationally acclaimed Bold Beauty Project, which originated in the United States and has become a global movement promoting visibility, dignity, and inclusion, is going to be presented in South Africa for the very first time through a month-long exhibition at, 33 Bree, in collaboration with the Artists Gallery in Cape Town. But we're going to come back on the other side of the headline news and find out more about this particular exhibition and some of the artists that are going to be taking part.
Thank you, Bridget, and a very good day. On the news headlines, the SABC Group CEO Nomsa Chabedi has told Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies that the corporation needs additional funding to scale up its election coverage and meet its public service mandate. Data released by Statistics South Africa shows that the country's official unemployment rose by a 0.9 percentage point from 32.7% in the first quarter to 33.6% in the second quarter of 2026. And Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Sindisiwe Chikunga, is hosting a bilateral engagement with the Chinese delegation led by Vice Chairperson of the China Disabled Persons Federation, Zhang Weixing, in Pretoria. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Stages, pages, screens, and more on The Full Circle.
All right, let's have a conversation around the Bold. Bold Beauty Project. It's a photographic exhibition celebrating the beauty, identity, and individuality of women with disabilities. We are catching up with Jaret Logenberg, now Managing Director of the Artists Gallery, and Taryn. Do we get Taryn on the line? Okay, we're still trying to get Taryn Tomlinson, who is a change maker and a wheelchair user living with rheumatoid arthritis. Hopefully we get Taryn before we wrap up the conversation. Jaret, how are you doing this afternoon?
So much for having me, and I'm super excited to share with you and all the listeners about the exciting exhibition As She Is in collaboration with the Artists Gallery.
Thank you so much for the time. We truly do appreciate it. Let's talk, I guess, about the movement, right? The Bold Beauty Project, which I presume was the catalyst for sparking the As She Is exhibition.
Yes, 100%. So a year ago, I had the opportunity of meeting the co-founder, Dr. Eva Ritvo, who started the Bold Beauty Project initially in the USA. And her dream was to bring it to South Africa, and I couldn't think of a better home for it than 33 Bree. And it's all about celebrating these women with disabilities, and not to see them as with their disabilities, but rather to see them as they are. Home for it than 33 Bree. And it's all about celebrating these women with disabilities, and not to see them as with their disabilities, but rather to see them as they are. But also for those who are not disabled to be content and happy in the way you are as a woman. So that was the whole mission behind it, and to celebrate these fantastic women.
And then it sounds like an absolutely incredible project, and it's an internationally acclaimed project, as we said, originated in the US, but it's essentially become a global movement, right?
Yes, and I think as we celebrate Women's Month in South Africa, there can't be a better timing for it as to celebrate it now. I think sometimes we take life as, just for granted. We take it for granted, and at the end of the day, if you look at these women, you really feel so much more inspired just to live a full life and to share the light.
Themes around visibility, dignity, and inclusion, very big part of this particular exhibition. Let's talk about, in essence, what does that conversation look like within the artistic realm, but even beyond, just socially?
Wow. So initially when our curators thought of a visual concept and a storytelling, we were thinking of a specific theme. And we couldn't think of something better than As She Is. So we spent a lot of time with Dr. Marlene Leroux, who sourced most of the models. Who sourced most of the models, and also the photographers who did everything literally as a non-profit, and free of time, free of resources. But if you walk with this woman and you see the photographers who did everything literally as a non-profit, and free of time, free of resources. But if you walk with these women and you see what they achieve and what they are doing, the whole point is not to see the disability, but to make life easier for them and to see them as they are and all the talents and strengths that they also bring to life.
So essentially, from what I've gathered from our conversation thus far, Jarit, is that this exhibition is entirely composed or majority composed of new images commissioned specifically for As She Is. You've just mentioned the fact that your curating team sourced models and photographers to partake in this. So tell us a little bit about some of those models that were selected and perhaps even how they begin to be depicted in some of the images of the exhibition.
So what happened is Dr. Marlene Leroux sourced a lot of the models, and the intention was to have a big variety. So someone who's blind, someone who's deaf, who's maybe in a wheelchair, so different types of disabilities, but at the end of the day with the same core. And we wanted those women, so we specifically also chose women who's not normally in the spotlight, that they also feel valued and celebrated. So that's why we decided we're only going to do a Western Cape chapter. So all the women are specifically from the Western Cape, as though the photographers and the stylists. And we created an exhibition where you will definitely feel and see the boldness of the ladies and presented in the photographs, beautiful, bold, and determined to show the world what they are about.
And is Taryn Tomlinson part and parcel of one of the women that are showcased in the exhibition?
Yes, so Taryn Tomlinson is also one of the models, and we always tease her. She's in this Italian or setting of Italian, and we always tease her. She's in this Italian or setting of an Italian cafe. It just looks incredible. You have to see it in person. It always almost makes you laugh, but also has a bit of a dreamy effect and wondering what she's thinking.
Taryn, thank you for joining us. How are you doing today? You good?
All good. All good.
Fantastic. I mean, let's talk about you a little bit. Change maker, living with rheumatoid arthritis. Talk to us about that experience and perhaps how that begins to affect things like day-to-day mobility and just the ability to, go about your life at full steam.
Yes. Wow. It's going to be a lot to try to cram into a couple of minutes, but I'll try my best. So I really, I'm a person that is very interested in multiple things, and I've had great opportunities in my life in order to follow my passions and the things that I love. I work in the tourism industry. I'm a board member of Cape Town Tourism, so advocating for inclusive tourism and accessible tourism in the Western Cape in South Africa as well as advocating on a show called Activated. I was a presenter on SABC2, and that was us looking at persons with disabilities as change makers, really changing up the lens, and a show about finding people with incredible stories, people that are making huge contributions, not just to South Africa, but to the world, and showing their stories and showing the amazing things that's happening. So it's a large, space of advocacy within not just persons with disabilities, but also marginalized, societies. I used to live in Italy. That's why I love the theme. And that's where my passion for, looking at hotels and how we design experiences for persons with disabilities who travel started.
Yeah.
And, it's been incredible to be part of the story.
And let's talk about that, being a part of the story that really is about promoting visibility, dignity, and inclusion. Seems to speak to a lot of the work that you do in your advocacy space.
Absolutely. It's about being visible as well. I think that's one thing that I've realized as an advocate myself. I've made a big change in a lot of people's perceptions simply by being visible, right? And I think a lot of persons with disability shy away from being visible, because of stigmatization, of people making you feel othered, of places not being accessible enough for you to actually enter and to participate in a dignified manner. But, I kind of just plowed through a lot of that and still took up space, right, in wherever I go, and unashamedly so. And I think that has always been the essence of who I am. So when I heard bold, I'm like, I'm there. Sign me up.
And what a wonderful project to be a part of, because it makes one also part of a global community of advocates and a global community of women that are essentially just saying, see us. We too are a part of society. We too are contributing members of society, well, men and women. See us for all that we are, and not just, how we physically present.
Absolutely. It's about, like I said, taking up space, being visible, allowing oneself to see that there are various types of beauty. And beauty is like there's a saying, skin deep, but beauty is not just the physical, as you mentioned. Some of the most attractive people might not be physically beautiful, but they've got an energy about them, the way that they smile, the intelligence or whatever it is, that just like radiates beauty. And I think that that's what comes through in a lot of the people. So those who come to the exhibition will be able to meet some of the models and really see their personality shine through, and just gather the essence of who they are.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the project, Jared, in terms of recently I heard that there was an international milestone, because there was the project presented at the 61st Viennese Biennale, which kicked off in May, and it's running until November of this year.
Yeah, so all the honor of that I have to give to the USA team. So it started in the United States, and they took their project over to the Venice Biennale. We never know if the South African version or the Western Cape chapter will also go there. I mean, we aim for it. We want the world to see these beautiful women and to feel super inspired. I can promise you, this has touched my heart and has moved me in a different way that I never would have thought. And I hope this will have the same impact on everybody out there.
Yeah.
So watch the space. We never know.
You just never know. The exhibition opened on the 6th of this month, and it's running until the 29th of August out at 33 Bree in Cape Town. And it's a free admission exhibition. You can just come through and wander about and take it all in. Is there a place where our audiences can track the exhibition? And perhaps because it is such a long run for the entire month, who knows if yourself and the curatorial team gets inspired to also do some engagements between now and then. Are they able to track the artist gallery on social media?
Yes, we would love for everyone to see it. I know not everybody is so privileged as us to be in the Western Cape. No, I'm joking. I love Joburg, also from there. But I mean, if you can't come to see it in person, we would love to invite you to visit our website. So it's theartistsgallery.co.za, and then there's a tab 33 Bree, where the whole exhibition and all the photos are also presented. And then we are also on social media under Artist Gallery _Cape Town, where we also post some behind the scenes and in between videos. And it will give people a great feel of the models and the people present. I mean, there's so many people I need to thank who's being involved, especially the stylists, Tracy Lee Rosland and David Papland, for making it happen and for making sure that each model feel the most absolutely bold and beautiful selves.
Wonderful. Ladies, congratulations on this very important project. That was Jared Logenberg, Managing Director of the Artist Gallery, and of course Taryn Tomlinson, who's a change maker and wheelchair user living with rheumatoid arthritis. We're going to take a quick pause. We come back on the other side and we continue the conversations for Women's Month. This time we are talking from the union buildings to the boardroom, a seat at the table with the head of entrepreneurship for Seat at the Table. That's coming up in just a moment.
looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming.
Breaking news.
SAfm.
SAfm has just turned 90 years old this year.
I would like to say congratulations to SAfm on celebrating 90 remarkable years of
SAfm.
SAfm has just turned 90 years old this year.
I would like to say congratulations to SAfm on celebrating 90 remarkable years of informing, educating, and inspiring us South Africans. Thank you for being, a trusted voice that has connected generations, through quality journalism and meaningful conversations. My name is Leti Pagal.
Every wish reminds us why SAfm is more than just a radio station.
OUTsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
We all get insurance for the moment something goes wrong, and when it does, you need the peace of mind of knowing your claim will be handled fairly. OUTsurance keeps outperforming. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that OUTsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. Why would you want to be insured with anyone else? Get a quote and switch today. Simply call 0860 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za. OUTsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
OUTsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. How is the weather where you are at? Drakensberg is snowed in. What beautiful visuals are coming from that side of the Drakensberg is snowed in. What beautiful visuals are coming from that side of the country. Imagine had one had the forethought when SA Weather gave us this alert last week to say, hey, wait a minute, let me book myself a little cabin in the Drakensberg, take a drive, take a little bit of a personal day and extend the long weekend and go enjoy ourselves in the snow. That would have been fantastic. How is the weather where you are? 061-410-4107. We're doing a weather check-in with you from every corner of the country. Is it looking good? Is it snowed in? Are you feeling the cold? We'd love to know. Lesotho is snowed under. We got Ganda yesterday was informing us that Lesotho is snowed under. A lot of folks from Lesotho are posting pictures of how wonderful it's looking. Let's go to WhatsApp.
Hey, this is Bree. Hope you're good, Glenna here. It's absolutely cold out here. I'm in the East Rand today. East Rand, naturally, it's cold. And today, with this rain and everything, it's freezing, man. Even the car, you need to make sure that you got your aircon working so that you can see outside. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to drive, let alone on the highways. Everyone, keep your headlights on. Make sure that your aircon is working and your windshield is cleared correctly, because sometimes you can't see in the back. Even some lights are dim. Please, everyone, keep safe on the road. It's absolutely crazy out here. Gwen, thank you. God bless you.
Thanks, Gwena. That's the thing with weather. Depending on where you are in different cities, also the weather can be vastly different because leaving Fourways, it was getting darker and darker and windier and windier. And I thought it is about to unleash one heck of a storm. And then you get this side of Auckland Park and it's cold and the sun is trying to fight. But, it's not as bad looking as Fourways. Let's catch up with Usimpiwe Mnisi now, Head of Entrepreneurship for Seat at the Table. And from union buildings to the boardroom, a Seat at the Table Connect Board Mastery for an afternoon of dialogue, leadership and connection. It's happening this Friday at Gibbs Business School. How are you doing, Simpiwe?
Hi, Bridget. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Okay, give us...
I'm awesome.
Firstly, how's the weather where you are? I'm presuming you're in Joburg. Which part?
The East Rand. I'm also in the East Rand. I'm like, can it snow already?
I'm not getting any snow, guys.
I was looking at it and my daughter's like, Mom, is it going to snow? I hope it snows. I'm like, oh, well, not this part of the world. But that would have been so beautiful.
You are not going to get...
Someone actually said a post and I was laughing. Like, the weather was perfect all the time until it was Women's Day.
That's fine. We bring the beautiful cold weather. It does not matter. Let's talk about a seat at the table. Tell us a bit about, in essence, what is the concept?
So thank you so much once again for this opportunity for us to engage with you and your listeners. So a seat at a table, it's an NPC, youth-focused NPC, where we try to create a meaningful platform for young entrepreneurs, leadership, young individuals, basically, to give them that access to opportunities, giving them that seat at the table, because we realize that not a lot of young people have the exposure and has actually the opportunity to sit at a table. So what we try to do as sit at a table, we have different Connect programs, which is Connect Leadership, Connect Entrepreneurship, Connect Community Impact, Sustainability, and Board Mastery. So this a specific event is under the Board Mastery pillar. So that's why we're saying, as a seat at the table, we want young people to have a voice. We want women to have a voice and access to these opportunities.
Now, when we're looking at Connect Board Mastery, in essence there, what is the desired outcome after the engagement, and what are some of the maybe issues or challenges that are going to be tackled during this particular gathering on Friday?
So with the Board Mastery, we're trying to ensure that young individuals understand the governance. It's not all roses and butterflies where you think, I just want to sit on a board. But there's quite intense workshops that we host as Board Mastery, where we teach young people how to conduct intense workshops that we host as Board Mastery, where we teach young people how to conduct themselves on board, how to understand board packs, how to actually ask the right questions. So on Friday at our event, we are saying the women of 1956, they marched to the Union Building to make sure that we have the seats. And here we are right now. We are in the boardrooms. We are sitting in these influential spaces. How do we use our influence? How do we use this opportunity that has been given to us, because we have different cohorts within the Board Mastery. So the people that have graduated from our program, how are they going to use their influence?
In case you missed it.
Board Mastery. Sorry.
Apologies for that, Simpiwe. Yes, you were saying?
Yes. How are they going to use what they've learned from our Board Mastery program and our cohorts into our workspaces, into the different field that they find themselves in, so that they really, really use that influence, So that's what we're trying to gain from them on Friday. To say, guys, these women fought for us. They had the courage. How do we use our courage and build a legacy?
From the conversations that you've had with women from different sectors, particularly young women, whether they are entrepreneurs, whether they are women, within the corporate system, what has come up as perhaps being some of the challenges that or the barriers that they have to face when trying to enter certain spaces, or when trying to really climb particular chapters and levels within the various sectors that they work?
So two that constantly pops up, right? One is the imposter syndrome. A lot of women have imposter syndrome. So that makes it quite difficult for them to actually then have that voice. The second one is, yes, they have the seats, but they don't have the voice. So now how do they change that opportunity and make it work for themselves and have a voice in the boardrooms without being shy or without them doubting themselves, and really have the confidence to actually execute what is being entrusted to them.
You speak about carrying the baton forward, right, of the woman of 1956 in terms of some of the elements that are still prevalent and relatable to today's generation. How do you begin to honor that legacy of women, but still at the same time ensuring that the next generation of women push the conversation forward or make greater strides in terms of progress, whether we're talking penetration, whether we are talking visibility or whatever it might be, within the economic force of the country?
The first one will be accountability. We as women, we need to make sure that the baton that has been given to us, we are accountable for it, So meaning that whatever position, whatever role that you are entrusted with, you need to deliver and serve with integrity and be accountable for anything and everything that you make sure you have influence over. So accountability will be the biggest one. That with this baton, let us be accountable and let us really be bold about it and not be afraid. Because those women really, really march to make sure that we have the confidence and the boldness.
Yeah. From your personal experience, some of the lessons that you've taken away from your journey that perhaps you'd like to share on this platform and, of course, on Friday?
Sure. Personal experience. One is not to be afraid to raise your hand. Being visible and say, yes, I will do it, or yes, I can do it. Most of the times we shy away as young people, when opportunities are given to us, especially as women. We always feel that I'm not good enough. So my personal experience is, and going forward, is I really want to be bold enough, and take the seat and make sure that whatever opportunity that is given to me, that is being entrusted to me, that I'll be able to share and open other seats and doors for other people, other young women.
Priority agendas, perhaps, that or priority items, rather, that you feel should be added to a woman's agenda of 2026 and moving beyond. And I know you've spoken about not being afraid to raise your hand. Not being afraid to stand up, raise your hand and be counted. But is there something else that we should be really standing on, as the young folks say, that we should be standing on business as the woman of 2026?
Sure. That's a very interesting one. There's quite a lot. There's quite a lot. As I mentioned earlier on, opportunities are there. We just need to make sure that we do grab those opportunities and the access. So when you are entrusted with a responsibility, how do you then turn it and make sure financially you are liberated, mentally you are liberated, physically as well, holistically? Because what women tend to do, we will focus only on one area of our lives. If it's career, then you'll just focus on your career. But then in the process, we forget to take care of ourselves. So we need a whole holistic overview of how does a woman in this generation move forward without compromising themselves. care of our mental health, how do we say no as well? Because we tend to overdo and overcompensate, because we want to be seen and we want to be heard, and we're constantly fighting for our position. So when access has been granted to us, let us also just take care of ourselves and our well-being. So I think those are conversations that we should be having, to say as much as we are getting liberated and financially equipped, how are we taking ourselves holistically?
Got you. Well, we wish you the best. But before we wrap it up, maybe just some finer details for Friday for folks that might be keen to come through for a seat at the table. Are they still able to RSVP? And if so, where can they go?
Sure. Unfortunately, the RSVP has closed. We are oversubscribed. We did share with our people already to say that it's limited seats. Already right now we're sitting on 110 people wanting to join us on Friday. So unfortunately, not everyone will be able to come through. However, we are welcoming those that will be receiving the Edom Memoir today. Friday, 5:30, they should be there. It's going to be a very, very joyful, fun day. We have a number of entertainment in stores as well for our guests. So, yeah, at GIPS, it's happening at the GIPS Business School.
Yeah.
And we're looking forward to an eventful evening.
Wonderful. Simpiwe Mnisi, thank you so much for the time. Head of Entrepreneurship for a seat at the table. Just a few moments to go before the top of the hour news with Ondela Mbana. Someone on Twitter, Uspusiso, just tweeted, people with KOA jackets are flexing today. They could not wait. So if you have one of those jackets, I'm sure you are warm. 0614104107 in Siyabuswa, Mpumalanga. It is raining. That is the weather check-in. Wondering how is the weather in your side of the country, and are you in the Eastern Cape, and did your kids get a day off from school today? I know certain regions in the Eastern Cape school has been cancelled so that the kids can take a comfort day. 2:00 on Dela standing by.
Thank you, Bridget. On the Top Stories Commission, here's evidence related to Mkunu and Fort Hare students address concerns over student accommodation. For SAfm News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good day. The Madlanga Commission has heard that Police Minister Senzo Mkunu allegedly arranged for a confidential Inspector General of Intelligence report to be delivered to an IDEC investigator. IDEC State Advocate Rushanta Ramsamy says Senior Investigator Dylan Perumal told prosecutors that Mkunu, who has been placed on special leave, arranged for someone to fly a hard copy of the report to him in the Eastern Cape. The report related to investigations into alleged irregularities within crime intelligence. Ramsamy, who is being led in evidence by Advocate Lee Sigals Nube, says she understood that the report required approval from a senior authority before it could be shared with IDEC.
He then tells us that the minister, being Minister Mkunu, arranged for someone to fly to Eastern Cape to him and provide the IGI reports.
And this is the IGI report that was prepared in respect of the crime intelligence investigations undertaken by the IGI.
Correct.
Which you were told at the time in January they were still busy with investigations.
Correct. And my understanding of those reports is someone very high up has to approve that we share that information.
SABC Group CEO Nomsa Chabedi has told Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies that the corporation needs additional funding to scale up its election coverage and meet its public service mandate. Both Chabedi and the board chairperson, Dr. Khatutelo Ramakhuba, are briefing the committee on the SABC's readiness to cover the upcoming local government elections to be held on the 4th of November. Chabedi elaborates.
Previously presented to yourselves regarding that 120 million rand purse that we require to enable us to plan and to scale accordingly. But I think what you're seeing in front of me in this slide, what it really does is that it really tells you what the 120 million would be funding. It's everything from our editorial operations to basically our rock and technology requirements. So it's really an ecosystem approach, including our results, data and digital capability and our operational support. So that's basically the additional requirement that the SABC is asking for.
Data released by Statistics South Africa shows that the country's official unemployment rose by a 0.9 percentage point from 32.7% in the first quarter to 33.6% in the second quarter of 2026. The data indicates that the number of unemployed persons increased by 345,000 to 8.5 million, while the number of employed persons decreased by 16,000 to 16.7 million. The largest decrease in employment was recorded in community and social service, mining, agriculture and manufacturing. The highest employment reductions were seen in the Western Cape, Gauteng and the Northwest. Deputy Director of Labour Statistics at Stats SA, Kwena Marebula, elaborates.
The number of persons employed in the formal sector decreased by 41,000 and those employed in households decreased by 9,000, while those in the informal sector employment increased by 34,000. Youth and women continue to be vulnerable in the labor market. The youth unemployment rate increased by 1.5 percentage points to 47.4%.
Students at the University of Fort Hare addressed concerns over student accommodation. The students say they have raised these issues with management since last year, but there has been little to no response. University of Fort Hare SRC member Sinovuyo Mwangi says students are tired of living in unfavorable conditions, with some rooms reportedly affected by water leaks and the lack of proper maintenance.
Even now, it's no difference than Erumini. If you can see the pictures, we are living, and even hostels are much better. We are living in conditions whereby sewage, it's a norm. Leaking roofs, no windows, no stoves, no lights. Like the situation is so bad. And so after we have tried so many times talking to them, after they did not listen to us, we told them that we will go to students.
The university had not commented at the time of broadcast. Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Sindisiwe Chikunga, is hosting a bilateral engagement with the Chinese delegation led by Vice Chairperson of the China Disabled Persons Federation, Zhang Weijing, in Pretoria. The engagement focuses on strengthening cooperation between South Africa and China on the rights, inclusion, empowerment and socio-economic participation of persons with disabilities. The program includes a site visit to Mamelodi Pre-Vocational School in Pretoria. Bunolo Maribe reports.
The visit will provide an opportunity for Minister Chikunga and Zhang Weijing to engage with learners, educators and school management on inclusive education, vocational training, as well as skills development. It will also showcase efforts to prepare learners with disabilities with practical skills to support their transition from education into further training, employment, entrepreneurship, as well as skills development. It will also showcase efforts to prepare learners with disabilities with practical skills to support their transition from education into further training, employment, entrepreneurship, and broader economic participation. According to the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, the engagement aims to bolster collaboration between the two countries.
Recapping the top story, the Madlang Commission has heard that Police Minister Senzo Mchunu allegedly arranged for a confidential Inspector General of Intelligence report to be delivered to an IDEC investigator. I am Ondelambana for SAFM News. Headlines at 2:30.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
Cutting costs means more money for your business. Switch to OUTsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's Marshall from Bow Electrical.
I was with my other insurance for many years and then I switched to OUTsurance Business Insurance. It was a one quick call. They give me a great cover and a great price. Give them a call. You have nothing to lose. I wish I have switched sooner.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60,000. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
Drivers, this winter, South Africa's roads can change in seconds. One moment it's clear, next, dense fog blinds your view. Don't drive on memory, drive on visibility. If you can't see clearly beyond 50 meters, pull over safely at the nearest truck stop. Stay alert, stay alive, check your surroundings and inform others. See and be seen. Let's navigate winter roads together. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained: the conversation. From the voices of yesterday,
the situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo is not improving.
Good morning and welcome to the Sunday edition of the JSB House. I'm Michelle Constant.
If a union treasurer is popular, then there must be something wrong with the finances. You are extremely popular this morning, Minister Manuel. Is there something wrong with our finances?
It's a very good evening, or rather afternoon, to you, Mzansi. Welcome to Otherwise on SAFM, South Africa's news and information leader. My name is Shadow Twala.
So, you know how important social grants are, right? And it turns out that there's a big study that's being done. The University of Johannesburg's been looking at it.
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAFM celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation's story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM, the conversation continues. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Tusane go ya ga mogamo so ratana ke wala go pale bona Tusane go ya ga mogamo so ratana ke wala go pale bona
Who is that? Toucan. Ratanang. I don't know the song. I don't even know this artist. We discover new things every day. Who's Toucan? Who's Toucan? Mimim Chali, the vocalist. Oh. Cape Town based. Coming out of UCT. Okay, we learn new things every day. David Mashabela is broadcasting behind us today. He's in the studio here and they're doing some technical tests. So from time to time, if you hear a little bit of him bleeding through our mic, it's because they're doing some technical test and the studio volumes have to be on super loud as they do it. But we're going to endeavor to work through it together. All right, we're going to have a conversation now, trying to understand complex regional pain syndrome. CRPS is the acronym. We want to understand what is complex regional pain syndrome and how do we manage it. Professor Romy Parker is joining us on the line, Director of Pain Management at the is complex regional pain syndrome and how do we manage it. Professor Romy Parker is joining us on the line, Director of Pain Management at the UCT Neuroscience Institute, the Department of Anesthesia and Perioperative Medicine at UCT in Groote Schuur Hospital. How are you doing this afternoon, Prof?
I'm very well. I'm trying to keep warm in Cape Town. It's really cold.
I actually wanted, we were trying to do a weather check-in on the show today, and Western Capers, particularly Cape Townians, are very quiet about the weather. So I was wondering, are they frozen in place that they can't even type?
I can't feel my toes. It's cold.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Prof. On a good note, a lot of us are kind of in the same situation as you. We're also frozen in place here in Johannesburg. Let's talk CRPS, Complex Regional Pain Syndrome. First time I'm coming across this particular term. Maybe if you can contextualize it for us in terms of what is complex regional pain syndrome?
Well, apart from being a mouthful, I'm grateful that you've never heard of it before because it is an extremely debilitating pain condition. It's what we refer to as a chronic pain condition, which means that the pain lasts for a minimum of 3 months and for many people much, much, much longer. And it is severe pain that is in a single region, so, your hand or your arm or your foot, and it's not associated with tissue healing. So the pain is not associated with an injury, or if you had an injury or an operation, that has, and it's not associated with tissue healing. So the pain is not associated with an injury, or if you had an injury or an operation, that has healed, and yet the pain goes on and on and on.
Mm. So if it's not associated with any kind of tissue injury, then where does the pain originate? Where does it stem from?
You've just asked me the perfect question. So if it's not about the tissues, then it's about the system that creates pain. So if we think about pain in a kind of broader way, we think of pain as an alarm system. Pain is actually something that your brain creates, that sensation of pain. And your brain creates pain when your brain decides that you're in danger. So if you put your hand on something hot, your brain will notice that that's really hot and it's dangerous, and it will create pain, and you'll say, ow, and pull your hand away from the hot thing. And often you haven't actually burnt yourself, right? You got your hand off before the damage happened. So pain is an alarm system that is really protective. Now, when we do injure ourselves, the alarm system works really well. It's the same as the alarm system in my house. If my house is broken into, the alarm goes off, and I pay attention to it, and I hopefully get rid of whoever broke into my house, and I fix the problem. And that's what happens when we cut ourselves or burn ourselves. We have an injury. The alarm goes off, we get help, we heal, and the alarm should switch off when we heal. That's what we call nociceptive pain, normal, healthy pain. Complex regional pain syndrome, if somebody did break into the house, we get rid of the burglar, we fix the window, but the alarm keeps going off. It keeps going off because now the problem's with the alarm system. So this is a problem in the human being of the central nervous system. The brain and all of the nerves in the person's body have become so sensitive that just a gentle touch on somebody's hand when they have complex regional pain syndrome will be painful, even though it's not dangerous to touch them. They don't want you anywhere near their hands because it's agony.
Wow. I mean, my mind is completely blown away because... So essentially, it's a neuro-centered diagnosis. It's yes. So we refer to this as nociplastic pain, and what we mean by that is the plasticity of the nervous system has changed. So the plasticity of the nervous system has changed. So all of our nervous systems are plastic. We're not talking Tupperware here. We're talking moldable plastic. So our nervous systems can get more sensitive, and our nervous systems can get less sensitive. So if you ever had bad flu, you knew that your nervous system was very sensitive because you didn't want bright lights, and can the kids not talk so loudly, please, and supper doesn't smell good. That's a sensitive nervous system when we're sick. When we get healthy, our nervous system comes back to a normal resting level of activity. Now, sometimes in our lives, we get sensitive, we come back to normal, but when people develop CRPS, they get sensitive because they've had an injury. And for some reason that we don't fully understand, the nervous system doesn't come back to normal, and it stays stuck in this sensitive state. They've had an injury, and for some reason that we don't fully understand, the nervous system doesn't come back to normal, and it stays stuck in this sensitive state. So, are there folks who are more at risk for developing CRPC?
So, unfortunately, women are affected 2 to 4 times more often than men. So there does seem to be a genetic risk that's linked with women, but it also runs in families. So there is definitely a genetic risk. We also know that one of the biggest predictors is that if you have had an injury of some sort or an operation, and that you have severe pain in the first couple of days after the operation, you aren't given adequate analgesia, then you're really at risk of developing CRPS. Because it's kind of like if your alarm went off with an injury and it was really, really loud, you're going to have trouble getting it to settle down again. And then, there are some other things that also increase our risk. Depression, fear of movement, things that we know that also make the central nervous system sensitive for other stimuli, make us more sensitive for pain as well.
Phew. I mean, really, I've never heard of complex regional pain syndrome, and I guess maybe that's an indication of just how rare it is, and maybe even how misunderstood of the condition can be. Because then I wonder if someone has had a CRPS or has CRPS. What are the warning signs? Are there warning signs? Are they early symptoms that maybe you go, this is
running
just
a
not
courier
normal?
business is
Yeah, there are absolutely early symptoms. So if we have an injury, you go through the first phase of healing, which we call the inflammatory phase, right, which is when it's hot and red and swollen and sore, okay? And that's normal and it's healthy if you squashed your finger in the drawer for it to be painful when it's hot and red and swollen, because then you look after it. The first warning sign is that the swelling's going down and the redness and the heat is getting better in your squashed finger, but the pain is not settling down. So the moment we see pain diverging from tissue healing processes, that's a warning sign that the nervous system is not settling down. Now, unfortunately, most healthcare professionals don't understand this, and when the pain's not settling down, many people think, then this isn't healing properly, there's something wrong, we've missed something, there's something serious happening in the tissues. But it may well be that the tissue is healing fine, but the nervous system isn't settling down. And that means that the alarm's ringing away despite the fact that the burglar has gone and the window's been fixed.
How do you manage it? What do you do? What's the coping, if there's a coping mechanism?
So if we get it early, so if we get it within the first 6 months, then there are medications that we can use, including corticosteroids and some bisphosphonates, which look at addressing the underlying mechanisms. But really, the most important treatments we use are not medications, but are physical treatments, so physical and psychological treatments. We use exercise, but correctly prescribed exercise, not just go and make the alarm ring even more, but carefully dosed exercise. We use things like mindfulness strategies, relaxation strategies. All of these are important to help to calm down the alarm system so that it's not ringing so loudly. So if you think about if your house was ever broken into, I don't know about you, but my house was broken into one night, late at night, and it took me a few weeks to be able to sleep through the night without waking up for every little noise, right? Well, what's that? What's happening?
Yeah.
So if you've had an injury, your house was broken into, it takes a while before your system calms down enough for you to not be super sensitive to things. Now, if it's taking you a while to calm down after your house was broken into and you were struggling to sleep through the night, what would you do to help yourself? You might spend time talking to your friends and family. You might do some breathing and relaxation exercises. Many of us use exercise to calm ourselves down. So all of those strategies that we would use from literally having my house broken into also works when my nervous system is sensitive because the alarm has gone off from an injury.
Doc, I wanted to take a break, which is what accidentally fired at the moment in the middle of your conversation. But I'm just looking at the time quickly, and I'm thinking that maybe we wrap up with the doc and then we take the break just before the headline news. So let's just go to WhatsApp quickly on 0614104107. We actually had someone who shared their experience of being diagnosed with CRPS.
Hello, SAfm listeners.
Being diagnosed with CRPS.
Hello, SAfm listeners. My name is Joe. Many years ago, I had a hand surgery, and in the year following my hand surgery, I felt like my life fell apart. As Joe, Many years ago, I had a hand surgery, and in the year following my hand surgery, I felt like my life fell apart. Although my rehab was hard, after a few months, my fingers started to move again, but I was in more and more pain. I was offered stronger and stronger painkillers and injections of cortisone into my joints and more surgery, and none of it helped. I slept 12 to 14 hours a day. I struggled to look after myself. I was disorientated from the strength of painkiller that I was taking, and I eventually lost my job. I had been an intensive care and rescue paramedic, and I didn't have a working right hand, and I couldn't do my job anymore. I lost interest in my hobbies, and I really struggled to tell people how I was feeling or what I was going through. I was very lucky at the time to find the wonderful people of the Groote Skeer Pain Clinic who helped me to recover in ways that didn't need drugs and didn't need painkillers and didn't need more surgery or more injections. And if you are listening and you are living with chronic pain, let me just promise you that there are people out there who believe you and that there is hope.
Sure. It sounds like a horrifying experience. And then just as we wrap up, Prof, just listening to the misdiagnosis of Joe's story, because it's such a rarity, and not everyone can get to Groote Skeer Hospital. Where do folks go? That one in however many folks, where do they go to get the correct diagnosis? Or maybe what is the right question that they should ask a medical practitioner?
So the right question to ask a medical practitioner is first to ask them, do they know that there are different kinds of pain? That will tell them whether the medical practitioner is aware of nociceptive versus nociplastic pain. If they also, one of the really important things is that if you feel like your medical practitioner doesn't believe you, then you probably need to find somebody who really does believe you. It's one of the hardest things for people with this kind of pain is that they look normal, their limb looks okay, and so medical professionals often dismiss them. And nearly 50% of people with this health condition have considered suicide. It is a severely debilitating condition. So if you're struggling to find someone, there is an organization in South Africa called Pain SA. We are the local chapter of the International Association for the Study of Pain. And if you Google Pain SA, there is a find a practitioner list on that website of healthcare professionals who are pain literate, if you like, who they would be able to talk to and engage with. And you want to work with a team, not just one doctor or one physio. You'll probably need a doctor and a physio or an occupational therapist and maybe a psychologist or a counselor.
Yeah.
Because getting your sensitive system to calm down again takes teamwork.
Wow. You've definitely enlightened us to something that was beyond, outside of the realm of our comprehension. We appreciate the time. That was Professor Romy Parker, who's the Director of Pain Management at the UCT Neuroscience Institute with the Department of Anesthesia and Peri-Operative Medicine at UCT, as well as Groote Skeer Hospital. So if perhaps you are trying to manage a pain and you're thinking it ticks the boxes of the rarity of complex regional pain syndrome, Pain SA is where you can go. Google practitioners in your area and be in contact with one of them. 2:30 on Delambane standing by with your headline news, and then that will take us into our kids programming. Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, the Madlanga Commission has heard that Police Minister Senzo Mchunu allegedly arranged for a confidential Inspector General of Intelligence report to be delivered to an IDEC investigator. SABC Group CEO Nomsa Chabedi says the public broadcaster's mandate to cover the local government elections goes beyond than just reporting on the election day, and the European Union's Tech Commissioner has held another round of talks with several social media giants to discuss their responsibilities during moments of crisis. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Running a courier business is so hard these days. The petrol price, the breakdown costs, and so much more. Luckily, I'm with My Way Business Insurance. I get to save up to 20% on my insurance premiums for my vehicles and goods in transit. And just like that, I have more money for all my costs.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your vehicles and goods in transit. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 today for a quote. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply. 6464 today for a quote. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
Drivers, winter fatigue creeps in faster than you think. That heater may keep you warm, but it can also make you drowsy. Crack a window. Take your rest breaks seriously. Stay fresh. That heater may keep you warm, but it can also make you drowsy. Crack a window. Take your rest breaks seriously. Stay fresh. Stay focused, because when you're behind the wheel of a heavy vehicle, fatigue doesn't just risk your life, it risks everyone's. So stay alert, stay visible, and stay safe. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m. This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello friends and happy Tuesday. It's time for Kids Corner on SAFM. Today we're talking about keeping our school uniform clean, neat, and ready for the school day. Why is it important to wear a clean school uniform every day? Do you make sure your socks stay clean? Or do you sometimes walk around the house wearing only your socks? What happens to your white socks when you walk on the floor without shoes or slippers? How do you help take care of your school uniform and keep it neat for school? Why do you think looking clean and tidy is important at school? Or shoes or slippers? How do you help take care of your school uniform and keep it neat for school? Why do you think looking clean and tidy is important at school? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Hi everyone, my name is Ashley Kawamba. It is important to wear a clean school uniform every day because it shows good hygiene and respect for our school. I try to keep my socks clean and I avoid walking around the respect for our school. I try to keep my socks clean and I avoid walking around the house wearing only my socks because they can quickly become dirty. When white socks get dirty, they can become stained and look untidy. I help take care of my uniform by hanging it up properly, keeping my shoes clean, and making sure everything is ready for school. Looking clean and neat helps us feel confident, creates a good impression, and shows that we take pride in ourselves.
Greetings. My name is Praise Ziba. Today I'll be talking about school uniform. I can say it is important to wear a clean school uniform every day. It shows respect for your school and it reflects how you maintain yourself and the way you carry yourself, and it helps us look neat and proud. I try to make my socks clean, but at the end of the day they always get dirty. But I do try to not walk around the house wearing my socks, but wear slippers. And when we walk on the floor without shoes, our socks can get dirty and turn black or gray, which is very bad, especially your white socks. That's not good for girls to wear brownish socks. And to help take care of my school uniform, I hang it after school and wash it so it stays neat.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Nesisa and my surname is Pepe. I am in grade 6B. I'm 11 years old and I'm in Brixton Primary School. I think it is important to wear a clean uniform every day, school uniform, because it makes you look neat and show respect for our schools. Yes, I do make sure my socks stay clean. If I walk without shoes, my socks get dirty, but I do none of that, which means I am a very responsible person and hygienic. The thing that happens to white socks on the floor without shoes is they turn brown and get dirty. How I help take care of my uniform is I put it in the washing basket and hang it neatly. I think looking clean and tidy is important at school because it shows that we are ready to learn. Thank you for listening. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Hi, my name is Sandeleti Mapike. I am 11 years old and I go to North Pioneer. It's important to wear clean school uniform every day because we represent our school and how we leave our school. I make sure to make my socks clean, but sometimes I honestly do walk around with my socks. I think with white socks, they get really dirty when you walk around them on the floor, but my school socks are navy blue. But either when you wear white socks, they're gonna get really dirty. I think you can take care of our school uniform by ironing our t-shirts, making sure it's neat for the next day, making sure our shoes are polished and our socks are washed. I think it's important to look clean and tidy at school is because let's say we get visitors and guests over. They're gonna say, oh, this child is dirty, man. She doesn't really care about our school. Imagine our child gets the same behavior from this child. So maybe they won't want to take this child from the school, but the parents might be thinking wrong. So basically, we need to be clean and represent our school in a proper way. Thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Maya and my name is Makele. I am a registered in the school of Brixton Primary School. It's important to wear clean school uniforms so that you look representable and ready for class. Yes, I do walk around wearing white socks. When I don't wear shoes or slippers, my white socks get so dirty. When I wash them, they don't get too washable, but they clean. When you come back from school, you may wear white socks. When I don't wear shoes or slippers, my white socks get so dirty. When I wash them, they don't get too washable, but they clean. When you come back from school, you make sure that all your school shirts are ironed and your skirts, your jerseys, you put them in a place where they will sit perfectly and not get wrinkles. To practice hygiene and look presentable and no germs can stick into your body. Thank you for your time, my lovelies. Thank you for your love, support, and thank you for listening to me. Bye.
Well, I get myself dirty a lot when I go to school because when I see my friend or friends, I go crazy. We go and have fun, let loose, fall on the floor, roll around and do all sorts of funny stuff. By the time I get home, my socks are so dirty, it looks like they've been mopping with me. And my mom makes me wash them myself.
I do keep myself clean at school until home because my school uniform, I don't like it getting dirty because I feel uncomfortable. And for me, school uniform is like the most uncomfortable clothes you can have or buy. So I make sure that it's clean because if it's not clean, it'll be, well, I don't know about everyone, but I think some people, when they're dirty, they feel uncomfortable. So just imagine having uncomfortable clothes on like uniform. And then after that, on top of that, you have dirty uniform. So it's gonna feel even uncomfortabler. I don't know the other word to say that, but it sounded like the right word. But yeah, it will feel like, I don't know the other word to say that, but it sounded like the right word. But yeah, it will feel like uncomfortable, plus the uncomfortableness of the dirty clothes. So yeah, I do keep myself clean, even at home. Uncomfortable, plus the uncomfortableness of the dirty clothes. So yeah, I do keep myself clean, even at home, because I don't really do much. I just sit in the house, sometimes play my TV games. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tineke. I'm quite neat and clean. My handwriting, my room, my school bag, all neat and clean. Even my hair is neat. My mother encourages me to clean every single day. And if I don't clean, then she'll usually shout at me. My cleanliness rules are, cleanliness is next to godliness. And always bath or shower and brush your teeth.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. Keeping ourselves and our school uniform clean is an important part of taking care of us. Keeping ourselves and our school uniform clean is an important part of taking care of ourselves. Our school uniform is something we wear almost every day, so keeping it clean, neat, and presentable shows that we care about ourselves, our school, and the people around us. Have you ever noticed what happens to your beautiful white socks when you walk around the house without wearing shoes or slippers? They can quickly become dirty because they pick up dust, dirt, food crumbs, and germs on the floor. That's why it's a good idea to wear slippers or shoes when walking around, especially on dirty surfaces, and to change into clean socks regularly. Taking care of our school uniform also means putting our clothes in the right place after school instead of throwing them on the floor. We can hang up our shirts and jackets, put our shoes neatly where they belong, and make sure our socks and other clothes are ready for washing. If something gets dirty or stained, tell your parent or guardian so that it can be cleaned properly. Wearing a clean uniform isn't about trying to look better than someone else. It's about personal hygiene, self-respect, and being ready to learn. When we're clean and comfortable, we can feel more confident and focused at school. Remember, friends, being neat doesn't mean our clothes have to be perfect every second. As children, we play, run, learn, and sometimes get dirty. And that's okay. What matters is that we make an effort to keep ourselves and our belongings be perfect every second. As children, we play, run, learn, and sometimes get dirty. And that's okay. What matters is that we make an effort to keep ourselves and our belongings clean and take responsibility for looking after them. So before you leave for school, check yourself. Are my uniform, socks, shoes, hair clean and neat? Small habits like these help us become responsible and confident young people. Take care of yourself, take care of your uniform, and remember, cleanliness is a good habit that we can carry with us everywhere we go. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
Durban is ready. Southern Africa is coming together. This August, South Africa proudly hosts the 46th SADC Summit in Durban, bringing together leaders united by a shared vision of regional cooperation, industrialization, economic integration, and sustainable development. When we work as one, trade flourishes, investment grows, jobs are created, and families enjoy opportunities. The 46th SADC Summit, one region, one people, one vision, shared prosperity.
Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAFM has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAFM property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAFM woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAFM woman? SAFM 90 years, women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. From 1 August, SAFM.
Did you know that you can buy SABC programs to enjoy at home and at your own time? From your golden oldies like Ashifa Shaba, Inyaga Nyaga, Orkney Snorkney, to box sets of Isidingo the Need and other soapies for binge watching. Is it the legendary old games or programs from our radio stations that you're looking for? Well, we have you covered. For more information or to place an order, simply send an email to SABC Program Sales on contentsales@sabc.co.za or call them on 011-714-6650 or 011-714-7342.
The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
Some songs take you back instantly to your first love, a road trip, or just simpler times. the soundtrack of your life. With me, Ernest Pillay, is where timeless hits and forgotten favorites come together to tell your story. It's not just music, it's memories, moments, and the meaning behind this jam.
Don't you change someone by night.
Rediscover the songs that shaped your journey. Tune in to the soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m. only on SAfM 104 to 107 nationwide.
Standing on his own.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right, today on How South Africa Works, we get into conversation on accountability in government to get a better understanding of the role of oversight bodies, public participation, and what possible consequences exist for misconduct on a governmental level. Joining us is somebody who knows all about governance, electoral procedures and processes, Dr. Sithembile Mbete, who is an executive director at the Public Affairs Research Institute. How are you doing this afternoon, Dr. Mbete?
I'm so good. How are you doing? It's been ages. It's lovely to be on your show, and hi to all your listeners.
It's been yonks indeed. I'm so excited to see the name. We appreciate the time, and of course we always appreciate you unpacking complex issues for us in ways that we can understand. And I think maybe, weirdly, because I have you here, I'm going to derail a little bit before we come into this conversation of accountability, because I saw an interesting tweet conversation yesterday that I thought, let me just bank this for How South Africa Works. And it was Noxolo Madonsela who tweeted, "The obsession with mayoral candidates is strange. Firstly, your ward councillor has an entire ballot box of their own. Secondly, we don't directly elect mayors, we elect councillors. In an era of coalition government, several variables will ultimately determine who becomes mayor." And I thought, well, this is an coalition government. Several variables will ultimately determine who becomes mayor. And I thought, well, this is an interesting, perspective, because really, what is more important at these local government elections, Dr. Mbete? Should we be more concerned about our ward councillors and getting to understand their roles, who they are, and how they play in municipal governance and, of course, in our local governments, versus us being distracted by the run-up for who gets to be mayor?
Definitely, Notlolo's tweet is spot on. So in this election, in the local government election, you're going to get 3 ballots if you're in the local municipality, 2 ballots if you're in the metro municipality. And one of the ballots that you're going, the same ballot that you're going to get whether you're in a local municipality or in a metro, is you get a ward ballot, and that's the election for your ward councillor. And that's a direct election. That's individuals that stand as ward councillors, whether they represent a political party or they are independent candidates. And that's a person that's accountable to you and your ward. And so you need to know who are all the people that are running as ward councillors in your ward. Who are they? What's their track record if they've been in power for the previous term? And get to know them, and what are they committing to doing for you in your community, in your ward. That's critical at local government level, to have somebody that can advocate for you in the council, that will be your point person. If you live in the city of Johannesburg, your ward councillor is often very critical in getting you access to the Joburg Roads Agency, or to City Power, or to Joburg Water, in order to get your problems fixed. Johannesburg, your ward councillor is often very critical in getting you access to the Joburg Roads Agency, or to City Power, or to Joburg Water, in order to get your problems fixed. And so it is much more important for you to know who is running for ward councillor in your ward, to try and meet them, find out what their story is. If they're having a town hall meeting, go to that meeting, ask them questions, and find out if this is the kind of person who's going to advocate for you, who's going to, pursue your interests in the broader council setting. Because it's also spot on that we don't elect the councillors So some of them we elect at the ward level, and then we have a PR ballot, and that's who we elect then, where we elect a political party. And then it is those councillors at the first sitting of council that are going to elect amongst themselves a mayor and a speaker. And often the decision of who becomes mayor is being based on whatever the coalition negotiations have been that have taken place after the election. And so given the dynamics of coalitions that we all know about and that we're all living with, all of these people that are saying that they're running as mayor of Joburg or running as mayor of Tshwane or running as mayor of eThekwini, they may not become the mayor of those cities because of the dynamics of councils and the dynamics of coalitions after the election.
So interesting. And then how important is it also because then some folks will say, well, my area is green, it's run by a green party. And yet the municipality is the yellow party. And the Green Party ward councillor is saying he's finding difficulty in getting things done because the yellow party is standing in his way. How important is that even of importance? Can you still hold your ward councillor responsible and accountable for service delivery in your ward, regardless of who the greater leadership in the municipality town belong to?
Look, I think there's two things to say about that. Number one is that's why
for service delivery in your ward, regardless of who the greater leadership in the municipality town belong to.
Look, I think there's two things to say about that. Number one is that's why I said that an important role of the ward councillor is to advocate for their area. So sometimes they may not have they often don't have the actual power to be the one that sends people to fix a pothole or to fix a street light, but they can be the ones that try to make sure that your issues of your area get to the top of the pile and don't stay languishing at the bottom. And so an important role for ward councillors is to advocate, to fight for the areas that they live in, that they represent, regardless of which party is in charge. And some ward councillors are better at doing that. For ward councillors is to advocate, to fight for the areas that they live in, that they represent, regardless of which party is in charge. And some ward councillors are better at doing that than others. And I think that we all have examples of ward councillors that do that job really, really well, and regardless of what party is in charge within the area that they're in. But the second point that's important is that remember that the overall share of council seats is determined by both votes on the ward ballot for the share of council seats is determined by both votes on the ward ballot for the ward councillors and for the votes on the PR ballot. So the overall number of votes that a party gets from the ward from the different ward elections is combined with the overall number of votes that a party gets for the PR ballot, and then it is that total that determines what share of the council seats that party gets, number of votes that a party gets for the PR ballot, and then it is that total that determines what share of the council seats that party gets. So even if your preferred party doesn't win the ward where you live, the votes that party has accumulated there are going to contribute to the overall share. And so, all of these votes are important. And I think it's very important for people to know that that's the kind of power that you have as a voter, right? Is that what your decision is contributes to the overall distribution of seats within the council, and that's really critical. But also that individual ward councillors do have power. They do have the ability to advocate for their areas regardless of who is in charge.
Perfect. Now, jumping back to what was supposed to be the context of today, the role of oversight bodies, such as, Parliament, provincial legislature, municipalities and such, the role of those in ensuring that government officials answer for their decisions and also deliver what's meant to be delivered. Let's talk a little bit about that, because it speaks to accountability.
Yes, it does. And actually, I know we started off with a bit of a sidetrack, but I think it links very importantly to this subject that we're talking about. When we're talking about accountability in politics, we talk about vertical accountability, and that's what we've just been speaking about: elections, protests, the stuff that you guys as the media do, where it is people holding leaders accountable from the bottom up, right, with those sorts of actions like voting, etc. Then we talk about horizontal accountability, and that's the accountability that that government institutions have to hold each other accountable, across state institutions. So that is, Parliament or the National Assembly or a council holding an executive accountable, or the Auditor General and the Public Protector, the kind of role that they play in accountability, the judiciary, the kind of role that our courts play in accountability. So these are all examples of horizontal accountability. Anti-corruption watchdogs, institutions like IPID, the Inspector General on Intelligence, we're hearing all about that in Madlanga Commission today, and commissions like the Madlanga Commission are all examples of the kind of horizontal accountability that we're meant to see in play in everyday governance. And the thing about South Africa is that we have, I love the phrase, an embarrassment of riches, and in South Africa we have an embarrassment of riches in accountability bodies, whether they're set up through our constitution, the Chapter 9s, etc., or whether it is through legislation like the PFMA, the Public Finance Management Act, and the Municipal Finance Management Act. We don't have a shortage of accountability bodies. What we do have a shortage of, though, is officials, government officials, and also political leaders that act on the decisions of those accountability bodies.
So does that then speak to the efficacy of, the current oversight mechanism? Because practically, how effective is that?
Well, I think that it speaks to the efficacy. I think that it also does speak to the lack of kind of consequence management, right? So, there was in May, I think it was, there was an article in the Sunday Times that said there were more than 670 public servants at the national and provincial administrations who were on suspension with full pay. Now, what the law says and what the disciplinary processes say is that somebody, if they have been found or suspected of doing wrongdoing, you suspend them with full pay, but for a maximum of 3 months. And the disciplinary process is supposed to be concluded within that time. And then if they're found guilty, they're fired, or if they're found innocent, then they can go back to their roles. What we're seeing is that we're seeing people who are being allowed to found innocent, then they can go back to their roles. What we're seeing is that we're seeing people who are being allowed to remain on paid leave and suspended for months, sometimes even years at a time. And in this article in May, it was showing that it was costing the state 800 million rands a year. What we've also seen is that people who are kicked out or who are fired for wrongdoing in one role are not blacklisted, and so they're allowed to turn up in another role or at another level of government. So you're fired for wrongdoing at national level, but then you turn up as a municipal manager in a municipality. And so a lot of what is not working is the actually following through on the really good, sometimes, policies that we have and processes that we have, even when they are implemented. So they're implemented partially, but they're not implemented in full.
Just as we run out of time, Dr. Mbete, in our last 2 minutes, what are the actual consequences for, misconduct, for corruption, for abuse of public resources? As you say, we often see people, we saw with some of those implicated in the 20 tender corruptions, as well as Ekurhuleni, after appearing at the Madlanga Commission, spinning some good English, and folks are back in their positions.
And I think that this is where we need our prosecuting authority to actually prosecute cases from beginning to end. We see a lot of cases of people appearing in court, and then their appearances are postponed, and then it sort of disappears into the ether. So we need a prosecuting authority that can actually prosecute cases from beginning to end. We also need to have disciplinary processes that actually conclude effectively, so people lose livelihoods. I think one of the big changes also that we need, and there are all sorts of proposals about it, is that cases of government officials must not be paid for by the state. Because so often you'll see people that can get away with murder literally because they're not the ones paying for their own legal fees. And then finally, I really think that we need to be much more deliberate as people in calling for government to just do better. So I think that using the mechanisms of vertical accountability that we do have, in terms of voting people out of power, and that's the political accountability, taking power away from people. But then secondly, I really think that we're long overdue in this country a proper protest movement around corruption, because as we keep seeing, it is costing us so much as a country, but also we need to put a message to our political leaders to actually use the very many mechanisms that we have for accountability.
Absolutely. Dr. Mbete, always a pleasure, and thank you so much for indulging us. That was Dr. Stembile Mbete, Executive Director at Public Affairs Research Institute. As we build up to the local government elections, no doubt we shall be calling on her again to simplify some complex matters of politics and governance for us. That's where we leave it on this particular show. Ashraf is coming through on the National Pulse between 3 and 6. Inshallah, God willing, we get to do it again tomorrow. Thank you, Bridget, and the team. On the top stories: key legislative amendment bills approved by Cabinet and Commission. Here's evidence related to Mqunu for SAFM News. I'm Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. Justice Minister Mabuloko Kubayi says government is moving to strengthen South Africa's legal framework through 4 legislative amendment bills. The proposed changes include tougher laws and penalties to tackle illicit mining, measures to improve access to legal profession and protect the public, tighter oversight of trusts to curb financial abuse and money laundering, as well as new provisions targeting conspiracy, instigation and incitement to commit serious offences. Kubayi says the Cabinet has approved the bills, with 3 now open for public comment, while the conspiracy and incitement bill will be tabled in Parliament. Kubayi was speaking during a media briefing in Pretoria.
Regularly reviewing and changing legislation ensures that laws remain fair, useful, and ensures equality before the law. It allows government to fix outdated rules, adapt to new technology, and to respond to changing social and political values. Without updates, laws can become inefficient, fail to protect citizens, or create legal confusion.
The Mandlanga Commission has heard that Police Minister Senzo Mqunu allegedly arranged for a confidential Inspector General of Intelligence report to be delivered to an IDEC investigator. IDEC State Advocate Roshanta Ramsamy says senior investigator Dylan Perimal told prosecutors that Mqunu, who has been placed on leave, arranged for someone to fly a hard copy of the report to him in the Eastern Cape. The report related to investigations into alleged irregularities within crime intelligence. Ramsamy, who is being led in evidence by Advocate Lee Siegels Ncube, says she understood that the report required approval from a senior authority before it could be shared with IDEC.
He then tells us that the minister, being Minister Mqunu, arranged for someone to fly to Eastern Cape to him and provide the IGI reports.
And this is the IGI report that was prepared in respect of the crime intelligence investigations undertaken by the IGI.
Correct.
Which you were told at the time in January they were still busy with investigations.
Correct. And My understanding of those reports is someone very high up has to approve that we share that information.
On election news. SABC Group CEO Nomsa Chabedi says the public broadcaster's mandate to cover the local government election goes beyond than just reporting on the election day. Chabedi says the SABC's task to cover elections includes issues of credibility, accuracy and unbiased reporting. She was briefing Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies on the SABC's readiness to cover the upcoming local government elections.
Our responsibility goes beyond just reporting on the outcome of the election, but it's the entire ecosystem in terms of between now and the 4th of November and obviously the outcome. And throughout this process, you mentioned earlier when you were talking to the chair of ICASA in terms of, misinformation, disinformation and deepfakes. I think what is important for us is basically to ensure the credibility of the information that is going to be going out to the public. That's going to ensure that it enables our citizens to be able to participate meaningfully in this process.
Residents of Maluti Apofong are being urged to stay indoors as heavy snowfall is being experienced in Chiseng area in Kwakwa. The Thabo Mofutanyana Municipality Disaster Management says around 20 centimeters of snow has accumulated in some areas, making roads increasingly dangerous. Disaster Management Center spokesperson Sitembiso Mtombeni is advising motorists to postpone non-essential trips, particularly to the Wetseshoek Mountain Lodge area where access has been hampered by the snow.
The motorists who will be trying to go to Wetseshoek Mountain Lodge, we are discouraging them to go there. They rather take pictures where they can still see the road. Sooner that road will be a black ice and then they will be trapped in that area. We humbly request that each and every person who would like to go to Wetseshoek Mountain Lodge to postpone that trip, because he cannot reach that area as we speak. The snow is falling. And lastly, we are asking the family members and the kids, they must stay in houses because it's cold outside.
The European Union's Tech Commissioner has held another round of talks with several social media giants to discuss their responsibilities during moments of crisis. The talks come in the wake of the tragedy in Ceuta, where authorities say roughly 100 people have died trying to cross the Morocco into the Spanish territory. SABC News correspondent William Denslow reports from Brussels.
Henna Verkinen says Monday was a follow-up to conversations had with social media giants TikTok and Meta. In a social media post last week, she said platforms must act more decisively in crisis situations, particularly when it comes to monitoring and fact-checking. The EU blames human trafficking mafias for the incident in Ceuta that saw more than 70,000 people cross from Morocco into the Spanish territory. But the European Commission is concerned about the role that social media played as it seeks to prevent an incident like this occurring again. William Denslow, SABC News, Brussels.
Recapping the top story, Justice Minister Mamuloko Kubai says government is moving to strengthen South Africa's legal framework through 4 legislative amendment bills. I'm on Delambana for SAFM News headlines at 3:30.
In sports this hour, Proteas named 15-man squad for Namibia tour. Sundowns get their league season. In sports this hour, Proteas named 15-man squad for Namibia tour. Sundowns get their league season underway, and Swiatek to faces Vitalina in a Canadian Open semi-final. More details at 3:30.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse. Weekday National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse. Weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Strange thing being a Tuesday and everybody looking out for the weather and the snow and saying if it's going to be that cold. And I'm quoting my wife now, Shamila, saying, if it's going to be that cold, it might as well snow. Well, I'm told
And I'm quoting my wife now, Shamila, saying, if it's going to be that cold, it might as well snow. Well, I'm sorry to tell you that snow in my area has not arrived. It's arrived in some parts, like 10 k's away from me, but not enough. I mean, do you think the same way? If it's going to be that cold, you might as well go the whole 9 yards and say, just snow, man. South Africa is still in the grip of really, really cold weather, and my understanding is, in many parts, I think it's sort of moved away from the Cape, but now getting to the north, and it's going to stay until tomorrow at least, with freezing weather, snow or no snow. I tell you what's freezing is the issues of jobs, isn't it? The unemployment rate increasing now to 33.6%. There's just no end in sight in turning this thing around, isn't it? What do we do next? So let me put this to you right away. Forget what, because we'll talk to Stats SA now, and others may say. Let me put this to you at a very personal level, right? What's your thought around what you can do to try and create more jobs for people, at least in your community? Because that's the area you can influence. How can you create more jobs in your community? Part-time jobs, permanent jobs, vacation jobs, whatever it is. What can you do in your community? In fact, what are you doing in your community? Because if we leave it to government or big business, it ain't going to happen. So let me know. 086 000 2032. How are you making jobs? 0614 104 107, WhatsApp, text or voice note. You can tweet, as always, hashtag the National Pulse, tag SAfmRadio, tag me, Ashraf Garda, as always, and you can also post on Facebook. So wherever you are, we've got you covered. Right, let's talk about jobs, from jobs to joblessness, right after this.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Well, whenever these numbers come out, it's so disappointing. You tend to get rather depressed. Jobs to joblessness. That's SA revealing the latest unemployment data. And what it shows you, as per the last quarter, that South Africa's unemployment rate has increased by 0.9 percentage points. So it's almost 1% to 33.6%. I mean, that's the unemployment rate. The expanded rate is 43.8% as well. So it's quite huge, right? That means those who can work, in effect, 3 out of 10 are not able to get a job. On an expanded way, it's almost 4.5. Like, can you quite believe what that means? First, let's get the numbers, then we'll get a reaction from Duma Qubule coming up just now. Solim Mulai is the Stats SA acting DDG responsible for population and social statistics. Much appreciate your time, Soli. Thanks for joining us.
Afternoon to the listeners.
Thank you. I wish you were responsible for creating more jobs. Maybe you would just succeed if that was the case, right? No, those numbers don't look good, right? There's just no end in sight on this one. Give me the numbers as you see it.
Okay, so where we are sitting now in terms of unemployment, the official one, as you have indicated, we are sitting around 33.6%, and translating into absolute numbers, we're talking about 8.5 million. And maybe just to bring context into these numbers, if you go back to 2016, quarter two, we were sitting around 26.6%. Now we're sitting about 33.6%. So it shows you that unemployment rate in South Africa has been increasing for almost over the past 10 years. Yeah. And if you now take the combined unemployment rate with the potential labor force, meaning those who are not in the labor force, but that can be part of the labor force, we are talking about that 43.8% that you've mentioned. 10 years ago, it was sitting around 36.4%. So both indicators are telling us that unemployment is a challenge in South Africa.
Okay. Are we able to break it down in terms of course, this measurement was the last quarter, right? April to June, I understand.
Are telling us that unemployment is a challenge in South Africa.
Okay. Are we able to break it down in terms of course, this measurement was the last quarter, right? April to June, I understand. Can we break it down in terms of where were the losses?
Oh, yes, definitely. We can. If you look at it...
In terms of where were the losses?
Oh, yes, definitely. We can. If you look at it, let's start with the sectors. If you look at the sectors that are performing this particular quarter, formal sector went down by 41,000 jobs. And informal sector went up by 34,000 jobs. The household, for the past 2 quarters, we've been seeing a negative. This is where our domestic workers and those who are helping us in the household, we're seeing a drop of about 9,000. So it actually correlates with some of the data that we have released before, where we're looking at the household pressures that they're facing currently, whether I look at it from the income side, from the expenditure side, and even from the general household side.
Okay. And then, are you able to break it down into age groups as well?
No, definitely, yes, we are. And I think the numbers are still showing what we have seen within in quarter 1, where we saw the new entrants who are entering the labor force market. Youth, they are the ones who are more vulnerable in terms of unemployment. Their employment is quite vulnerable in terms of unemployment. Their employment is quite high compared to the 34 to 35. The unemployment rate is actually sitting at 47.4%, which is quite higher than the national average. So it's already telling you that youth are vulnerable to the national average. So it's already telling you that youth are vulnerable to unemployment. And because we are celebrating Women's Month, we also in the report, we are focusing on women. And we are also seeing that if you look at the unemployment rate for women in South Africa, it's sitting around 37.5%, also showing that it's higher than the average. And again, if you look at it further, you'll see that in what we call them discouraged job seekers, majority of them are females. We're sitting about 2 million of them.
Are there any other stats that you can share with us that you that jumps off the page that we need to know?
Yes, just 2 points. Maybe going back to the point that I've mentioned before, the question maybe listeners want to know is that when did we have experience a quarter-to-quarter decrease? Because quarter 1 we had an employment rate also going up, and again in this quarter we're seeing again unemployment rate. We have seen this in 2009, and 2009 that's when we had some financial pressures in economy. Then we saw again in 2016 where we're seeing quarter-to-quarter 1, quarter-to-quarter 2, where we're seeing, and we have seen this in 2009. And 2009, that's when we had some financial pressures in economy. Then we saw again in 2016 where we're seeing quarter-to-quarter 1, quarter-to-quarter 2, where we're seeing unemployment rate also shooting up. Then during the COVID period, we also saw it then again. Now in 2026, halfway 2026, we are seeing now unemployment rate in quarter 1 and quarter 2 increasing. The other point that I want to also raise is the issue of industries. So if you look at the industries that have formed this quarter, only 3. The other point that I want to also raise is the issue of industries. So if you look at the industries that have formed this quarter, only 3 give us positives. So these are the 3 that created jobs: trade, construction, and finance. The biggest losses in terms of industry is the community and social services. And this is where government sits now. Your provincial department in terms of health, education, and also social work. That's the industries that unfortunately didn't create jobs. And mostly, in most cases, they employ women. So hence we are seeing unemployment rate for women. It's even shooting up, especially now when you overlay it with the population group where you look at African women. Their unemployment rate is even higher than the national.
Is there, you gave me some stats from before, just before I get to the analysts just now, is there anything, if we asked you, therefore, when was the last time we had stats numbers that were delivered around unemployment that was very, very positive?
So this quarter, as I mentioned, the 2 quarters for this financial, all of them are showing negative. The last
employment that was very, very positive.
So this quarter, as I mentioned, the 2 quarters for this financial, all of them are showing negative. The last quarter of 2025, we saw a positive in quarter 4, also in quarter 3 and quarter 2. So if you take 2025, out of the 4 quarters, quarter 2, quarter 3, and quarter 4 created positive. It's only quarter 1, 2025, where we see a negative.
Okay.
Whereas in quarter 2, in 2026, we only saw 2 negatives in 2 quarters.
All right. Let's leave it at that. Appreciate your input. Solly Molai, Stats Essays, acting DDG, responsible for population and social statistics. And those numbers, they are as concerning as the weather right now. I mean, it's rather icy. Let's put it that way. Let's get to an analyst right after this.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right. I mean, I would let me then bring it. In fact, Duma Klubule, who's an economic analyst. Duma, appreciate you engaging us. I mean, let me put it to you straight up front here. And I spoke about the weather very intentionally because, I mean, there's such a huge uproar and conversation around the weather. In the same way, we're not talking about jobs in the same way. And yet I would take it that these numbers in the last 2-3 years effectively represents a national crisis. Don't you think so?
Yes, we've got a complete national crisis. 2 days ago, we were celebrating the 70th anniversary of the historic march on the Union buildings, and it's National Women's Day. And then today, I woke up at 11:30. The shocking news that the unemployment rate for African women is 53%. We can't continue like this, Ashraf, because this has been a constant situation over the past 17 years where unemployment is just getting worse, and 53%. We can't continue like this, Ashraf, because this has been a constant situation over the past 17 years where unemployment is just getting worse and worse and worse every single year, every single quarter. The second thing that's worse every single year, every single quarter. The second thing that stood out for me is that the unemployment rate in the Northwest is 56%. The unemployment rate in the Eastern Cape, where half my family lives, is 54%. And if you look at the government has been telling us, gaslighting us, telling us that the economy is turning the corner. But in 2026, the first 2 quarters, as Solly was saying earlier on, we have had the number of unemployed people collapse by 360,000 jobs have vanished in 6 months. The number of unemployed people has increased by 605,000 people. 605,000 people. This government does not care about unemployment. There is nothing in 6 months. The number of unemployed people has increased by 605,000 people. 605,000 people. This government does not care about unemployment. There is nothing. I don't know what to do, Ashraf, because the core situation is that over the past 17 years, the number of unemployed people has increased by about 7 million people. There are now 13.1 million unemployed people. The unemployment rate is 43.8%.
Yeah, I mean, and those numbers are...
Now, 13.1 million unemployed people. The unemployment rate is 43.8%.
Yeah, I mean, and those numbers are frightening. So your point...
Yes, and we have the second highest unemployment rate in the world. We can't be normal, Yeah.
Who's first?
Swaziland, yeah.
Which is also really very much a part of the same region anyway. So we're clearly getting a lot wrong.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Right.
In fact, most of the, if you look at the top 10 countries in the world in terms of unemployment, many of them are from the region. Yeah,
Okay.
Botswana as well.
So
yeah.
Here's a thought to you. If you are if you confirm what I've said, that in fact it is a national crisis and it should be treated as such, right? Then why are we not doing so as a country and as a people?
Well, we had a GBV thing. We had a GBV emergency debate in Parliament some years ago, I think during COVID. We need an emergency summit in society. We need an emergency. We had a GBV thing. We had a GBV emergency debate in Parliament some years ago, I think during COVID. We need an emergency summit in society. We need an emergency discussion in Parliament. Quite frankly, Ashraf, most political parties have nothing to say about this jobs crisis. The ANC, quite frankly, Ashraf, most political parties have nothing to say about this jobs crisis. The ANC, the government of neoliberal unity, has got nothing to say. How can you have a so-called economic development strategy called Operation Vulindlela that focus 90% of Operation Vulindlela is one sector? Now, this sector, electricity, is about 4% of GDP, and 103,000 people are employed in the sector. How can that be the sum total of your strategy? It makes no sense. Yeah.
How? So, what should So, who should then pick up the baton if government's not succeeding? If political parties constantly try and outdo each other in these public platforms, that's all they're concerned about, knocking each other down. Who should do something about it?
I think there has to be a citizen uprising, like there's nothing else that will talk sense into these political leaders because all of them are the same. They don't care about this jobless crisis. And just to put it in another way, over the past 17 years, we've had annual average GDP growth sense into these political leaders because all of them are the same. They don't care about this jobless crisis. And just to put it in another way, over the past 17 years, we've had annual average GDP growth of 1.1%. The annual average for, over the same period, global financial crisis, COVID pandemic, for 155 emerging and developing countries was 4.4% without much effort, 6.3% for emerging and developing Asia. Why is South Africa, a country that's not at war, struggling for so long with this chronically low GDP growth? And 2025, our GDP per capita was lower than it was in 2007.
So why are we? So okay, we got a minute. Why are we like that? And you spoke about a citizens' uprising. Give me the nature of the uprising you're referring to.
We need an Arab Spring, a South African Spring. There's no other way to talk sense into these people because. And the unfortunate thing is, when you have an uprising, you don't know who's going to end up as your president. That's the sad thing.
Well, I was going to tell you, the Arab Spring hasn't quite worked in many countries, in fact.
Yes, but the point is there's no other way. There's no other way. We can't. South Africans are on the edge. Electricity prices have increased by 1,000% since 2007. South Africa is in a desperate economic situation. 2/3 of our population live under the upper bound poverty line.
All right, just pause on that because I want to get other solutions on that, which we'll do right after this.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained. The conversation. From the voices of yesterday,
more on sustainable development,
Technology has changed, but through it all, one thing has remained. The conversation. From the voices of yesterday,
more on sustainable development. A preparatory conference was held in Bali in Indonesia in June, where governments and civil society delegates met but could hardly reach any decisions.
Can we get back to a point you made earlier that everybody has her own conception of how it ought to be done, perhaps because Gil Good might have done it that way. For you as an actor, how does this advance your career, perhaps?
Having a live crossing now to Ferial Hafaji, who's at a news conference called by the ANC on land reform, I believe. Tell us a little more, Ferial.
Hello, Sally. Yes.
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAfm celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation story. Our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm. The conversation continues. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
All right, let's get back then to my guest who's got lots to say, and I'm expecting you listening in to have, well, you're going to react, I have no doubt about that. Duma Klobule. So we ended just now about talking about an Arab Spring uprising, and I'm suggesting, as you've actually admitted, there's no guarantee what happens next, where the cards fall, and there's huge problems in North Africa specifically, as we've seen, right? So if we ignore an actual uprising to topple a democratic government, then if I stay with the jobs theme specifically, narrow, right? What can we do in the job sector? What are the type of intervention that can be made by civil society?
Well, there's nothing. The unfortunate reality South Africans must face is that unemployment is a macroeconomic policy issue. The two most important institutions in the economy are the central bank and the National Treasury. Now, the central bank only cares about a 3% inflation target. National Treasury only cares about a 2% primary budget surplus that sucks money out of the economy. So, and it causes this situation that we're in. And you will see that the biggest job losses during the first 2 quarters are in the community sector, which is mostly government. So the government is shrinking over the last 2 quarters. So what I'm trying to say is that if this was a company, Ashraf, we would have fired the central bank governor and the finance minister. There's no other way to say it. How can you deliver failure every single year for 17 years non-stop? It makes no sense whatsoever. And those people still have a job, Yeah.
Let me leave you with this. You also know there's been a parallel civil society protest of sorts in the last few months that's gained momentum. I'm talking about March and others, right? And central to that is their premise that we have high unemployment among South Africans because foreign nationals are taking jobs. Now, is that a factor in this conversation, or is that almost minuscule in the greater scheme of things?
Yeah. It's a non-factor. We're going to see the effect of this xenophobia during the third quarter stats, But I just have to make a point. And we've got an excellent statistical agency. They've released 5 reports on international migration. And if you look at the numbers, I've gone through the numbers. If you look at the numbers, it's about, if you take away the South African citizens in the surveys, many foreign nationals are South African citizens. So if you minus them, we're talking between 3 and 4%, 4.5% of population. Ashraf, only a xenophobe would scapegoat 3, or someone who doesn't understand basic maths would scapegoat 3 to 4%, 4.5% of the population for all our problems, including low GDP growth. Low GDP growth, soaring unemployment. It's a macroeconomic policy issue. It's also so international migration is a symptom of unbalanced economic development in the region. So unless we solve that, it is a regional economic development issue. And the last thing I want to say, Ashraf, is that cut and slice the numbers on international migration for every period over the past 30 years. To cut a long story short, people from 4 countries are 80% of our migrants. We're talking about Mozambique, Lesotho,
Zimbabwe, I would take it, yeah?
Yeah, Zimbabwe, and there's a fourth one, Malawi. So I forgot Malawi. Yeah. Now, people from Mozambique, Lesotho, and Malawi have already been with us for more than a century. The only thing that has changed since 2001 is the collapse of the Zimbabwean economy. So we have to solve that issue at source. And as we did with the DRC in 2000, we had the Sun City talks in 2002, and we had the Pretoria Accord, I think, the following year. Then we went and helped them with the first election, the second election, and we need to have a situation, a regional talk show. Now, people mustn't believe that the international migrants are from every single country.
That's a
They're
good point.
primarily from 4 countries.
Well, you're right, which means they're very much a part of South Africa anyway. The level of interdependence has always been there. Well, appreciate your time. Lots to think about as we expect from you coming from you, Duma Kobule. Appreciate your time here today on the National Pulse. Right, reaction from you. Let's hear it.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
In the meantime, let's reflect on what's happened today at the Madlanga Commission. You obviously know about this because you listen to the station all day long. The National Coloured Congress leader and MP Fadil Adams briefly appeared before the Madlanga Commission this morning after the Commission received his sworn affidavit and supporting documents as late as 9 p.m. last night. Adams, his appearance has attracted significant public interest with questions expected of his alleged access to the Westville prison, crime intelligence information, alleged secret slush funds, and his dealings with the police investigators. Now, we're going to pick up 2 significant soundbites. First of all, Justice Malanga told Fadil Adams, just listen to how he addressed him.
For you to only give to the commission communication, or rather your statement, which was required from October of last year, for you to only give that statement to the commission after 9 p.m. last night. And the only excuse you have is that you have after 9 p.m. last night. And the only excuse you have is that you have difficulties with your laptop. All right. I don't believe that. I find it hard to believe that. Because otherwise, you should not be operational at all as a parliamentarian. Okay, let's move on. Now, I don't believe that. I find it hard to believe that. Because otherwise, you should not be operational at all as a parliamentarian. Okay, let's move on. Now, about 3 months back, you became aware that a statement was required of you. So, according to what you say, which is hard to believe, you have had 3 months and we only get your statement after 9 p.m. last night. Had 3 months, and we only get your statement after 9 p.m. last night. What excuse do you have for that?
There is no excuse, Justice, because when I emailed the Commission about 2 weeks ago, I asked for a date. I was given the date of the 11th. I emailed back. I said to them that it is voter registration, 6th, 7th, 8th. I essentially have 5 days to complete this thing. Can I have a slightly later date? The Commission...
Why would you have asked for a date? You would have seen from the communication which you got 3 months back that the statement was required from October last year already. Why would you have asked for a date? 3 months back, you become aware that, for such a long time, a statement was required from me. You still ask for a date instead of saying, wow, I'm very late already from me. You still ask for a date instead of saying, wow, I'm very late already, and quickly putting your statement together. Why only a week or a couple of weeks back do you ask for a date only then?
The Commission asks me...
Week or a couple of weeks back, do you ask for a date only then?
The Commission asks me 3 questions, Judge, and I felt that I could offer much more than 3 questions, which is why I asked for a date. When the date was proposed on the 11th, I emailed back. I said, can I have just a little bit more time? And I was told, no, the 11th is the only available date. I moved heaven and earth. I sat up nights to conclude this thing. And I'm not saying that I'm doing that what I did was right. But what I'm saying is I tried my level best to meet the deadline of Thursday. I couldn't.
What I will say, and I will stop here, what I will say is it seems to me that you are not taking this commission seriously. And starting from now and going forward, you should not treat this commission the way you have thus far. Because every and anything you've said thus far is just totally unbelievable.
The key word, it's totally unbelievable. And unbelievable has a positive sense, like it's unbelievably great. But in this case, unbelievable means something else. So we now know that the Fadil Adams testimony itself postponed now to August 19th. Here's a response from Advocate Matthew Cheskelson.
Well, Chair, we have the statement. The next open slot, or the next slot that can be made open, is the 19th of August. And Mr. Adams can come on the 19th of August. I'd ask that we postpone to the 19th of August.
Yes. For the record, let me just repeat something that you yourself already said, Mr. Chaskalson, which is that it is not practical for us to hear Mr. Adams's evidence now. People who follow the Commission's proceedings will have heard that all the time. We refer to what we have read in the Commission's proceedings. Will have heard that all the time. We refer to what we have read in the statements of witnesses because we prepare ahead of time. If a statement was given or furnished to the Commission after 9 p.m., there is no way that that statement would then be forwarded to us, commissioners, for us to prepare. That's true of the evidence leaders as well, actually, because they too need to prepare. So practically, it is not possible to hear Mr. Adams, actually, because they too need to prepare. So practically, it is not possible to hear Mr. Adams's evidence today.
Right, so there we are. Lots to react on that as well. Let's get the news headlines now. Just gone 3:30.
On the news headlines, snowfall over parts of KwaZulu-Natal as well as cold and rainy weather over the province is expected to continue until tomorrow. Justice Minister Mamuloko Kubai says government is moving to strengthen South Africa's legal framework through 4 legislative amendment bills, and a court in Syria has sentenced the ousted President Bashar al-Assad to death for crimes against humanity committed during the country's civil war. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Right, Tumi, let's talk cricket, right? You've got a story about we're off to Namibia.
Yes, a very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. The Proteas have... Right,
Tumi, let's talk cricket, right? You've got a story about we're off to Namibia.
Yes, a very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. The Proteas have named a 50-man squad for the White Ball Tour of Namibia later this month. All-rounders Stuart Janssen and Ethan Bosch are the two uncapped players in the squad. Janssen, who's the twin brother to Proteas all-rounder Marco Janssen, earns his first national call-up after an impressive domestic season, and Lions spinner Bjorn Fortuin will captain the side. South Africa will face Namibia and Zimbabwe in a T20 international tri-series in Windhoek from the 28th of August to the 6th of September, and the Proteas will then play a 3-match ODI series against Namibia from the 9th to the 13th of September. Moving on to football, Mamelodi Sundowns will get their 2026-27 Betway Premiership League campaign underway against TS Galaxy at Bombela Stadium tonight at 7:30. The match comes after the Brazilians' opening Premiership fixture was postponed. The Rockets, on the other hand, have already played their first league match, a 2-2 draw against Welele, and TS Galaxy will be without goalkeeper Sipho Maseti, who got a red card in the previous game. Here's Downs captain Themba Zwane.
Obviously, the preparation were not that much, but upon the arrival in Mpumalanga, we get to watch the TX Galaxy game, and we know what we expect, especially the game that we played them against them last time when we were here. So we know what we expect, we know what to do, and I think we are ready as a team.
In other matches today, Chippa United hosts Richards Bay in Dobsonville. Newly promoted Kruger United travel to Royal Bafokeng where they face Marumo Gallants, and Polokwane City will look to maintain their winning start when they host Stellenbosch FC in Seshego. Elsewhere, U.S. President Donald Trump has warned FIFA that removing President Gianni Infantino would be a terrible mistake. Infantino is facing pressure after a controversial plan to sell part of FIFA's commercial rights company to private investors was abandoned, and Trump has defended Infantino for presiding over what he called the most successful World Cup ever, co-hosted by the USA, Canada and Mexico. In terms of rugby, coach Dave Rennie has taken no chances with his All Black squad, withdrawing scrum half Cam Roigard from today's clash against the Sharks in Durban. The 25-year-old was ruled out as a precaution with a tight calf, with Cortez Ratima named on the bench after starting last week's 38-21 win over the Stormers. Roigard's absence adds a growing injury list for New Zealand, with number 8 Wallace Sititi missing the Cape Town match through illness, while hooker George Bell and centre Billy Procto have both returned home injured, and tour captain Cody Taylor is also nursing a calf strain but could feature against the Bulls in Pretoria on Saturday. In tennis, Iga Swiatek produced one of her sharpest displays of the season, crushing Diana Schneider 6-1, 6-2, 6-1 rather, in just 64 minutes to reach the Toronto semi-finals. The number 7 seed broke immediately, dominated on serve, and reeled off the final 6 games to seal a commanding win. Next up for her, she faces number 9 seed Elena Svitolina. On that note, it is a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for that. Well, I'll tell you what, when you've got Trump on your side, as Infantino does have, it could almost, well, not called, could almost, let me rephrase. To Infantino, it's counterproductive.
SAFM has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365. Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda. Weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, let's get reaction from you. I always like it. Reaction on the unemployment numbers, reaction on Duma Kobule's reaction, and talking about an uprising as he has suggested, but also reaction on the goings on at the Madlanga Commission regarding Fadil Adams. Right, Christo in George, you want to talk jobs?
Asaf, hi. Yes, thank you for the call.
Pleasure.
Very, very nice topic this afternoon. I love it. I'm a regular listener to your show.
Much appreciated.
We can do two things. It'll take myself and you and individuals a long time and effort to create jobs. The easiest way to do is to get rid of BEE. We all know the richest man in the world wants to invest in South Africa. And if we make it feasible and profitable for countries and people to invest, we can literally create millions of jobs by people investing and bringing money and things to the country. So,
but if that man is so committed to investing in South Africa, BE doesn't exclude him. There are many other American companies, for example, who have an interest in this country. And the fact that he's born in South Africa and he's so committed to this country, why doesn't he then invest anyway?
Because he doesn't want to give away 30% of his business.
Yeah, but then he's not that committed to advancing this country.
I know. And also BE only enriches a couple of people, So if BE worked, there would be millions more employed in the country. Those are just my thoughts.
Okay, point taken. Listen, on the BEE part, and it's going to come up again. There's been people within the ANC to say the BEE in its current form has not worked. The principle is correct, like affirmative action, but in its current form needs some sub-employment. In fact, before we get to those WhatsApps, Zindela in Durban, let's go for it. Zindela, hi.
Hi, good afternoon, Ashraf.
Yeah, good afternoon, right.
Yeah, thank you this is a very pertinent discussion right now where we are as a country. But my concern here is that most of the time the stats that is being shared, we're not sure is it about South Africans, strictly South Africans, or it inclusive of foreign nationals. Because until we separate, for example, the issue of the census, no unemployment rate in the country.
But let me just interject on that part there, right? So the same organization we use for stats and we take their word for it are the same ones who provide stats for economic numbers, everything, okay? And they're saying at this point in time, and I'm giving you a rough idea, that the foreign nationals who are in the country are no more than 3%, okay? Confirmed, by the way, in the chat with Duma Kobule just now. And he said, therefore, they're being scapegoated. It's inconsequential in the greater scheme of things. There's a far bigger problem than the 3%. So that should answer the question for you.
Yeah, but no, but it's not the reality on the ground. You know very well. It's been proven right now when we see the numbers in Durban, for example, the numbers of foreign nationals that are here that were unaccounted for. So we don't trust even the very stats that were given by these organizations. It's inaccurate. It's not. That's why we can't tackle the problem.
Yeah, but which ones do you trust? I'll tell you why. Because, for example, Jacinta Ngobezi Zuma at some stages talked about 15, 20 million foreign nationals in this country. Now, many people disregard that. So which one is the truth? The 3% or the 15 million?
Well, because we are living on the ground, we see what we see in our locations, in our townships, where we are.
Many people disregard that. So which one is the truth? The 3% or the 15 million?
Well, because we are living on the ground, we see what we see in our locations, in our townships, where we are. We rather trust Jacinta's stats, not this, because they cover up, number two. Government cover up a lot. We don't trust information coming from the government. That's the reality. Secondly, I must say that the government shortchanged South Africans by not investing long-term in terms of making sure that our people are well equipped in terms of skills. Two, the interventions in terms of whether your FDIs, they are really looking out for a long-term investment on our people, South Africans. Because if you then open up the borders, for example, and you flood the market with cheap labor, you are disadvantaging the work of that has been happening for them, empowering the locals, the young people with skills. So you don't know what is what. So it's a mixed up. So the only way forward here, we're just going to have to reset the system.
Well, look, there's no doubt that the system needs to be reset. Let's leave it at that. I need to move on, Zindela. But to stay with the numbers, 3% or 15 million. If we say 15 million, we're basically saying 1 in every 4 people in South Africa are actually foreign nationals. 1 in 4 are foreign nationals. That's the number, 15 out of 60 million. Now, even if we're out by 1 million or 2, that's the number we're referring to. Can you see how outrageous that claim can well be? Do we need a reset, an economic reset in our country? I think there's absolutely no doubt about it. And therefore, the point with the guest that we had early on, Duma Kubune, that why are we not taking this and being treated as a national crisis? Because it clearly is. Well, what about the Middle East? Let's talk about that next.
This is Global Watch on the National Pulse.
Right, so, a few days ago we spoke about the goings-on, in fact, about Pakistan and Imran Khan, who was still in prison 3 years later, and I chatted to Tembisa Fakude about that. I think almost on the same day, news came through that there was a deal put together regarding, that included the self-same Pakistan, Turkey or Turkey, and Saudi Arabia, and it's a defense pact. So let's understand the story behind that and the why and what may well it achieve. With me is Tembisa Fakude. Appreciate from AfroCert, right? Tembisa, as always, good to connect with you on the National Pulse.
Thanks for having me.
Right. Help us understand this. What would be the intention behind this? They talk defense. It sounds pretty straightforward, but it can never be that straightforward, can it?
No, it's not. But it was initiated by Qatar, and it's about replacing the military and security configuration in the region by replacing the United States, and that's what it's all about. And the beneficiary in all of this is going to be Turkey, of course, because Turkey produces arms and is going to be selling those arms to the region, including the trio, which is Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and Turkey. So all of them are going to benefit, but I think Turkey, in terms of commercial benefit, is the one that's going to be benefiting more than anyone else.
Interesting you use the word commercial benefit. I would have thought this is about military defense.
Well, it's about money. Military defense is just lip service to many of these countries in the region. It's all about making money. Donald Trump and the United States have been making money ever since. Countries such as Qatar have invested a lot of money, having had the largest military base in the region for years. It was not for the love of the Qataris or love of God. It was mainly to make money and do business. And I think Turkey has realized that, and is going to come in and is going to provide the wherewithal, including all the military hardware that the United States has for a very long time been providing in the region, and Turkey is going to be doing that. But having said that, it also communicates a new military arrangement, particularly to countries such as India, Iran, and Israel. Israel has been upping the ante in terms of threatening Turkey, particularly Naftali Bennett, who is touted to be the next prime minister of Israel, that Turkey is the enemy of Israel and it must be dealt with in inverted commas. Now that Turkey has joined forces with Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, and the theme of this new arrangement they have is touch one, touch all. If Israel decides to attack Turkey, you are likely therefore to have arrangement they have is touch one, touch all. If Israel decides to attack Turkey, you are likely therefore to have Saudi Arabia and Iran Saudi Arabia and Pakistan joining that war and attacking Israel in retaliation. Saudi Arabia and Iran Saudi Arabia and Pakistan joining that war and attacking Israel in retaliation.
Well, okay. So in terms of the benefits, you say overall economically Turkey may benefit, but let's talk about it in the narrow defense aspect, right? Why would there be a need for those three countries to sign what I'm going to use the COSATU example, injury to one is injury to all, that defense pact. Why would they need to do so?
Because all of them have got existential threats from their neighbors. But Iran will also now start to think twice if it continues with what has been happening in terms of it targeting Saudi Arabia, for example. We don't know whether the proxies of Iran are also going to be part and parcel of this. We know that Houthis continue to attack Saudi ships and Saudi assets on the Red Sea. So what will that mean moving forward? So the communication is very clear, and I think it's likely going to prevent Iran or stop Iran from targeting Saudi henceforth. But also, a message is going to be very clear to India, who has not long ago had a conflict or war with a very brief war with Pakistan, that if it does again attack Pakistan, it's likely to have Turkey and Saudi Arabia joining in. So this alliance is very important. But more than anything else, I think it seeks to kick out the United States from the region and replace it with this new reconfiguration.
USA and Saudi Arabia in particular, but also the USA and Turkey, where, I mean, not even about a week or two ago, Trump was very, very praiseworthy of Erdogan, right? Has that changed?
No, it hasn't changed. In fact, Trump is friendly with all of them. Trump, at the moment, of course, the reason why they're using Pakistan is because Pakistan has nominated, if you remember, Donald Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. So they're quite very close with the Prime Minister of Pakistan. Mohammed bin Salman is a known friend and supporter of Donald Trump, not only in terms of business, but they share a lot of common relations, including relations that Mohammed bin Salman shares with Jared Kushner, for example, the son-in-law of Donald Trump. As you correctly put it, with Tayyip Erdogan, Donald Trump is very clear in terms of his relations that Mohammed bin Salman shares with Jared Kushner, for example, the son-in-law of Donald Trump. As you correctly put it, with Tayyip Erdogan, Donald Trump is very clear in terms of his relationship and liking of Tayyip Erdogan. So all of these three men who are running these countries have a close relationship, which therefore tells me that Trump was consulted when this arrangement was formulated, and at the same time, I think the United States will support this, and the United States will, now we can deduce from this that it's seeking a way out of the quagmire that it has found itself in terms of having all of these military bases in the Gulf, because the Iran has been hitting them. So the only way of them exiting quietly is by supporting this new arrangement, which will replace the United States bases, in the region.
Okay. Just lastly, Trump was consulted about something that may also reduce their own power, the USA, right? Okay. Just lastly, Trump was consulted about something that may also reduce their own power, the USA, right? But what about the position then of Israel, Palestine, Lebanon, and how that may change as a result of what we've just got on the table now?
Well, I think, as I've said in the past, I think we are now seeing the beginning of the end of Israeli domination of and destabilization of the region. If you really think about it, if Israel continues with this behavior, number one is they're not very liked at the moment in the United States. United States is likely to pull out its absolute and black support of Israel, which Israel has been enjoying over the years. If you look at the rhetoric that's taking place at the moment. Across the Mediterranean, we've got Turkey, which is now is looking like it's going to be more powerful in terms of this new alliance. Then we've got Iran, again, on the Gulf. So Israel, I think it has to begin to reconsider its position. And not too far away from Israel, again, we've got Egypt, which is also flexing its own muscle. So Israel is surrounded by these ever-growing countries militarily. And with United States likely to abandon Israel, Israel might just find itself in a much, much more complicated position in its couple
let's leave it at that. Maybe another question. What would happen if the unthinkable happens and the Americans actually abandon Israel? If they ever do so, it seems highly unlikely. But if so, what would happen? Think about that. Tembisa, conversation for another day, perhaps. Much appreciate your time here on the National Pulse.
Every message tells a story.
SAFM turns 90 this month. Congratulations. You have been a trusted companion to South Africans for 9 decades. During load shedding, you stood with the people. You delivered clear updates. You asked tough questions. You held us at Eskom accountable. This helped us listen and improve. My name is Mteto Nyati, Chairman of Eskom.
Every wish reminds us why SAFM is more than just a radio station. Wish reminds us why SAFM is more than just a radio station.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
The National
Investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, we all know how important whistleblowers are, certainly in the light of all the goings on at the Madlanga Commission and, Babita Diakaram before that, and many others too, right? So listen to this story. The Whistleblower House plays a critical role in protecting and supporting whistleblowers who expose corruption. So we know that. But the organization itself is now facing a funding crisis that threatens its ability to provide this vital support. So let's find out what crisis is there and what can they do next about it. Ben Taron is the Chief Executive Director of the Whistler House, right? Ben, appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us.
Ashraf, thank you for the opportunity and good afternoon, South Africa. Just a correction, it is the Whistleblower House.
It's your time. Thanks for joining us.
Ashraf, thank you for the opportunity and good afternoon, South Africa. Just a correction, it is the Whistleblower House.
Okay, I see. There's an error there with just one word. My apology for that, right? Okay, so firstly, what does the Whistleblower House do?
The Whistleblower House exists to support whistleblowers. That is the be it and the end of all of our mandate. And how we do that is by providing legal, psychological, security, and financial assistance. So at no cost to the whistleblower coming to us, we do provide free legal advice, preferably before they blow the whistle, but definitely after they blow the whistle. Secondly, when people lose their jobs, they don't have income. So you've just spoken about the unemployment and the current process, the current situation in South Africa. When you lose your job, it's extremely difficult to find another one. When you are a whistleblower, it's impossible. What people then suffer is for psychological stress, and that impacts on the family. Security, I think it's very self-evident. People get threatened, people's lives are at risk, and people are killed. So we provide security as well. And then we provide a small stipend for qualifying whistleblowers for over a period of 6 months, purely just to survive that critical period after losing their jobs.
Okay, let's now understand there's financial shortfalls. I mean, what's the story? Tell me more.
We opened our doors on the 22nd of February 2022. And since the first year, we had no income. We had a very small grant from BUSA, Business Unit South Africa. And since 2023, 2024, and 2025, we've had excellent support. The problem is that you can't depend permanently on the same grants. And what has happened is we've actually expended our one grant in December last year because of the increase after the Madlanga Commission revelations and the publicity that goes with that. We have applied 2 years ago for another grant, and that process is still ongoing. They are sitting in October, and we're hoping to have a decent grant. In September, we have the one that has been expended in December, they're sitting in September. So those are the two grants that's on the horizon. And we need money. I have a responsibility to the business, and according to law, if I owe more than what I have in the bank, I actually need to declare bankruptcy and tell my service providers that I can't pay them anymore. Just on that point, we notified the service providers in May. Now, remember, when you're in the legal process in South Africa, it takes long, it's time-consuming and systematic. When the cases are enrolled in court, you can't just withdraw just because you don't have money. What we've instructed our service providers to do is to continue with life savings. I'm talking in terms of psychological, and those cases that are enrolled, they must continue. Any new cases, nobody who applied since May we could help at all. We notify them that we will get to them if we have more money, if we receive money. So whistleblowers have approached us, then we say, we cannot help you because we have no funding. Because if I accept the case, I then put the company in jeopardy.
So how much of a shortfall do you have now?
We have 388,000 rand in the bank, and we normally deal with somewhere between 1 million and 1.2 million per month. So we are at dire straits at the moment. I've informed my board, and we're having a board meeting tomorrow evening to talk about the current shortfall, and the prospects are dire.
What are the options? I mean, besides you gave the legal options, I understand that, but is there any chance? I mean, you're talking to us on air. There's a hope that somebody's listening. I mean, if it's that important, they can't be impressed by the Madlanga Commission and not be moved by the need for whistleblowers. I mean, there's a contradiction there, isn't it?
Let me be very blunt. Any individual, any 50 rand, any 100 rand, if you go to the whistleblowerhouse.org, the website's name is whistleblowerhouse.org. Any 50 rand, any 100, 500 or 1,000 rand, and at 12 o'clock when I made a public appeal, I saw some money come in. And we get an immediate notification. So that is on an individual basis. My plea is to corporates and businesses to come forward, contact us, Ben at whistleblowerhouse.org, and we will talk to them about exactly how much we need. We are Section 18A, so we can provide tax benefits to the companies, but it has been extremely difficult and a big uphill because the whistleblower environment is South Africa's poverty-driven. So what you do find is corporate and businesses will support, and I'm not arguing, I'm just stating the facts, is hunger, job creation, children, gender-based violence do get preference. And when we approach organizations, they say, but we are already committed to one of those. So I can mention them because that's what we get told. We are at our wits' end. We have supported the state and whistleblowers across the country under dire straits, and we need help today, tomorrow.
Okay, well, I hear that. Whistleblower, the Whistleblower House. I mean, they can just Google it, right? They'll find you guys. Yeah,
absolutely. Whistleblowerhouse.org.
Whistleblowerhouse.org. Well, I tell you what, feel free to maybe share that information on our social media pages. You can tag me as well. Besides SAfm Radio, we'll gladly share that as well. I think it's that important. And I am wondering, institutionally, considering all the other big donors, is there not anybody in a position who can assist? I mean, unless we think that whistleblowing is like just trivial child's play that has no relevance in the South African socio-political economic landscape. Let's hopefully this will shift that needle. Small, large, it must happen. 4 o'clock, let's now get the news. It's time. Well, here's on Jalaimbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, City Power inundated with power outage reports and legislative amendment bills approved by Cabinet. For SAfm News, I am Onda Lambana, and a very good afternoon. City Power says it is battling a high volume of power outages and individual fault reports across Johannesburg as cold and wet weather continues to put pressure on the network. The utility says it is currently managing about 3,000 open calls, with Steel recording the highest number at over 1,400. Several areas remain affected by active medium voltage outages. City Power spokesperson Isaac Mangena says although supply has been restored to parts of the inner city and other affected areas, residents in areas including Hillbrow, Braamfontein and parts of Johannesburg South are still without power.
We are appealing to customers to help us protect the network by reducing the electricity consumption, particularly during the morning and evening peak periods, and by staggering the use of high consumption appliances in their homes. Morning and evening peak periods, and by staggering the use of high consumption appliances in their homes. During an outage, customers should unplug appliances and switch them back on gradually once supply is restored. Our teams remain deployed across the city, and we continue to pump in resources, work through the backlog as quickly and safely as possible.
Snowfall over parts of KwaZulu-Natal as well as cold and rainy weather over the province is expected to continue until tomorrow. The South African Weather Service has issued a yellow level 2 warning of light to moderate snowfall and icy roads over Van Riemen's Pass today. Snowfall is expected to continue over the southern Drakensberg and adjacent areas and along the mountain range between Umnambiti, formerly Ladysmith, to Newcastle. Forecaster Wisani Maluleke says it's expected that the weather over the province will start clearing up on Thursday.
Today we have 60% chance of rain, and then with snow. This snow is expected mainly over Harigwala, the western part of Mgungulo, that's the Drakensberg, looking at the Underberg, Janskasel, and then Utugela district, and some part of Amajuba. And then starting from tomorrow, we have 60% chance of rain in the province along the coast and some of the inland. However, 30% chance of rain is expected over the western part of the province.
The Madlanga Commission has heard that a Section 28(1) authorization application in the Medicare 24 investigation was prepared before a Section 27 referral had been made to IDEC. This is according to IDEC State Advocate Drushanta Ramsamy, who is testifying at the Madlanga Commission. Ramsamy says she only became aware in May last year that the matter referred to by former IDEC head advocate Andrea Johnson as the SAPS contract and visa contract was in fact the Medicare 24 matter. She's being led in evidence by advocate Lee Siegels-Ncube.
So this is now on the 16th of April 2025, and you're being told that General Matlow will be the Section 27 referral. She'll depose to the affidavit.
Correct.
Okay, in order for it to be referred to IDEC for investigation.
Yes,
but you are having this discussion even before there's a referral.
This discussion is before a referral, and a 28(1) application has already been submitted.
Justice Minister Mamuloko Kubai says government is moving to strengthen South Africa's legal framework through 4 legislative amendment bills. The proposed changes, including tougher laws and penalties to tackle illicit mining, measures to improve access to the legal profession and protect the public, tighter oversight of trusts to curb financial abuse and money laundering, as well as new provisions targeting conspiracy, instigation and incitement to commit serious offences. Kubai says the Cabinet has approved the bills, with 3 now open for public comment, while the conspiracy and incitement bill will be tabled in Parliament. Kubai was speaking during a media briefing in Pretoria.
Regularly reviewing and changing legislation ensures that laws remain fair, useful, and ensures equality before the law. It allows government to fix outdated rules, adapt to new technology, and to respond to changing social and political values. Without updates, laws can become inefficient, fail to protect citizens, or create legal confusion.
A court in Syria has sentenced the ousted President Bashar al-Assad to death for crimes against humanity committed during the country's civil war. Assad's cousin and the former head of political security in southern Syria, Deraa province, Atef Najib, was also sentenced to death. The BBC's Joanna Keeney has details.
Bashar al-Assad's grip on power came to an end in 2024 when his government was overthrown and he fled to Russia with his family. Now, in his absence, he's been sentenced to death for crimes including premeditated murder. His cousin, Atef Najib, who was in charge of political security in Deraa province where the uprising began, was inside a cage in court to hear his sentence read out. He was convicted of the intentional killing of children and torture leading to death. Syria's interim authorities will now continue the process of trying figures from the former government both in person and in their absence.
Recapping the top stories, CT Power says it is battling a high volume of power outages and individual fault reports across Johannesburg as cold and wet weather continues to put pressure on the network. I'm on Delambana for SAfm News Headlines at 4:30.
In sports this hour, Moloto confident Polokwane City can hold their own, and Msomi guides Johannesburg to a 3rd straight national under-21 title. More details at 4:30.
SAfm.
guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. We start in Pretoria with a crash on the N1 South near Linwood to Atterbury. So coming out of Pretoria on that run towards Atterbury, that traffic backlogging. Rain across Gauteng. It's been raining all day. Roads are wet and slippery and just generally a bit slower. The Mike 1, for example, extending queues right through to about Ormonde this afternoon. Durban also raining, and that's led to some flooding on the M4 Southern Freeway at Congela. Victoria Embankment out of the city centre onto the M4 towards Congela is all backed up. It looks like a power supply problem in the Durban CBD. A lot of traffic lights are out today as well. Then if you're driving out of Cape Town, the N1, super heavy already from the city centre all the way through to Plattekloof Road, just absolutely jammed up. And a bit of pressure out through Hospital Bend, Nelson Mandela and the Philip Kosana routes just jamming up, leaving the city centre through to the Bend area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Stay safe on the roads. SAFM is with you. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, we've been talking about the weather, and there's no doubt at this point in time it becomes a national crisis when you have weather, gripping the whole country with really atrocious weather. There's the romantic aspect of snow, which is just beautiful to see and experience, but it also comes with a whole lot of damages, as I've seen in many places, and accidents and just treacherous weather on the roads as well. All of that comes together. That's a concern. But the concern about the job losses that continues unabated, I mean, that is a national crisis, don't you think? It is a national crisis. Can you argue differently about it? And my challenge, therefore, to you is we know what government ought to be doing, or big business and others, but what can we do? Because if we're going to wait for government forever, we'll have the same conversation in 15 years' time. So what can you and I do just within our own communities to try and move from a position of joblessness to jobs? Who can we give jobs to? Who can we find? Can we create jobs for them, even if we don't have it? What can we do to make a plan, as they would say? And I welcome your thoughts, and I want some positive suggestions, and perhaps you have it already and you're doing it already, which is just fantastic. But first things first then, let's stay with the other crisis gripping the country, the icy cold weather. And it continues. We'll talk about that next.
In case you missed it.
Can you respond to the allegation that he made against you, that you told him he would not be fired, but seemingly changed your mind?
Well, leadership is tough. You've got to make decisions based on the facts before you. And if you never ever prepare to change your mind, then you, by definition, are not going to be a very good leader forever.
Is that a concession that you did, in fact, then renege on your word?
So I had to make a tough decision based on what was happening in agriculture that I thought was best for the party and best for the country.
I'm going to take it as a yes.
I stand by that.
Gordon Hill-Lewis, the leader of the Democratic Alliance.
That was National Briefing this morning with Kathy Mutlatlana. Before there was the SAFM You Know Today, there was the English service, there was Radio South Africa, Radio South Africa, and there was a country going through extraordinary change.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael.
From the darkness of apartheid.
I have to inform honourable members.
Through the states of emergency.
Earlier, it was reported an explosion had occurred at an Eskom.
Through the release of Nelson Mandela.
Comrades and fellow South Africans, I greet you all.
Through the birth of a democratic South Africa.
As we know, elections do not create change, they create only the opportunity for change.
The conversations continued, and in 1995, a new SAFM emerged. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAFM looks back at the journey that brought us here. The voices, the moments, the people, the history. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM, the conversation continues. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, so there are certainly issues that we have to deal with around the country with regards to the weather. Let's get an update then. Specifically, in the region of KZN, right, with the Department of Transport and Human Settlements. So with me is the MEC for Transport and Human Settlements in that region, and that's Indabezinhle Sibi. I appreciate your time, and the spokesman for the MEC. Appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us on the National Pulse. All right, listen, we're absolutely battling to hear you. Let me just see if I can reconnect with you. Let's get Keys to see if we can sort it out. In the meantime, there are some WhatsApp comments, and there are many referring. Of course, I mean, what about the Fadil Adams testimony? We're going to get to that in a minute. Okay, hopefully now in the Bezintle, we've got you on a better line. Hopefully, hello.
Yes, good afternoon, Ashraf. I hope the line is clear now.
Yes, it certainly has improved. Thank you so much. Right, let's talk about the impact of this cold front that's gripped South Africa, but specifically your province, KZN.
Yeah, well, it has been, bad, especially from a point of view of rural-based communities. The MEC for Transport and Human Settlements, Monso Duma, has just finished inspecting areas that, were affected by the snowfall. He was in Kokstad, he moved around Underberg, as well as in Pendle. So you have, for instance, the snow blanketing homes of the most vulnerable. Look at Impendle, the MEC calls it, the area that is located below the belly of the Drakensberg mountain. The communities, have been cut off and are unable to access emergency and communication services, because the snow has weakened the network and the cellular signals. So, that is the most, terrible impact. If you look at R617, it was closed off, but this morning the MEC issued a report around 7 o'clock indicating that, some of the major routes, including R617, were reopened to the motorists, and you look at other areas such as, the route between KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape, R56, very clear, and we are, however, advising motorists to keep that following distance and not to speed.
So, I mean, let's talk about the motorists. I mean, are people adhering to it? Because I know in the area you mentioned, the Underberg, it looks stunningly beautiful, and therefore, because I know in the area you mentioned, the Underberg, it looks stunningly beautiful, and therefore, yes, it comes with other concerns, but there's also been, let's call it weather tourists, people who live probably within 45, 50 minutes of that area have actually traveled that area, although it may also cause other traffic problems for them. I mean, have they done that, and how have they coped with it?
Yesterday, we
45, 50 minutes of that area have actually traveled that area, although it may also cause other traffic problems for them. I mean, have they done that, and how have they coped with it?
Yesterday, we witnessed snow chasers, especially on R56. I mean, as someone who's working very closely with the Road Traffic Inspectorate, the highly efficient team from RTI, I wouldn't advise anyone to, chase the snow, especially when there is a voice of reason. When we are requested to remain indoors, they say prevention is better than cure. We don't want to see the repeat of what we all witnessed in 2024 in September, when people, got stuck, along the major route for more than 24 hours. And if you pick up, conversations, you realize that some of the people that were stuck in 2024 were chasing the snow. So, it is advisable to remain indoors because, for the first time in history, 2024, we experienced that snowfall indoors because, for the first time in history, 2024, we experienced that snowfall. And, the snow that was above 30 centimeters in depth for the very first time. So, we are requesting motorists to, be very extra careful and ordinary members of society to remain indoors when they are requested to do so.
So therefore, what about the type of, let's call it safety net, you may be providing for especially the most vulnerable? Because, you know, many of our homes, certainly in informal settlements, and especially the most vulnerable, because, you know, many of our homes, certainly in informal settlements and sort of underdeveloped communities, they are very, very vulnerable to any massive changes in weather. What's the support for them?
Yeah, the MEC has been
vulnerable to any massive changes in weather. What's the support for them?
Yeah, the MEC has been interacting with the Minister of Human Settlements, Thembi Simelane, who has dispatched a team from Human Settlements nationally, because there is a team responsible for, you know, interventions when there is a disaster. So that team is now working with, you know, a roving team from KwaZulu-Natal, Department of Human Settlements. We've brought in, you know, the team from Impen, the local municipality, the team from Gungudlovu district, the disaster management teams there, the mayors from both the municipality, the team from Gungudlovu district, the disaster management teams there, the mayors from both the municipalities, Impen as well as Gungudlovu. They are working very well with our MEC. And also it is important to indicate that, look, when the MEC was addressing members of the fourth estate at 1 o'clock, he emphasized the fact that, look, there are some of the lessons that, you know, we are importing from the sixth administration, because the disaster management coordination, it's something that was, you know, approved by cabinet under the sixth administration, and the integrated approach which we are seeing, it is as a result of the work that, you know, was executed under the sixth administration. Okay.
Is there anything else you'd like to share with us that you think, you know, listeners, people living in that region needs to know?
Well, obviously, MEC Duma is emphasizing one thing. The people of KwaZulu-Natal in the whole country are demanding nothing but efficiency and speed from those that are working for government departments. So we have a RTI team as well as the operators of graders who are on standby. They've been executing the snowfall response plan with precision. So we want to assure the people of KwaZulu-Natal that we are going to do everything in our power to turn things around, especially because, you know, the cut-off low pressure system has really, you know, triggered the heavy snowfall. We are witnessing in other parts of KwaZulu-Natal the cut-off low pressure system triggering, you know, the mudslides. We've seen, you know, the rise in water table in areas such as H section. So these are the, you know, extreme weather patterns that we must live with as we move forward.
Okay, and that's where we shall leave it. Nabizinhle Sibia, the spokesperson for the MEC for Transport and Human Settlements in the KZN province. Thanks for your time here on the National Pulse.
South Africa out of this world. They are champions for the first time. Matthias Brace. Africa's South Africa out of this world. They are champions for the first time. Matthias Brace.
Africa's finest are ready to battle for continental glory at the Women's Africa Cup of Nations from 26 July to 16 August.
Linda Mutsalo.
Continental glory at the Women's Africa Cup of Nations from 26 July to 16 August.
Linda Mutsalo. Israel is celebrating.
Don't miss the passion, the skill, and the unforgettable moments as Africa's best teams compete for the WAFCON 2026 title. Back Banyana Banyana. Watch WAFCON live on SABC.
That is it. That is the final whistle.
Catch all the action live on SABC2, SABC3, SABC radio stations, and SABC Plus. African Queens, live and loud on SABC.
One needed to win.
SABC Sport is the official broadcaster of WAFCON 2026. For the love of the
game. Young people have always had the power to shape society. For my generation, it's not only about remembering the students of 1976, but also about recognizing that young voices matter and can drive change.
Angola faced a long
of 1976, but also about recognizing that young voices matter and can drive change.
Angola faced a long civil war that lasted decades. A nation divided, people tested. But today, the story has changed. Peace rebuilt. cities rising, a future reclaimed.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, we'll get to your calls, we'll get to your WhatsApp comments. Either way, we'll get to hear from you because you're on the pulse and I need to feel it.
So Ashraf, Fadil Adams, well, comes with a primary school kid excuse. Like the dog ate my homework. What a silly, uneducated excuse to come and say that his laptop doesn't work properly. He could have come up with something better if he had to not lie like he lied. It's shameful. He's an adult to come up with such poor excuses. I really thought he was going to get away with that. He's coming back. He needs to come and explain. He's such a big deal, apparently.
Well, Madlanga certainly unimpressed.
He's coming back. He needs to come and explain. He's such a big deal, apparently.
Well, Madlanga certainly unimpressed, as he said, this is unbelievable. And it just reminded me of that word, unbelievable. It's a positive and a negative. It's unbelievable when you see something so amazing. It's unbelievable. Me of that word, unbelievable. It's a positive and a negative. It's unbelievable when you see something so amazing. It's unbelievable. But in this case, unbelievable is that unbelievable word that you said, coming from the person who heads up the commission. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. South Africans will have to learn the hard way that groups like March and so on are completely misdiagnosing the problem and misdirecting the people's anger. We'll have to learn the hard way. And I may not be an economist, but I smell a recession coming. You cannot just disrupt such a sensitive economy with strikes and stuff like that, and protests and burning buildings and looting, and not expect consequences. I smell a recession coming, actually. Thank you. This is Kechi from Ekurhuleni.
Okay, not that we've been far off recessions, as you would be well aware of, right?
Good afternoon. I smell a recession coming, actually. Thank you. This is Kechi from Ekurhuleni.
Okay, not that we've been far off recessions, as you would be well aware of, right?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Unemployment number in South Africa is a national crisis. You said, why is it not being enough? Unemployment number in South Africa is a national crisis. You said, why is it not being treated as such? The answer is very simple. Politicians don't care, especially treated as such. The answer is very simple. Politicians don't care, especially the ANC government. They don't care. They will never do anything. They failed time and time again. You know what's the saddest thing? The people, the unemployed people are still going to vote the ANC. They're still going to keep it in power. Let's wait and see. I'm Joe in the Western Cape.
So you really think these politicians don't care?
Good afternoon, Ashraf.
Oh, there we are. Sorry, here we are.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. South Africans will have to learn the hard way that groups like March and so on are completely
unemployment.
Okay, hold it. There's been a gremlin in the system. We played those as well. All right, happy to take some of your thoughts as well, but we'll also talk about the weather. So really, what's the story now? How much more to go before we get to a normality? We'll talk about that after this.
The National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6
after this.
The National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, let's talk about the weather then anyway, right? So, yesterday we touched on it. And, will it snow? Won't it snow in your areas? Well, what about today? Tokelo Chelwani is the South African Weather Service forecaster. Thanks for engaging us once again, Tokelo.
Thank you for having me again.
Thank you. Right, so what's the position? I know yesterday you spoke about the weather moving, the cold weather moving from the Cape, from the Eastern Cape to Free State to and KZN Midlands to the north. We're talking about, parts of Mpumalanga, maybe Gauteng as well, about the weather moving, the cold weather moving from, from the Cape, from the Eastern Cape to Free State to and KZN Midlands to the north. We're talking about, parts of Mpumalanga, maybe Gauteng as well. But you did make the point that, in fact, it'll be cold, very cold, but it'll be snowflakes and no real snow. Were you right on that so far?
Yes. I am right on that so far. And yes, we did experience snow in Gauteng, but it was not as significant as the one in KZN as well as Eastern Cape. I know that my Gauteng fellows wanted to build the snowman, but the snow was not that significant for us.
No
and
chance.
as I've mentioned yesterday, that it was gonna get cold today, and yes, we were right on that one. It is very cold, extremely cold today in most parts of the country, especially over Gauteng, Mpumalanga, Limpopo. And we've also seen some very strong winds overnight. I know that Mafikeng, at some point, Mafikeng weather office that we had reported a gusting wind up to over 150 kilometers per hour. So you can see that this system did bring in some very strong winds that we observed, 150 kilometers per hour. So you can see that this system did bring in some very strong winds that we observed. But currently, as we are moving forward into tomorrow, nothing significant tomorrow. We're just going to have in the remnants of the weather systems that were dominating over the past few days. And from Thursday onwards, it's like magic. Everything is clearing up, and gradually we'll start to get temperatures back to the norm that we normally get during winter season. However, it will start only in the western part, and it will spread to the not get during winter season. However, it will start only in the western part, and it will spread to the northern as well as eastern parts by the weekend. But for tonight, we are still expecting these showers, drizzle over most parts of the country, especially over Gauteng, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, where we are still even having 80% in Limpopo as well as some parts of KwaZulu-Natal. So that's what we are having for tonight.
So bottom line, which areas overnight can still build a snowman, or which can't?
The snow is already there on the ground. But the amount of snow falling has significantly reduced. Because it's cold, it's still going to be sustained on the ground. So people can still build a snowman in KwaZulu-Natal. If you are lucky enough to be in Lesotho, you can still build a snowman in Lesotho as well as over the Eastern Cape. So the snow will gradually melt as the warming comes through.
Okay, and therefore, did I say it? I mean, you're saying Limpopo, Gauteng, Mpumalanga, that's not going to happen. No snow.
No, there's no. Should it come? I don't want to say it won't happen. Should it come, it will be just flaky snow that we've seen in the morning. We got them reports that over the eastern, they did see some flaking here and there, and that's the snow we could get. We were right. We got snow in Gauteng.
All right. Flaky in, out, can't stay along. Thank you for your time. Much appreciated. Depending on the weather, we'll talk to you tomorrow, or we won't. We'll see what happens.
Thank you very
Tokelo
much.
Chilwani, South African Weather Service forecaster. Appreciate your time. Right. Let's get further thoughts from you on the issues. Well, what is the conversation that moves you today? Different things move different people. So what moves me may not be what moves you, but what moves you today? What moves you to the point that you feel strongly enough to send us a WhatsApp comment, to text us, or to actually call in live to say, you know what, I really want to get this off my chest. What is it? And perhaps as you think about it, let's talk about how do you create jobs? We can't leave it to government alone. How do we, in our communities, ring fence and start ensuring the community thrives and then replicate that around the country?
Good afternoon, Ashraf and the listeners. I think in terms of the unemployment rate, I think it's clear that the economic policies that we've adopted since 1994 do not work. It's actually good for some few who've got money, but bad for everyone else. So I think it's about time that we change the system. Definitely you can have DA and ANC in government. Those people are pro-liberal policies, which are making us poorer and poorer and making other people richer. Thank you.
Okay, made your point very, very clear. Here's another one about, well, we have an election coming up, right?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Peter from Bloemfontein. South Africa with 600 plus political establishments. It means everybody's greedy in the country. Everyone. because everyone, there's no way we think all of us we can rule the country. Nah, that is a sign for a disaster. So nobody must come here and condemn everyone and want to establish his or her own political party, because it means it's going to do the same thing that the other political parties are doing.
So would you say that by having all these parties, it proves how greedy we are, or does it show how committed we are to wanting to make a difference? Because, I mean, it could be that you could be listening here and saying, hold it, I want to make a difference. And I want to get involved in the political changes, because ultimately that's the ultimate playground. You know what I'm saying? You can't play cricket outside the cricket field. You need to be on the field. So the field of politics is Parliament, and I need to be in Parliament. And then you tell yourself, well, I don't agree with any of the policies of the existing parties. So I'll myself and my group of people will start our own party. So what is so, selfish, and what is so greedy about that? Okay, right. Let's get to one of the callers here. Right. Okay. Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Right. Let's get to one of the callers here. Right. Okay. Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Who am I speaking to?
I'm speaking to Mxolisi from Eastern Cape.
Yeah. Good talking to you. Thanks for it. Go for it.
Yeah, it's my first time calling, man.
Welcome to the show. There we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Norman, Ashraf, I have issues with the representative of either the government or other entities that are looking at South Africa in terms of, like the gentleman called Kubule, who was with you there.
Yeah.
I don't know if these people actually understand the pain that we go through in the township and rural areas with the presence of and unregulated presence of illegal immigrants in our country.
But very quickly, we're on to news time. What did he say that so disturbs you?
It is for them to ignore the real issues that are actually igniting people to stand up and ask illegal immigrants to leave the country, so that we can be able to confront our government and sort issues out. So they are hiding behind this thing of calling us xenophobes. I don't know where that came from now, because we were sort of called xenophobic. Now we are xenophobes, as in like a noun. Now we have a name that we are called now xenophobes. And this is really, really painful for someone who have suffered on several occasions through the injustices that are brought into this country by people that are not illegally in this country. It pains a lot when you hear someone talks like that, because they are ignoring the real issues that are South Africans are actually suffering in the township, and like the local economy. Those people have taken over everything, and they operate like mafias. Whoever tried to open a small spot over everything, and they operate like mafias. Whoever tried to open a small spaza shop in their own area, in their own ilani or in their own ilokish, you could find yourself there in their own area, in their own ilani or in their own ilokish. You could find yourself dead somewhere.
Okay. Well, look, I wish we had more time to talk about, as you said, the real issues. Perhaps we need to talk about the real issues. But just to be very clear, in whatever we spoke about with the guest we had earlier, and that's Duma Kobule, he also said we need an uprising. We need to have a complete change in the country. So maybe just think about that too. Right. Let's get the news headlines. Here's on Dela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, SABC board chairperson Dr. Katutselo Ramakumba says despite funding challenges the corporation is facing, he's confident that the public broadcaster will be able to deliver in the upcoming local government elections. City Power says it is battling a high volume of power outages and individual fault reports across Johannesburg as cold and wet weather continues to put pressure on the network, and the number of people killed by Ebola in the Democratic Republic of Congo has surpassed 2,000 in what health officials describe as the fastest spreading outbreak in the country's history. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Kulufelo Defo.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's cold.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's cold and wet for Gauteng motorists this afternoon. It's been raining all day. Roads are wet. They are slippery. Take it nice and easy, please. Highway volumes, well, everything's just a little bit slower on account of the weather conditions. I think there was maybe somewhat of a stay away today. The volume's not as high as you would normally find for this time of day, but the motorists out there are having to go slow on account of pretty poor and atrocious conditions to drive through. Got a crash in, a couple of them actually on the highways, one on the N3 southbound before Linksfield Road, so coming from Limbro Park through Alex into Edenvale's busy. Also a crash on the N12 atrocious conditions to drive through. Got a crash in, a couple of them actually on the highways, one on the N3 southbound before Linksfield Road, so coming from Limbro Park through Alex into Edenvale's busy. Also a crash on the N12 west at Reading interchange, coming off the N3 at Elands, making your way going through Alberton very slow. And the earlier crash coming out of Pretoria, N1 south at Linwood Atterbury, that's all being cleared up. Fatal crash from earlier today, Eski and Pathlele, the R101 at Lavender Road, still causing some delays on your way through to Pretoria North. Coming out of Pietermaritzburg on your way to Durban, a breakdown still with us at Market Road, that is heavy. There's also a lot of truck congestion in the Umbilo Bayhead areas, that's pretty heavy on Bayhead Road, South Coast Road, and some flooding, also raining in Durban, so some flooding on the M4 leaving the city centre. That's backlogging traffic, Victoria Esplanade, or the embankment onto the M4 into that Congela area, very slow. Cape Town Marine Drive, queuing up towards Pardon Island. Roadworks on the N7 at Malabongwe Drive, causing a delay passing Dunoon. And the N2 out of town, slow go, passing the airport towards the R300. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Doming Kapele.
Right, Jimmy, you want to talk about...
This is SAfm Sports with Doming Kapele.
Right, Jimmy, you want to talk about Polokwane City, right?
Yes, Polokwane City coach Bayano Moloto.
Polokwane City, right?
Yes, Polokwane City coach Bayano Moloto believes that his squad has enough quality to see them through the 2026-27 season. The newly appointed mentor has made an impressive start at Rise and Shine after succeeding long-serving coach Puti Mohave, winning his Betway Premiership opener before away to Richards Bay and then pushing Mamelodi Sundowns close in the MTN 8 defeat at the weekend. With City preparing to face Stellenbosch in Seshego tonight, Moloto was asked for his overall assessment of the squad and whether he believes they can compete across the campaign.
Happy with the boys, especially Didimalo, and I think he's one for the future. I mean, last week I spoken about him, and even how the team has been composed. Most players that they join Polokwane City is the players that they suit how we play. So I'm happy at join Polokwane City is the players that they suit how we play. So I'm happy, but there's an area of improvement. We'll just have to go and look in different positions, which we're talking with the management to see who's available so that we can fix there and there.
Still staying with football, Nottingham Forest have completed the signing of Ivory Coast defender Ousmane Diomande from Sporting Lisbon in a deal worth a reported £34 million, around 743 million rand. The 22-year-old has penned a 4-year contract with an option for a further year, bringing his 132nd game sporting career to an end. Diomande, who's capped 15 times by Ivory Coast and a 2026 World Cup participant, said that he was very happy to join a historic club and promised to give his best. In terms of rugby, Trevor Nyakane and Steve Kitchoff admit that they are crossing fingers that Siya Kolisi recovers in time to lead the Springboks against the All Blacks in the rugby's greatest rivalry series. Kolisi limped off after 24 minutes of last week's win in Argentina with another hamstring issue. Lead the Springboks against the All Blacks in the rugby's greatest rivalry series. Kolisi limped off after 24 minutes of last week's win in Argentina with another hamstring issue, raising doubts over his availability for the first test on the 22nd of August. Nyakane said that the Boks need all their soldiers fit, while Kitchoff pressed whether Kolisi's leadership keeps him in camp even if he's sidelined. He insisted Erasmus and his staff will weigh the situation fairly, but warned that if Kolisi misses the entire series, fresh blood may be required. In terms of netball, South African netball legend Bongiwe Msomi guided Johannesburg to a third consecutive SPAR Senior Netball Championship title after a convincing 52-38 win over provincial rivals Tshwane at Stellenbosch High School in Cape Town today. The triumph kept a remarkable month for Msomi, who only recently returned from Glasgow, where back in Cape Town, she added another major achievement by successfully defending the under-21 national title, ensuring that the trophy stays in the City of Gold.
I think definitely that we are lucky to have enough numbers to get out there and actually perform at this level. But without, taking credit to the girls, I think they actually putting in so much work behind the scenes to prepare for such an event. And coming in here, we've actually made them, to come up with their own ideas of what they want to achieve, how they want to look like. And for us, it was to get them to be accountable. And I think until today, I cannot literally question how they've been looking, not just on the court as well, because it all plays part. But yeah, Johannesburg has, great talent, and not just Johannesburg, Gauteng at large. We saw Tshwane today. There's some really good talent, which we're lucky and blessed with.
Anything's off with cricket. Australia all-rounder Bo Webster says that he has already proven himself at the international level and is determined to cement his place in the 11 during the upcoming ICC World Test Championship Series against Bangladesh. The 32-year-old has played 8 tests since debuting last year, including top scoring in the World Test Championship final against South Africa and also impressing with runs and wickets in the Caribbean. He earned a recall in the Ashes finale, hitting an unbeaten 71 and taking 3 wickets, which he says confirmed he belongs at the highest level. I'll have more on 71 and taking 3 wickets, which he says confirmed he belongs at the highest level. I'll have more on other sports in the next hour.
Perfect. Thanks. You do that. Look forward to that chat and some of the other conversations around Peter Mosimane, I suppose. Right. So let's get to the markets next.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more. .co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, there's news about interim results from Merafe Resources. With all those numbers, here's Makwe Masilela.
Afternoon to you, Ashraf, and to the listeners. Yes, their profits as headline earnings per share up 64%, supported by higher chrome ore sales volumes, improved commodity prices, and that's despite reduction when it comes to ferrochrome production, and their overall financial performance as EBITDA up 60%. Ashraf, the negotiated reduction in electricity tariffs and improved power supply from Eskom significantly lowers operational risk for smelters, enabling them to have a rebound in production levels that had previously been curtailed. And yes, we started the session with a firmer US dollar, which in turn weighed on the rand as the dimming prospects for the imminent deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz maintained lingering inflation fears. Bonds retreated, and because of those concerns, and stocks ticked lower, and we've seen that the inflation fears were revived. That is a day before the release of key U.S. consumer inflation, which is expected to give us fresh signals on the path of interest rates. That's after Friday's softer than expected job numbers, which tempered with bets of an immediate hike. And locally, our unemployment rate rose for a second successive quarter to a 4-year high of 33%. 3.6%, and our June manufacturing fell by 1.7%, but it was an improvement from the 4.4% decrease in May, but is still in contraction, and that is for a third month in a row. Oil prices then eased. That's after flirting with almost $90 a barrel, as Pakistan said the US and Iran are close to reaching a deal, and that's despite Trump rhetoric. And we see Brent crude is down only 0.1% at $87 a barrel, and the easing inflationary fears reduces the likelihood of interest rate hikes, and that works in favor of the yellow metal. Gold is flat at 4,386, but platinum is down almost 1% at 1,748. Global markets are cautiously up, but the JSE is down 1%, dragged mainly by our industrials. Global markets are cautiously up, but the JSE is down 1%, dragged mainly by our industrials. And the rand is flat against the dollar, 16.18, 21.85 against the pound, and 18.68 against the euro.
Right, Makwe, great. Thanks for that. We'll connect with you tomorrow. And let me remind you, we've got an
against the dollar, 16.18, 21.85 against the pound, and 18.68 against the euro.
Right, Makwe, great. Thanks for that. We'll connect with you tomorrow. And let me remind you, we've got an hour of the markets with Jimmy Moyaha in the hot seat from 6 to 7 this evening.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Right, let's get to some of the calls first, and then we'll get to some WhatsApp comments. And there's a range from the weather to the jobs issues to the concern about this downward slide we face with unemployment that's perpetual, to the practicalities of what can we genuinely do to ensure that at least in our communities we can create more jobs. And if we all can do that, and it's wishful thinking, but hey, let's wish. It's better than doing nothing at all. If we can all do that and replicate 1,000 communities around our country, perhaps, just perhaps, we can turn things around, because the current situations, I can talk to Stats SA every month for the next 10 years. It's the same old story. William Kuma, hi.
Yeah, Ashraf, Leicester. You know, sometimes, Ashraf, the media sounds as if they are. Sometimes, Ashraf, the media sounds as if they are sugarcoating some issues. And one caller in the morning got the same. They are sugarcoating some issues. And one caller in the morning got the same. That I'm okay.
Okay, what are you saying? Just explain.
Listen. Look, the guy who was talking about 3% maybe of the illegal immigrants who are in South Africa, vis-a-vis the 15 million. The other illegal immigrants who are in South Africa, vis-a-vis the 15 million. The other guy whom you were talking to was saying maybe 50 million, not 3%, that 1:4.
Yeah, so what's your point? I mean, what are you saying?
My point is, Ashraf, you asked about how do we create jobs in our locality. And another point is about how do we create jobs in our locality. And another point is what the other guy has already said. That would mean that we are on the right course as the callers. We try to develop the job here around us, but we are being suffocated by the illegal foreign nationals who are creating their shops here. They suffocate us because we cannot, not at all.
All right, but I mean, I hear you, but you see, Willie, that suggests that only you are right, because you said we, the callers. That means we have political analysts, economists who study the economy as a career, that they don't even know what they're talking about. And then, as you said, career, that they don't even know what they're talking about. And then, as you said, the foreign nationals are suffocating you. Let me ask you a question, right? And I'm not suggesting that foreign nationals don't do that. So let's not for one minute think that they are angels, okay? But what was the terrain like in the township before the foreign nationals came? Who had big businesses then? You know, just tell me. Think about that, Willie. Thanks for that call. Michael in Klebecha, hi.
Ashraf, look, when it comes to you cannot develop through a system that was used to exploit you. You can't. And the evidence is quite clear for everyone to see that how Africa was exploited and given a system to develop themselves. They can't develop in that system because that very system that was given to them is the same system, your IMF, your World Bank, that suffocate them with debt traps. China has elevated 800 million people out of poverty in the last 20 years. How did they do it? They used the Chinese central bank as a developmental tool, not as a profit-driven tool or inflation-targeting tool, as a developmental tool. We need to use the Chinese template. It's as simple as that.
Okay, got that. Choose the Chinese example. But let me put that challenge to others too. Thanks for that, Michael. I mean, here we are. Besides you and I talking about it, which country's model can we use that displayed an incredible economic turnaround in as short a time as possible, that then created a growing economy as we heard earlier? I mean, we're sitting at like 1% GDP growth. Others are sitting at 4% over a period of time. Who can we emulate that's practical, that's workable, that we can see a change, and dramatically so in a shorter period as time as possible? Bongani in Cape Town, hi.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. How are you?
Yeah, good talking to you. Good afternoon. We emulate that's practical, that's workable, that we can see a change, and dramatically so in a shorter period as time as possible. Bongani in Cape Town, hi.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. How are you?
Yeah, good talking to you. Good afternoon indeed.
Yes, that's right. Look, I'm just thinking about the human rights lawyers that came to your. I mean, let's make a call on South African government that they will take them to international court for the abuse of Jonah Fabric. So I think as well they must.
So which human rights lawyers are you referring to, just so that we know?
The one that they were fighting for xenophobic, that they were accusing the March and March, that we were. I mean, they were threatening. They were beaten up. You remember the one that the one that phoned. But I think it's an international one. But there's a lady that came.
Yeah.
I mean, that phone to your studio.
We may have had someone about 2 weeks back, but I mean, were they going to take South Africa to court as a country?
Yeah, yes. They said they will take the police. They said the police were negligent. They didn't take the case when the foreign.
All right, we'll get our facts right there, but I suppose you want to make a point, right? Let's get your point.
I want to make a point that they must take this issue of the unemployment as well, and they take the same government of South Africa, if they were fair I mean, because there were some people who were saying, no, those guys, they are speaking for the foreigners. They don't care about South Africans. If they are fair, they must take this case then that we are unemployed and the number of unemployment is too high. They must take it to the...
Okay, point made. Although many of these organizations, they have very different focuses, and therefore you may think why they don't, because they have very narrow focuses in terms of what they challenge, right? Okay, let's get to some of the voice notes that we've got. And I mean, this comes up every time.
There's just so much on looking at who is going to invest.
This comes up every time.
There's just so much on looking at who is going to invest in the country without stable electricity. Our country does have stable electricity, actually. The issue with me is the cost of electricity, which I think government needs to start subsidizing people, especially people who are creating employment. And we need to stop looking from outside, to the outside, but start being industrial ourselves and love our country.
Love our country. I must agree with you.
Afternoon, Ashraf. This is Anonymous. Ashraf, this afternoon on my mind is the slogan of the Eastern Cape. It says that it is the province of the legions. And I'm asking myself, legions of what? When the youth is engulfed in substance abuse, specifically cocaine, where I live in Tata, the youth is nowhere to be found. What are the leaders? What are they doing? I'm saying that this is the province of the legions of what? Legions of corruption, because that's what comes on top of my mind when you talk about the Eastern Cape, especially the OR region. So they should just do away with that slogan of the Eastern Cape being the province of legions. Legions of what? It's nonsense.
Legions of the Eastern Cape, or in this case, not legions at all. I hear you.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf Matabo. I
concur with, with the guy who called from Bloemfontein about so many political parties in South Africa. It's all about greedy. People are greedy because they want to have salaries. But if we were to have at least 3 people from Bloemfontein about so many political parties in South Africa, it's all about greedy. People are greedy because they want to have salaries. But if we were to have at least 3 to 4 parties, then the competition would be stiff to an extent that all those 4 parties will be making sure that when they take over, they do the right thing. But with so many political parties, we are like divided more than before. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, look, I mean, democratically, everybody has a right to actually want to open their own party. We can't bar anybody. And yes, you could say they're greedy, but we can't. On the other hand, don't you think that in reality, we only do have 3 or 4 parties, if you know what I'm saying? That means you have the ANC, you've got the DA. Need I say that you actually have the EFF and you've got the MK party? Have I left anybody out? Meaning everybody else has to play in those spaces. There have to be alliances formed, coalitions formed on the basis of those parties. Like I'm looking at Action SA's quotes today. Ultimately, they can't govern the city of Tshwane on their own. They have to be in collaboration. So that there are only 4 parties, really speaking, that makes a difference. If I left anybody out, please let me know.
Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfm property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfm woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm. Now for winning stories on the National Pulse.
Certainly, I mean, once a week we look at issues, where people are winning, either as in best in class or they actually pursuing a really good course. So let's talk about this. This is very interesting. And it concerns the South African Mint, because they're taking, in this case, higher with the latest release in what is called the Odyssey of the Sky series, which is the 2026 Martial Eagle, celebrating one of Africa's most powerful birds of prey. Let's find out more about what they're doing. With me, Shane Kennedy, who's the Acting General Manager for Sales and Marketing for the South African Mint. Shane, appreciate you engaging us on the National Pulse.
Thank you very much, Ashraf. Good afternoon. If I look outside, it looks more like good evening to you and the SAfm listeners.
Well, there we are. All right. Tell us more about this. Reaching for the skies in this case.
Yeah, thank you very much. So this is the thing to you and the SAfm listeners.
Well, there we are. All right. Tell us more about this. Reaching for the skies in this case.
Yeah, thank you very much. So this is the second in the series, and this coin is remarkable. The design team wanted to move from introduction to intimacy. The first series we introduced the Battle-Year Eagle, and now with the second being the Martial Eagle. We bring collectors closer to the bird as an individual character rather than just a striking silhouette in the sky. On the inaugural coin, we established the visual language of the Odyssey of the Sky with African patterning. On the Martial Eagle, we pushed the level of detail, particularly in the plumage, talons, and the eye. It conveys a status as an apex predator. The composition has become slightly more dynamic. It's a stronger sense of movement and focus that reflects the eagle's precision in flight.
All right. And I mean, how do you make the call in terms of, take me through the process. I mean, this is you at the Mint, so you put this down in a coin. How do you make a call to say, let's replicate the Martial Eagle, for example?
Yeah, so the Martial Eagle is a remarkable bird. And of course, our artists go into massive detail in design. really bringing down this composition into how you see the bird as an apex predator, but also how we detail the feathers, the talons, and really the focus on what makes this bird so dynamic. It's not just poised for aggression, it's really the flight, the precision, and how the bird has evolved. It goes through a whole process of drawing out to engraving and then eventually to coining.
And when it finally gets put together, I mean, take us through the process. I mean, who does what? You know, you talk about wildlife to artwork and then actually creating the coin. I mean, how many people, who are they that takes us through that whole process?
There's quite a few people involved. We have teams with very different disciplines at the Mint. Everything from artists to product development, where just a pretty picture doesn't end up in a coin. It actually has to go through quite rigorous design and positioning. You don't have a lot of real estate on a coin. So with that little space to work with, you really have to make sure that it has an impact, it's visually appealing, and it actually conveys the message that the artist originally wanted. So you have a team of engravers who will work on what we call a plaster of Paris, and they would eventually convert that into a negative, and then it will be cut and cast into a die. And from there on, you start your prototyping. So it's not really just one team or two teams. There's a host of teams before you actually get to production.
And then when it's finally put together, I mean, you then, I mean, I understand you use, 24 karat gold. So what happens next? Because ultimately, you know, it only has value if others covet it. They want it, right?
Of course. We make both in both 24 karat as well as fine silver. We have different sizes. You know, each collector has an affinity to either a metal, a size, or a budget. So we make anything from a 1 kilogram gold all the way down, or a budget. So we make anything from a 1 kilogram gold all the way down to a 1 ounce silver coin, and everything in between. And then, of course, there are configurations and sets where we put it together with other coins. It's a really appealing product to a collector who really looks out for what he's collecting. And because the Odyssey is a 7-year series of birds, before we might change it to Odyssey of the Land, Odyssey of the Sea. So there's a lot that goes on in the background to create that narrative from the first bird all the way through to make sure it's meaningful to the collector all the way to the land, Odyssey of the Sea. So there's a lot that goes on in the background to create that narrative from the first bird all the way through to make sure it's meaningful to the collector all the way through.
And just the last part about it being a collector's item. I mean, give us some thoughts about, you know, the present tense, but in the past, when the Mint mints these, you know, these coins using different things. I mean, in this case, a bird. What's the level of interest in what happens next?
So coins have always been quite storytellers. You know, they last forever. We're still finding coins that are more than 1,000 years old all over the world. So they travel, they're held, they're handed down. As a South African Mint, there's a responsibility to use that medium to honor and preserve African natural and cultural heritage. The Odyssey of the Sky is one expression of that. It focuses on extraordinary birds, but it sits alongside other programs that highlight the role that the Mint plays in storytelling of history, of culture and heritage.
Okay, let's leave it at that. If we need to know more, give us maybe a website or social media post page I can direct people to. Leave it at that. If we need to know more, give us maybe a website or social media post page I can direct people to.
Please visit us at www.samint. Visit us at www.samint.co.za. Okay, there we are. samint.co. As simple as that. Shane Kennedy is the acting general manager for sales and marketing for the South African Mint. Now, you keen to do that? I'm sure you would be if you can, and perhaps you can tell me if you've got these valuable coins. In the meantime, for many people, value is actually getting a job, and I can understand all of that. Well, Pitso Mosimane may get a job, maybe. Many people value is actually getting a job, and I can understand all of that. Well, Pitso Mosimane may get a job, maybe.
Hey, afternoon, Ashraf. That's Sianga in the Western Cape. Hi, Ashraf. I'm not sure about the appointment of Pitso Mosimane as head coach of Bafana Bafana. Taking nothing, from him. He's a great coach, but I still think he's a club coach. You know, I don't think this will work out. But of course, we wish him well. But honestly, I don't know what's the theory behind, you know, returning someone who was there and did bad, you know, so to speak. I don't know what are they hoping, which is Safa, but all the best to him.
Okay, got that. So let's see. In fact, there's more. So here's the thoughts. I'm really keen, and I'm not hearing enough of that, of people who can call in and say, listen, this is what I've done regarding giving people jobs in my community. It may not even be you directly, but you've instigated something that has caused employment, in this case, for 2, 3, 4 people in your community. And this is how it's changed them. Because if you can do that, if you can move up to 4, 5, 10, 20, 30 people, then you are changing communities one community at a time in a way that currently government or big business are unable to do. So we cannot depend on them. And we all want people to have the jobs and the income flow and the prestige and the esteem and the self-esteem that comes with knowing that you are wanted and people are willing to pay for your services. I mean, that is a very powerful self-esteem builder. 5 o'clock, let's get the news. Here's Kolofelo Tefu.
Thanks, Ashraf. Top stories this hour: illegal mining to be criminalized and cold weather puts Joburg Power under pressure. Good afternoon. Justice Minister Mamoloko Kubai says the government is moving to criminalize illicit mining and crack down on those who assist illegal miners. She says the proposed amendments would increase some penalties to fines of up to 100 million rand and prison terms of up to 30 years. Kubai says illicit mining is linked to serious crimes including kidnapping, human trafficking, rape, murder and corruption. She was speaking at a media briefing in Pretoria.
Illicit mining has negative effects on communities and in and around mining towns, damages the infrastructure of affected areas such as underground water pipes, which then affects water security, for example, and poses serious threat to safety and security of affected communities.
In election-related news, SABC board chairperson Kathuchero Ramokomba says despite funding challenges the corporation is facing, he is confident that the public broadcaster will be able to deliver in the upcoming local government elections. Ramokomba and the SABC's executive management briefed the portfolio committee on communications and digital technologies on the state of readiness to cover the elections in November.
We still don't have an indication of whether that funding will be coming through. Despite that fact, as the SABC, we remain committed to delivering the mandate of the ABC. We remain committed to delivering the mandate of the election coverage. The only challenge that we anticipate would be that because we are operating from the normal budgeting, which for news and current affairs would ordinarily be adequate to cover normal news coverage, whereas an election year like this one demands that much more scale of coverage.
IDEX State Advocate Drushanta Remsemi will return to the Madlanga Commission on Friday. The Commission has adjourned this afternoon after Remsemi started coughing persistently during her testimony. She has been testifying on matters relating to IDEC. She testified about apparent contradictions surrounding the investigation into Police Minister Senzo Mchunu Chief of Staff Cedric Nkabinde. Remsemi was being led in evidence by Advocate Lee Sigel-Sncube.
And I recall your evidence being that you had seen this affidavit at some stage and it contradicted, although it's not signed, it contradicted Advocate Johnson's version regarding the call with Mr. Nkabinde, where Advocate Johnson told you that she had received a call from Mr. Nkabinde, but the draft affidavit of Mr. Perumal showed that Advocate Johnson was the one that called Mr. Nkabinde.
And put him on speaker, correct?
And put it on speaker.
Yes.
City Power says it is battling a high volume of power outages and individual fault reports across Johannesburg. This as cold and wet weather continues to put pressure on the network. Spokesperson Isaac Mangena.
We are appealing to customers to help us protect the network by reducing the electricity consumption, particularly during the morning and evening peak periods. And during an outage, customers should unplug appliances and switch them back on gradually once supply is restored. Our teams remain deployed across the city, and we continue to pump in resources, work through the backlog as quickly and safely as possible.
And finally, further afield, the number of people killed by Ebola in the DRC has surpassed 2,000 in what health officials describe as the fastest spreading outbreak in the country's history. The virus has spread across 5 provinces in eastern Congo since the outbreak was declared in May. Here's the BBC's Thomas Makuana.
The confirmation makes it the second most deadly Ebola outbreak in the country's history, behind the 2018-2020 outbreak, which killed 2,300 people. Over 4,300 infections have been confirmed since the outbreak was declared in May, although it is now thought to have started months before it was detected. Vaccine experts from the World Health Organization have recommended a full-scale human trial of the only existing approved Ebola vaccine to see if it offers any protection against the Bundibugyo strain of the virus.
The top story at 5, Justice Minister Mamoloko Kubai says government is moving to criminalize illicit mining and crack down on those who assist illegal miners. Headlines at 5:30 for SAFM News. I'm Kolofelo Defo.
In sports, the Sour Sundowns get their league season underway. Proteas named 15-man squad for Namibia tour, and Msomi guides Johannesburg to a 3rd straight national under-21 title. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's a wet drive home for Gauteng motorists. It's been raining all day. Roads are wet and slippery. There's a bit of surface water as well to watch out for. So let's do the checklist. Lights on, yeah, and slow down. Yeah, that's the way to approach today around Joburg and around the Gauteng province. A lot of crashes as well. We've got one on the N3 north at Buccleuch. That's causing a backlog up from Limbro Park. A collision southbound on the N3 at Linksfield Road. A crash on the N12 west at Reading Interchange. That's heavy from the N3 Elands Interchange. Collision on the R59 going south before Michelle Avenue. So some delays for those that are heading out towards the Val area as well. If you want to get from the N3 Elands down towards Michelle Avenue, 2 crashes and some pretty big traffic to work through. N1 through Midrand, busy as far as SAMRadio today. Further queues up through Pretoria, just really slow and sluggish. Working your way almost to Stormful Road before you're out of that. Fatal crash, SKM Patheli at Lavender Road from earlier today, still causing backlogs as well. Durban City Centre, really heavy, particularly outbound on the Esplanade. There's been some flooding on the M4 Southern Freeway at Congella. Esplanade queues deep from the CBD all the way out into that on-ramp to the M4. Bayhead, South Coast Road, a lot of truck congestion there. Crash on Durban's N2 South at Spaghetti Junction. Delays coming down from Queen Nandi Drive today. Pressure going north up towards the Kwamashu Highway exit as well. And the stationary truck coming out of Pietermaritzburg at Market Road still there. Backlogs from that Pietermaritzburg bypass again today. Cape Town, N1 from the city centre out through towards Belleville looking quite heavy. And there's a bit of a queue on the M5 today from the Coburg interchange all the way down to Racecourse Road at Kenilworth. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Stay safe on the roads. SAFM is with you. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
So I have like 3 things to say. One is come up with your job solutions in your communities. I want practical solutions. It could be you, it could be somebody else. What have you done to move a community from a state of joblessness to jobs? Bring up your answers. I'd love to know. That's point 1. Number 2, we're going to chat, we're going to talk tech just now, and a very proudly South African humanoid robot that speaks different languages. Really looking forward to that chat. And then you probably heard about the DA, and they're talking about private sector assisted municipal recovery plan, using the private sector to change the local municipalities for the better. Would you say yay or nay to that? And the last thing I should tell you is, John Perlman, he hosted the show in the morning for a long, long time. And he's going to be, as part of this SAFM at 90, he's going to be co-hosting tomorrow morning show from 6 to 9, somewhere around that times. So listen out for that. Then, of course, we have the listeners, and you and I we become part of a community by I connect with you, you connect with me every single day of our lives.
A very good afternoon to you, Ashraf. Ashraf, listening to your show from Monday to Friday on a daily basis, it seems as if I know you on a personal basis, hearing your voice, used to it, but yet I know nothing about you. Will it be very difficult for us to tell you which province you're from, which town, you married, how many children you have? Yeah, I know you married, I heard you say on the radio to Jamila, but how many children you have, so we could get a better idea, because like this, it seems as if I think most of the listeners will agree with me. We know you on a personal basis, yet we don't know you. Thank you. Bye.
Well, look, you're right about the one thing. I think that there's a relationship between presenter and listener, particularly on radio, that doesn't happen anywhere else. I am a listener myself, so I know that they become part of your lives. I listen to Kathy every morning, for example, and to Joanne for at least the first hour of the show. So yeah, I'm born in Johannesburg, let's put it that way. I come from a community, the fancy name is Vrededorp, the colloquial name is Fitas, and all of us, the community, were kicked out of that area because the group areas there. So all of them have to move into other areas, right? So that's the community, and it's about a kilometer, ironically, from the SABC, which is where I am right now. So Joburg, born and bred. Most of my family are from Joburg. I'm married to Jamila, as you've heard, and I've got 4 children, right? And beyond that, I have a keen interest in reading. If there's one thing I know about me, you should know, is I only give books as gifts because I love reading, and I've always loved to read a lot aloud. So the one thing that got me into the media space, even as a lightie, I would always read the first few paragraphs of a newspaper article, and I would read it aloud. I didn't know I was training to be a broadcaster. Beyond that, perhaps, maybe there's scope, considering we're talking about SAFM at 90, to also have the current presenters interviewed by each other. Now, that could be a thought, don't you think?
At Specsavers, we're committed to offering affordable and professional eye care. That's why we're offering 1,500 Rand worth of savings with our winter promotion. Get a free frame up to the value of 1,500 Rand, or use the 1,500 Rand on one of our leading vision enhancements, like Climate Eyes, which automatically adapts to changing light. To qualify, simply purchase a comprehensive eye examination and prescription frame and lenses. Affordable eye care, Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
Running a truck fleet business in this economy is tough. Fuel, maintenance, staff, the costs never stop. That's why I switched to My Way Business Insurance. Now I save up to 20% on my insurance premiums every month. These savings go a long way to keeping my fleet on the move.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your trucks and buses. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 for a quote today. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
SAfm has just turned 90 years old this year.
My name is Ganal Mashariti from Mafiking in Northwest. I would love to say to a radio station that has raised many generations through star-studded playlists full of talent, current affairs reports that are relevant and accurate, and informative programs and engagements. Happy 90 years, SAfm.
Every wish reminds us why SAfM. Every wish reminds us why SAfM is more than just a radio station.
X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Now, we're very much into election season. Different political parties jockeying for position. And then, of course, they all want your vote. And then there are certain areas that are just key, like, for example, Joburg, because of the importance economically of the city of Joburg, and the symbolism around who holds Joburg for the rest of the country. So, all these big hitters are vying to be the mayor. That's another conversation, right? But the DA, interestingly enough, in announcing its manifesto, said it plans to allow private sector firms to provide municipal services. Now, that hasn't gone down well with everybody. COSATU has rejected it. Others have said, really, it's an effort to privatize municipal services, which means somebody's going to make some money. Let's understand what are they trying to say. Sandile Swana is a political and governance analyst and the principal consultant at the Center for Strategic Leadership. Sandile, you're engaging me on the National Pulse. Thanks for joining. And governance analyst and the principal consultant at the Center for Strategic Leadership. Sandile, you're engaging me on the National Pulse. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Ashraf, and good early evening to your listeners.
Much appreciated. Right. Well, I mean, is it a new dawn for the DA, I suppose, when you talk about early evening, in terms of what they're trying to say bring in the private sector to assist us get local municipalities on track?
It's actually, the idea itself is not new. You must remember that the privatization of municipal services in South Africa has been going on, I think, since before 2007, even under Trevor Manuel. We are one of the world leaders, in fact, in terms of the theory and practice of public-private partnership, which is when you take a state service and you hand it over to the public sector. So we've been doing this even at municipal services, Mbombela, and a number of Mhlatuza, I think, and a few municipalities. So it can be a new dawn for the DA internally, but not for South Africa, not for the world of economics, leadership, and management, no.
But, okay, help us with what we have. The current scenario, we have local municipalities around the country, just about the vast majority are not working optimally, which means something's wrong in the formula that goes to the running municipalities around the country. Just about the vast majority are not working optimally, which means something's wrong in the formula that goes to the running of these local municipalities. So if something's wrong with the formula, do we change that formula completely, or do we just simply change the players? Which one is it?
So I think that your second comment is much more. So I think that your second comment is much more relevant to the present case. I did not know, really, I don't have any evidence, and I spent 14 years teaching municipal finance at WITS. I don't have any basis to say that the formula is wrong or anything. And I went to the DA Congress, and Papa spoke there from Howick, that area, the Mungeni municipality. And he was explaining how, with the resources that he has, he's actually making a great success of the municipality. There are other municipalities, Midval and so on, that are making successes with the current regime. And these municipalities, by and large, were actually making good progress until we went, or those who did go to the Polokwane conference and changed the ball game altogether. So you need to change the players. Let me make 2 points quickly, Ashraf. One is that all of South Africa, whether it's national, provincial, and local government, including the parastatals, Eskom, Transnet, and so on, the idea that you must change the laws and the regulations and so on is far-fetched. The problem you have is that including the parastatals, Eskom, Transnet, and so on, the idea that you must change the laws and the regulations and so on is far-fetched. The problem you have is that you've put wrong people into those institutions with wrong morals, wrong work ethics, and so on. The second thing I want to say is that there is a new word that South Africans, I myself, it is a relatively new word, which is remunicipalization. So when you privatize, you take the services of the municipality, let's say water, you give it to a private company to run. Countries such as Germany, France, UK have done that. They did the privatization. Now they are leading remunicipalization. In other words, if it was at a national level, you would call renationalization and so on. So they are taking those services back. So even in the US, they launched an act that is the Recover and Rescue Act to rescue these things from the private sector. So it's a balance. There is no foregone conclusion that when you privatize, you privatize permanently, or when you privatize, you're actually going to enjoy success. Some of these things have had to be rescued by the state back into the state and be run as in-sourced services as they were before.
Now, what then would be, I mean, you said you attended the DA Congress. What then would be the DA's motivation to effectively privatize large chunks of local municipalities?
Remember that, and you definitely know this, that internationally in the 1980s, we went through Reaganomics, Thatcher economics. So when you look at the economic history, the idea of mass privatization was brought by those two fellows, Thatcher and Reagan. So there was a period when there was privatization, and then there was a period where people said, actually, the ordinary masses are actually getting excluded now. The working class is getting excluded from these services. I'll give you an illustration. Security services, private security services, is what is on offer in South Africa. But actually, you discover that it's a very small percentage that can afford that. It looks glamorous and you boast about it. If people know you've got private security, you are an elite of some sort. But it's actually a service that is supported by the local police station, private hospitals, private schools. So what is the motivation of the DA? Tragically, that motivation is that their constituency obviously has got the capital to take over these services and run them as businesses for themselves. And their constituency, which is the white population, is the one that is going to benefit from this.
Now, I mean, the leader of the DA, Jordan Lee Lewis, in response to people who maybe say, well, you see exactly that. You're pandering to big business, you're pandering to your constituency, you're pandering, to your white electorate mainly. Their point is, and this is his quote, nothing is more anti-poor than allowing a municipal service to collapse. So if you're saying they anti-poor, he's saying, but allowing a municipality to collapse is anti-poor.
We cannot have it both ways.
And allowing a municipal service to collapse. So if you're saying they anti-poor, he's saying, but allowing a municipality to collapse is anti-poor.
We cannot have it both ways. ESCOM, for instance, did not fail because the machines were failing. ESCOM did not fail because of resources in ESCOM. It failed because criminals were running the institution. It's a human resource issue. Municipalities are not failing because of the pipes and the buildings and everything else. These municipalities, we've visited these places over a long, let's say between 1980 and today. And you could see the deterioration. And the deterioration is strictly driven by substandard councillors and substandard staff members.
Okay.
And as Papas explained this thing, once you get the right people into office, the resources start doing their job.
Okay, listen,
and everybody gets the service.
Quick one, just simple yes, no answer. We don't have much time. Assuming the DA pushes that as a manifesto, is that convincing to get an answer? Yes, no.
Convincing the citizens?
To get a vote, yes, no.
No, it is not convincing. And empirically, it is wrong.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Sandile Swana, political and governance analyst and the principal consultant at the Center for Strategic Leadership. What do you make of that, the DA push to bring in business to assist them in running municipalities? Yes or no?
Moving to a bigger office space can be expensive. Thanks to My Way Business Insurance, I get to save up to 20% on my insurance premiums every month. Plus, I get My Business Assist, which helps me with marketing, legal, and admin services. Saving money while growing my business is a great win for me.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your monthly premiums. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 today for a quote. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
Scholar Transport drivers, every winter morning, our children depend on you to get them to school safely. But overloaded vehicles and rushing against time puts lives at risk. Remember, our children are not cargo. Overloading reduces your ability to stop on wet or icy roads. Drive responsibly. Arrive safely. Protect every child, every trip. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
SAfm. You all know that image, Hector Peterson being carried in, that other man's arms. And I'd like to say that I'm personally very grateful, to see, that other man's arms. And I'd like to say that I'm personally very grateful, to see such bravery, such courage in the face of danger.
From Algiers to the desert sands, culture lives. Rai music, Amazigh heritage, tradition and identity, standing tall. Algeria does not bend, it stands.
In every grain of sand, in every voice, there is resilience. Algeria, the giant of the Sahara.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Tech Talk on the National Pulse.
Right, let's talk tech, in fact, and here's an interesting one, and I love these creative ideas, which comes from, in fact, Creative Minds Technologies. So with me is Mzwandile Zulu, who's the Creative Minds Technologies Chief Technology Officer. Mzwandile, we're talking to you because you put something together, you and your partner, I understand, around getting these, robots or chatbots to talk back to you in different languages. Tell me about that.
Hello, how are you? I would like to introduce myself again. This is Wandile. So the main purpose of doing this is all about breaking the language barriers, right? Now you find out that we have technology in South Africa, but like people like our grandmothers, they can't use that because some of them, they don't know English very well. So imagine if you imply that in things like healthcare. And then some other kids at school, it's not that they don't understand English. Some part, maybe they don't understand how the question is phrased. You get that? So if we can try to have chatbots that can work and then understand the questions and tell people and teach people with their own language, it would be a great thing.
Okay, so I'll tell you about what you're trying to do. Let's play some sound of you in conversation with this chat bot, right? So here it is.
Okay, I'm happy to know you too. So please tell me, how will you benefit South Africa since me and Francis, we developed you today. We're working in making you a better person. You're a person, of course. You're no longer a robot because you can speak and detect language. Since me and Francis, we developed you today. We're working in making you a better person. You're a person, of course. You're no longer a robot because you can speak and detect languages in SA. What will be your biggest role in South Africa?
Thank you, Mzwandile and Francis. I'm honored by your work. I can benefit South Africa by helping people access information, learn new things, and solve problems in all our languages, making technology more accessible to everyone across our nation. Learn new things and solve problems in all our languages, making technology more accessible to everyone across our beautiful country.
Okay, now can you say any word in Isitswana? Any sentence I mean to say? Just say any sentence in Isitswana, please.
Yumala. Kufuse, Roboto ye South Africa. Kua go to Sekojino. How's that for some Setswana?
Your Tswana is not okay, your Tswana is bad. Okay, asibuyele kwisizulu.
Your Tswana's not okay, it's bad. Move on to isiZulu, got that. I mean, that's a lovely conversation. So take us through the process of what you've done and what you're trying to achieve.
Okay, so what I'm trying to achieve is that if we have, we can. What I'm trying to achieve actually is a language barrier whereby the only thing that must be there is because we know that technology is growing every day, and then we have people like Elon Musk who are influencing all this technology and all that. So those robots, when they arrive in those countries like South Africa, instead of them only speaking English, we can also make money as developers by creating what you call application programming interface, whereby instead of us taking money outside, right, other countries can buy API keys from us, so that thing is injecting also in our economy. That's the great thing about that. So selling API keys, it will also increase the economy, and then we can also have a lot of job opportunities because we'll need a lot of developers who will collect the data of like people speaking Setswana, Sesotho, Zulu, etc. Those data scientists will be collecting all the data just to create a server where we'll be training these robots to understand the languages. Okay. As you had that Setswana was dead because we don't have enough data for that.
Okay, so maybe that's the point. I mean, you a lot of I had a conversation with my son on the weekend about the importance of artificial intelligence, and he made the point. For the caller who asked about my family, I'll say his name is Zaid, so you know that he made the point that the brightest person in the room right now, you can have the 1,000 brightest persons. The AI robot is the brightest of them all. I mean, would you agree with that? I mean, that's how you set up processes.
Yes. So. Can you refer the question again?
No, that he was saying the brightest person in the room is your AI-driven bot, whatever that is, right? And it's up to you, of course, as the coder, to try and ensure that the robot or the bot in this case knows exactly what to do. So take us through your own personal journey of getting this done.
Okay, so now because we're working with companies like Algorithm Network, right? So we have researchers there that are trying to help us in that. So now, with this thing, if we get it done, we can maybe, let's say, we also need funding, I can say, because the process of creating a robot, it's really, really hard, by the way, because of how the robot must move, the sensors and all of those things.
Okay, and I would take it at some stage you want to market this, right, as a product, as a viable business, right? Tell me about that.
Okay, so I don't know if this will answer your question, but I'll just give it to you with my own view. So my own view here, if I get this product, if I create this robot as a product, right? So how will it benefit someone else? Maybe let's say, like robots are not. We don't have robots in South Africa, right? So imagine if that robot, for example, is wearing someone else's brand, right? Let's say it can be Jay-Z or a T-shirt and whatever. So that we're actually creating a walking Jay-Z Cox. That's what we're actually doing. Okay. Because when you see that robot, you'll see the brand name there.
Well, there we are. Okay. So for now, if we need to know more, we go to what? Creative Minds Technologies. That's you, right?
Yes, creativeminds.technologies.africa. That's our domain.
We'll check it out. creativemindstechnologies.africa. Well, by the way, if you're up to it, feel free to tweet it out as well, or post it on Facebook and just post the links to it. I'll gladly share that with our audience. Just tag me and SAfmRadio. Mzwandile, well done. That's what we want to hear all of the time. South Africans at the front line of developing technology and using AI technology to advance and making societal changes, which you certainly do. Thanks for your time. 5:30 is the news headlines with Kolofelo.
Thank you, Ashraf. Good afternoon. In the headlines this hour, the National Union of Mine Workers General Secretary Mpopakedi says the restructuring of Eskom will trigger massive job losses. This follows President Cyril Ramaphosa's approval of the Eskom Restructuring Task Team Phase 1 report. Justice Minister Mamoloko Kubai says government is moving to criminalize illicit mining and crack down on those who assist illegal miners, and further filled the number of people known to have been killed by an earthquake in Colombia has now risen to 169. I'll have details on this and other stories at 6.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Wet roads for the drive home in Joburg today. Wet and chilly is the conditions that you're driving through. Not pleasant, but do take it easy and you'll get there safely, hopefully. Now, we've got a crash on the N12 and R24 routes after they've merged coming into Galuli's interchange. So from the respective Edenvale exits, traffic backlogging on both of those routes. Crash on the N3 south at Linksfield still there as well. And the bike one, unusually heavy today from Sandton all the way down really to about Ormonde before you're out of that. The the N12 westbound from the N3 at Elands down to the R59. The R59 then down to Michelle Avenue looking quite slow as well. N1 through Midrand, busy today as far as SAmRadio Road. The big backlogs that we had on the M1 further up around Pretoria are starting to ease. In fact, Pretoria as a whole starting to ease up as well. There is a bit of snow, northwestern parts of KZN, Majuba Pass, also out from Newcastle through to Memel again around Boorters Pass on the R24, beg your pardon, the R34. So just take care out that way. That is some reported fresh snowfalls this afternoon. Into Durban we go with some flooding earlier on the Southern Freeway, causing a backlog coming out of Durban on the Esplanade. The N3 inbound is heavy from Pavilion to Spaghetti Junction, and the N2 North jamming up from Kwamashu heading through towards the Gateway exit. Cape Town today, plenty of action in terms of delay on Marine Drive, queuing through Parton Island into Milnerton, and then Milnerton through to Racecourse Road, and heavy other side of Tableview today with a crash on Plattercliff Road near the refinery. That's going away from Kuberg Road towards the N7, but it's just backlogging roads in and around that refinery area through Tableview. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Well, thanks for that, Robin. Tell you what, staying with the issue of what moves, we all get our insurance in this case for the moment something goes wrong, right? And when it does, you need the peace of mind of knowing your claim will be handled fairly. So OUTsurance keeps outperforming. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that OUTsurance had the lowest overturn ratio of complaints received. So why would you want to be insured with anyone else? Get a quote and switch today. And call this number, 086 00 60 000. Or visit outsurance.co.za. Licensed insurer and FSP T's and C's and further information available online.
OUTsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
This is SAfm Sports with Duming Khapele.
Ryan, to me, do I take it the sky is the limit?
The sky is the limit indeed. Mamelodi Sundowns will get their 2026-27 Betway Premiership League campaign underway against TS Galaxy at Bombela Stadium tonight. The match comes after the Brazilians' opening Premiership fixture was postponed. The Rockets, on the other hand, have already played their first league match, a 2-2 draw against Swelele. And TS Galaxy will be without goalkeeper Sipho Maseti, who got a red card in the previous game. Here's Downs captain Themba Zwane.
Obviously, the preparation were not that much, but upon the arrival in Mpumalanga, we get to watch the TX Galaxy game, and we know what we expect, especially the game that we played them against them last time when we were here. So we know what we expect, we know what to do, and I think we are ready as a team. So we know what we expect, we know what to do, and I think we are ready as a team.
In other matches today, Chippa United host Richards Bay in Dobsonville. Newly promoted Kruger United travel to Royal Bafokeng, where they face Marumo Gallants, and Polokwane City will look to maintain their winning start when they host Stellenbosch FC in Seshego. Elsewhere, U.S. President Donald Trump has warned FIFA that removing President Gianni Infantino would be a terrible mistake. Infantino is facing pressure after a controversial plan to sell part of FIFA's commercial rights company to private investors was abandoned, and Trump has defended Infantino for presiding over what he called the most successful World Cup ever, co-hosted by US, Canada and Mexico. In cricket, the Proteas have named a 15-man squad for the White Ball Tour of Namibia later this month. All-rounders Dwan Jansen and Ethan Bosch are the White Ball Tour of Namibia later this month. All-rounders Dwan Jansen and Ethan Bosch are the two uncapped players in the squad. Jansen, who's the twin brother of Proteas all-rounder Marco Jansen, earns his first national call-up after an impressive domestic season. And then Lions spinner Bjorn Fortuin will captain the side. South Africa will face Namibia and Zimbabwe in a T20 International Tri-Series in Windhoek from the 28th of August to the 6th of September. And the Proteas will then play a 3-match ODI series against Namibia from from the 9th to the 13th of September. In rugby, Trevor Nyakane and Steven Kirchhoff admit that they're crossing fingers that Siya Kolisi recovers in time to lead the Springboks against the All Blacks in the rugby's greatest rivalry series. Kolisi limped off after 24.
I think definitely that we are lucky to have enough numbers.
On the 22nd of August. Now, Nyakane said that the Boks need all their soldiers fit, while Kirchhoff pressed where Kolisi's leadership keeps him in camp. Erasmus and his staff will weigh the situation fairly, but warned that if Kolisi misses the entire series, fresh blood may be required. In netball, South African netball legend Bongim Somi guided Johannesburg to a third consecutive SPAR Senior Netball Championship title. This is after a convincing 52-38 win over provincial rivals 20 at Stellenberg High School in Cape Town today. The triumph kept a remarkable month from Somi, who only returned recently from Glasgow. Back in Cape Town, she added another major achievement by successfully defending the under-21 national side, ensuring the trophy stays in the City of Gold.
I think definitely that we are lucky to have enough numbers to get out there and actually perform at this level. But without taking credit to the girls, I think they actually putting in so much work behind the scenes to prepare for such an event. And coming in here, we've actually made them, to come up with their own ideas of what they want to achieve, how they want to look like. And for us, it was to get them to be accountable. And I think until today, I cannot literally question how they've been looking, not just on the court as well, because it all plays part. But yeah, Johannesburg has, great talent, and not just Johannesburg, Gauteng at large. We saw Tshwane today. There's some really good talent, which we're lucky and blessed with.
Righty, with that said, Ashraf, I hope when you get home, you'll be nice and warm. So as our listeners.
I tell you what, I am going to a book launch this evening. I must be crazy. But the person who's launched his book, his name is Adrian Gore, he's the founder of Discovery. So I'm going to his book launch. Perhaps you can understand why. I'm fascinated by leadership and people who build champion institutes that will build a champion nation. I must be crazy.
Are you dressed for the weather though?
I've got my jas, as you would understand. Yeah.
Awesome.
Smart business decisions save money. Switch to Outsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's JC from Blonde Hair Studio.
I was with my previous insurer for many years before switching over to Outsurance Business Insurance. I'm really happy with the premium I'm paying now, and switching was definitely one of the best decisions for my business.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60,000. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
Quantum on SAfm.
Step into the future with Quantum. The radio show that goes beyond the headlines to explore how you can evolve, adapt, and thrive in times of rapid change. We will explore cutting-edge thinking coupled with practical life design applications. I'm Angela Ludek, and I invite you to join this community where real progress begins with human capital development. Quantum, Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 a.m. on SAfm.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
Well, Jimmy, it's been the longest of weekends for obvious reasons, so it's a happy Tuesday, Monday, if you get my point, right? And let's talk about, preferential pricing. What does that mean?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. We know that these preferential pricing agreements are agreements effectively that give the beneficiaries or the agreed parties a better pricing in the case of Eskom and how much it is that they pay in electricity tariffs. The smelters of South Africa have been on quite a conversational journey with Eskom around this because it directly affects how they are able to sustain their businesses. The latest to join this conversation is a company called Ferroglobe. They announced that they would potentially be looking to retrench 350 odd employees, or have those 350 odd employees be subjected to a Section 189 if they were not able to achieve more preferential pricing for their electricity. This is an input cost into the smelter space. For many businesses, like the smelters, this input cost can account for about 40% of their overall costs. So this is a significant cost for them, and they're looking to see if they can bring down that cost in any way possible to avoid having to cut those jobs. We're going to speak to our independent energy analyst Tsepo Kadima around that and get his thoughts around some of these pricing agreements and where they leave us as a country overall, I suppose. We also have a conversation with the Motor Industry Staff Association on the auto fines and the auto implementation. Obviously, that is something that came into effect on the start of July. We had it potentially be put on hold when the organization Undoing Tax Abuse went to court to apply for phase 2 of that implementation to be suspended. That application has been rescinded, so we thought we'd revisit that conversation and get a sense of what its implications are now that the Auto Act rather remains in effect. We have a conversation with the team at Standard Bank around the implementation of the SIP system, the cross-border interbank payment system that China had approved last year for use by Standard Bank. That has done more than 8 billion Chinese yuan or Chinese renminbi in transactional flow on the African continent in just a year. We're going to take a look at that and get a sense of what that means for global trade and Africa and Asia trade. And then we wrap up the show as we do every other Tuesday with an agri conversation. We're going to follow up on one of the conversations we previously had around the Port of Cape Town. Today, the Department of Transport and Transnet met with stakeholders that export through the Port of Cape Town to see if they could identify or address some of the challenges and bottlenecks that plague that port. We're going to get a sense of the outcomes of that meeting and potentially where we go to from here. And we've also got a conversation with the mining company AECI, taking a look at their interim results. They gave us an update on their first half of the year. So that's what's coming up on the show today, a full show as always. Before we get to that, a sense of some of the other market movements throughout the day. It's been, by and large, a bit of a mixed day. The rand against the dollar at the moment, 16.22. At some point, this was 16 rand 15 cents. So it's a little weaker, about 0.5% weaker than where I last looked at it. It is at around 21 rand 91 against the British pound. €1 would cost you 18 rand and 72 cents. The price of a Bitcoin has come down quite a bit, $63,500 a coin in rand terms. With that firmer rand, puts it at 1,029,000, about 20 to 25,000 rand cheaper than where it was towards the end of last week. Not such a good day on the equities front. Resource stocks finished flat on the day, but industrials are down 2.8%, financials down 1.3%, the all share down 1.3%, the top 40 down 1.3%. I have Chantal Marks of FNB Wealth and Investments joining me on markets to look at that a little later on. The Brent crude price is back at $88 or so a barrel, not where we want to see it. $87.60, $87.70 to be more precise at the moment. The price of gold, $4,375 a fine ounce. Silver still above $60 a fine ounce. Platinum still above 1,750. Palladium still above 1,300. International equity markets, before we go, they were largely in the red. The Nikkei was unchanged because it was closed, interestingly enough, for a Japanese holiday called Mountain Day. This is the newest of Japan's public holidays, and effectively it's a public holiday around connecting with mountains and appreciating your blessings. It was enacted first in 2014 and first observed in 2016, so the Japanese yen and the Japanese Nikkei would have been closed for trade today. They should be back online tomorrow, but we'll look at these and other stories when we come back just after the 6 p.m. news. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
All right, thanks, and enjoy your show. 6 to 7, followed by sport from 7 to 8.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, let's in fact, we're going to get to your calls, your comments, whatever it is you want to get off your chest. What for you are the conversations that moved you today? You're on the pulse. What gets your pulses racing? All those things and more, isn't it? Now, in the meantime, Fadil Adams, as you know, delivered his statement last night, 9 p.m., far too late. The chair of the Madlang Commission saying, that is unbelievable, and they had to say more about it. So yeah, let's just hear this out.
Parliament has noted remarks made by the National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament, Mr. Adams, during his appearance before the Matlanka Commission this morning regarding the problems he says he experienced with his Parliament-issued laptop. Mr. Adams told the Commission that the laptop had been problematic for about 18 months, was frequently frozen or in for repairs, and that this affected his ability to access correspondence and other information. Following these remarks, Parliament checked its ICT service desk records for technical support provided to Mr. Adams during the period concerned. The records do not show a persistent problem with his laptop, repeated hardware failures or freezing, or the device being repeatedly booked in for repairs. The ICT matters logged for Mr. Adams were largely routine access and account-related requests. This included a Windows password reset in January 2025, an ERP password reset in June 2025, assistance with logging into device in July 2025, a Wi-Fi update in January 2026, and the ERP e-disclosure request in June 2026. These matters were attended to and closed. These are routine ICT support matters and are different from laptop being dysfunctional or unavailable over a prolonged period. Parliament therefore has no ICT service desk record that support the claim that Mr. Adams' parliamentary laptop was persistently dysfunctional for approximately 18 months as described before the Commission. It should also be noted that members are not dependent on a single device to perform their work. Parliament provides members with a laptop, tablet and smartphone to support access to parliamentary systems and information. Where one device developed the technical problems, ICT support is available, and other Parliament-issued devices provide alternative means of access while the problem is being attended to. Parliament will ordinarily not respond to explanations given by a member before a commission of inquiry. However, where such explanations may create the impression that Parliament failed for an extended period to provide a member with a functional tool of trade, it is necessary to place the institutional record on the table. The clarification deals only with Parliament's ICT and administrative records. Parliament does not comment on the substance or merits of Mr. Adams' evidence before the Commission. That is a matter for the Commission to reflect on.
Okay, there we are. I wonder what happens next there. But he comes up next week sometime, right? So in the meantime, let's get to your calls. We go to Vanderbijl Park. And, I always say when people call in, they don't just call in, they represent their town. So for now, you represent Vanderbijl Park. Lydia, go for it. You do?
Hi, Ashraf. How are you?
I'm very good indeed. Thank you.
I'm all right. Thank you. I'm actually a farmer in Vanderbijl Park, Galfontein.
Okay.
And my frustration as a poultry farmer has been that the sector has enormous chances of ensuring that we create employment. However, the problem is funding. And the country does not have problems with money. The problem is those that are supposed to dispense that money that make it very difficult to know exactly what is it that they actually want. So, you find yourself in a position where you could be creating close to over 120 permanent jobs, but you're not able to do so because of all these DFIs, people that are supposed to ensure that they meet us halfway. We do try to meet halfway by ensuring that we comply, but for some reason we don't get anywhere. And it's very frustrating over the years, I can assure you of that.
So what do you propose as a solution? Because what you're saying is you get stuck in processes, aren't you?
Yeah, Ashraf, for me, I would say those that are supposed to dispense this money, if they fail to do so, because I don't see how they should get paid for doing nothing over the years, The reason why this economy is so stagnant and is not growing, it's because at the end of the day, people that are supposed to make the economy grow can't do so. So if we can't get the money, they shouldn't be get paid. It's as simple as that.
Well, I mean, that's
you know?
the ongoing problem. And that's why we're saying there must be other ways of doing things, because the current way of just finding the stats and we, whether we're going 0.5% up, 0.5% down, I mean, like in 10 years, there's no significant shifts in our job crisis. And it's just completely unacceptable. And what you're saying, if we get you working well, then you will create more jobs. So it's in our interest that you flourish.
Exactly that. And it's not a problem so far of government. I think government has made enough monies to be available. You go to NEF, money gets returned. They say they couldn't find people to qualify. Yet we have supplied. We have responded, to the proposal call. But for some reason, we don't get that money. And it's very frustrating.
So if it's not a problem of government, then let's just be clear, whose problem is it? Where's the logjam?
So it's at an operational level.
So appointed
it's at
people,
an operational level.
people
I'm saying
appointed
the
to
very same
execute,
people who are appointed to execute those mandates are not doing their jobs.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm glad that you brought it up, and I think maybe I'm going to put you onto keys and see if we can perhaps follow that up as one of our citizen problems. We can sort out solutions and maybe get someone else to comment about it, because I think it is a critically important issue. So I'm glad you called in, Lydia. Thank you for that. All right.
Thank you, Ashraf.
Thank you, Lydia.
Sure, bye.
The representative, the ward councillor from Vanderbijl Park. She's going to fight with me by saying that, but you know what I mean. She represents Vanderbijl Park for the day in the Vaal region. Right. Let's get more thoughts on the issues that trouble us, or really certainly gets us feeling something.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and the listeners. I would like to commend Siboniso Duma and the Department of Transport in KZN and the emergency services and the weather services as well. The way they've handled this, they warned us way in advance. We made plans. People who didn't listen might get stuck, but I think everyone knew. Big ups to the guys. Boo in his crest.
Well, there we are. Thank you for that. Here's an interesting question.
Hi, Ashraf. It's Kariso here. You were asking which country we need to emulate. It's pretty clear it's China. And now if South Africans want to be serious about changing their country, they must ask themselves, out of all these parties that we have, which party is closer to China in terms of their policy? Do your research. Don't just vote blindly because people are dancing on the stage or boxing or whatever. You must go and do your research, because this is your children's future. It's not a joke. It's not a match. It's not about, you can't vote for political parties as if you are voting for as if it's a soccer team. There shouldn't be that kind of loyalty to a political party. So South Africans need to have a conversations with themselves. Who do you want to lead? What do you want in your life? Do you want to continue with the same system, or do you want a new system? And if you want a new system, which party represents that system? Go and do your research. They are there.
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, I would do that for you, because I think you've raised, I'm giving you applause, okay, because I think you've raised a critically important issue, which is when we make that vote, just how discerning are we in voting, or are we just blinded no matter what, like we do with sports teams, because we all do that. We support sports teams no matter what. But should we apply the same principle? We shouldn't do that when it comes to political parties.
Good afternoon, Mr. A. No, the government can't solve a simple thing: extortion. Extortion, Mr. A, is the biggest problem in South Africa. Even car wash, you must pay extortion. Those guys are supposed to employ more people, but they can't, because some of the money, they must put it one side for extortion. In fact, all the small businesses are being compelled to pay extortion fees. So how can such a business grow in South Africa, or unemployment be solved? No, it can't be.
Well,
Cape Town.
Thanks for that. But you see that issue of extortion, we hear it often, right? I mean, even religious organizations are being extorted to try and to stay alive. Like that one, we have to ask the question. And you see, how did the authorities, at a national, provincial, local level, allow that to flourish? Like, as if it's one of those things. You wouldn't allow, to put it bluntly, you wouldn't allow a referee to turn a blind eye to an offside goal 4 weeks in a row without asking questions about the referee. But we'd allow someone to come into your space and extort and pay protection fees because we just don't have the systems. Something's wrong. We can be patriotic. We can still be critical. I am.
Hey Ashraf, are you winning? Ashraf, Leon here. My solution or part solution would be to get people driving. I think sometimes that a driver's license is more valuable than a matric certificate, simply because it empowers one to have a few more options as opposed as when it comes to employment. And I think if we can get people to do that, and then also get a lot more people qualified to drive the big lorries, the code 14 lorries, that enables people to work just about anywhere in the world. I know Ireland's looking for drivers, Europe's looking for drivers, America, you can get work there. And I think that opens up a lot of options for a lot of people. And to be able to go and work abroad, earn good money, send money home, we need to get people educated. So anyway, that's part of it. Have a fabulous evening. Stay warm.
And I hope you're winning as well. Are you winning? Listen, if you ask me, I'm glad that you've cottoned on to what I asked you the other day. Are you winning? I think today has been a pretty winning day for me because, there was a 3-week negotiation that took place, and it's finally come through, and it's like, yay. So I'm winning today, and I'd like to think that my winning will pass on to other people, because I often say when I win, you win. It does have an impact on others too. So good idea about the license. Are you right? It is such an important door opener, isn't it?
Hi, Ashraf. Part of the suggestion of reduction of crime is that in the short to medium term, we need to build more prisons. I know you may not like hearing it, but when you make the laws harsher and enforcement is done, that means you arrest people and you don't want them to continue to be overcrowded. So you need to have room so that people will be afraid to go into prison, because people will actually go into prison.
Okay, well, yeah, that's. You don't want people, and then people go into prison. We have these dramatic issues about different things around crime reduction and how do we get that right? So thank you for that too. Someone said reception in Bombela is gone. Okay, I think it's noted, and I'll certainly get the technical team just to, they've given a thumbs up. They will look at it, and thanks for bringing it to our attention, right? Anyone coming on radio and comparing South Africa to a European country is an idiot. No, that's not my words. That's one of the callers. Why? Here's another from Yusuf. Hi, Ashraf, it's not the purpose of municipalities to make excessive profits. Privatizing creates more corruption, with more tenders being handed out. Municipalities need to employ more skilled labor to fix infrastructure. They're now employing more office workers than skilled workforce, therefore more corruption, less work. Look, by and large, you may be right, but one may also argue that even without outsourcing, how come municipalities then have failed? So would this not work better? On the other hand, I think it came up with my guest earlier, but also before that, to say if Eskom was a mess, you don't collapse Eskom. You actually then replace the poor leadership with better leadership. It ensures that the great leadership is filtered down from the very top right down to the bottom. So sometimes to those like the DA and others, like, hey, have a look at the leadership within local municipality, and maybe, all the parties, just maybe the solution lies in doing what we see at sports matches, sub the player and get a better player in. So let me leave you with this. I hope again, as you go home this evening, or you get home, your arm already, ask yourself the question, are you winning? And if so, why? And if you're not, what gets you winning? Think about that. Have a wonderful evening. Cold, no cold, freezing. I don't know. I'm off to a book launch for Adrian Gore, the founder of Discovery, and see what he can teach us about things. I'll probably talk to you about that tomorrow. Be safe. It's going to snow in some places and not in others, much to your disappointment. Here's the news at 6 with Kolafelo Tefu.
Thanks, Ashraf. Top stories this hour. Eskom restructuring sparks fears over job losses and death toll rises in Colombia earthquake. Good evening. The National Union of Mine Workers General Secretary Mpho Phakedi says the restructuring of Eskom will trigger massive job losses. Phakedi says the restructuring of Eskom will trigger massive job losses. This follows President Cyril Ramaphosa's approval of the Eskom Restructuring Task Team Phase 1 report. It proposes establishing an independent transmission system operator to boost competition and investment. Phakedi was speaking at a media briefing in Johannesburg.
Once you begin